Can't believe he's done it. The conference room Clash champion, Pat Chowder, being lifted into the air by a cow with human teeth.
Oh my gosh, that's the game.
What a game.
And Zeroskatr is our new champ.
Oh my goodness. He was not expecting to survive that attack.
And that is it. Chad is the winner of Summer of Legends.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the finals of the tournament. We got an incredible match coming up between zeroskatr and Phantom. Two incredible players, but the only thing more incredible than the finals are the people I'm going to be commentating with. By my side today is the one and only streamer, Unmatched streamer extraordinaire, co-streaming every match, pretty much every match, Darkblade.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. I have really enjoyed doing the hosts and stuff on my own channel throughout the course of this tournament, as well as other events, and plan to continue to do that for as long as I can. And it's been fun doing these final streams, so I'm looking forward to being able to help host this one as well.
And on the other side, joining us as well is the one and only Mr. What Happened, Connor, aka Hat Chowder.
How's it going, Mateo? I'm looking forward to some great Unmatched today.
Hey, we're sure to get a great match between these two players. I'm really excited to see how they adapt to the draft, considering now that it is a best of 5 and a lot more picks are gonna be up for grabs. Now, my main question here is how they're gonna get picked.
Yeah, that's, I think there's a lot more room for it in something like this. I know that she had a lot of play in the previous tourney, and lined up really well into some of the really popular fighters, especially Houdini, who was new and people were playing him like crazy.
I don't know, people say that, I didn't see it. I don't see it.
It's something that I think we're likely to see fighters like that we don't see as often in the standard band quest, because even though there is a pretty good variety, you don't usually get into some of those more niche ones unless the draft really lines up for it. So I would love to see fighters like that for sure. But yeah,
Thing about... Sorry,
yeah, no, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, the biggest thing about talking about these niche picks is the way a player literally picks these is by clicking on a card back. And as we know, John's wireless mouse has been having battery issues, forcing him to use his trackpad. And in the event where his trackpad is malfunctioning, he may be forced to pick a fighter as crazy as Sattler in this grand finals match.
Yeah,
so
maybe it'll just happen accidentally.
The wireless mouse meta will be really prominent in today's grand finals match.
Another interesting thing to consider is what we've been seeing develop a lot during this tournament is we've been seeing a lot of answers to try and just counterpick one of your opponent's fighters. That's a lot harder to do when you got 3 picks to lock in, right?
Yeah.
So I'm excited because, for example, what we saw yesterday between Zero and Jason tried to counterpick his Yanenga by going with 2 fighters that, are traditionally considered to be pretty good into Yen, which are Daredevil and Winter Soldier. Didn't end up working out for him, but the strategy in the draft was interesting. I don't know if there's as much space for that kind of draft in this best of 5 format. What do you think, Darkblade?
Yeah, I agree. I know that I've talked to Zero before and even done some practice drafts with him. And one of the things that he tries to do, and I think a lot of players try to do in this type of format, is leave yourself in a position where you can't get countered with the draft, because what you want to avoid is both of your opponent's fighters being good into one of yours, because then all they have to do is beat that fighter twice, and even if they have a bad matchup against your other fighter, it doesn't matter, because you have to win with both of them. And so I know that that's a strategy that Zero looks to kind of take advantage of whenever he can, and try to just counter one of his opponent's fighters, so he can be in that spot instead. And this will often lead to him just banning whatever the opponent's last pick is if they're in that leader position, because then he doesn't have to worry about like the unknown, right, going into the final pick. But I do agree that that strategy is going to be a lot harder when there's just more fighters on each player's side. So I do think that we're going to see a lot less likelihood of that strategy working, and probably having to go for a more broad, like generalist lineup to make sure that you don't have too many hard counters and you have matchups that are even or maybe slightly favorable for one side or the other, that you can use that experience you have and skill at the game, as both these players have in spades, to get the victory here. So hoping that that'll lead to a lot of back and forth matchups, because those are always the most exciting.
And just, before we even see the draft, before we see anything, I have an important question. We're gonna come back to this after we see the draft, but I want predictions. How do you think this is gonna go? Connor, you go first. What do you think the scoreline is gonna be?
Well, we know John loves the very high skill ceiling, low volatility fighters where there's not a lot of ability for there to be kind of X factors that he can't calculate. And similarly, he doesn't like it when his opponent picks something like that. So I think we can anticipate that John will pick pretty safe but strong fighters. We know he loves Yanenga more than anything in the whole world. But there could be a ban we see. And then Phantom, we obviously saw yesterday he's willing to take fighters that are generally played safe and play them pretty aggressively. So I think if he mixes that kind of backup strategy with fighters that John isn't comfortable playing against, I think that could be definitely something Phantom's looking for. And then John, knowing that, is definitely going to be really looking for good counters to those more volatile picks.
All right, but how do you think the score is gonna end up? Are you thinking 3-2, 2-1? Who's gonna take it, and by how much?
So, as always hoping for the 3-2. Though, as I mentioned, with the strategy that both players might be taking, I assume if Phantom takes it, it could be a 3-0, where it's kind of like a landslide, where he just gets a bunch of pretty crazy games out there. If John takes it, I feel like it could be closer, because it might be more of a back and forth. John's kind of more so anticipating and more reactively being able to counterpick. So I think it really could go either way, but I think if it's Phantom, it'll be more of a landside kind of flurry of volatility, aggressive plays, and kind of a lot of random discards, stuff along those lines. And if it's John, it'll be more of a back and forth chess match kind of situation where John can take the 3-2.
All right, Darkblade, Zach, what about you? Who do you think's taking it, and what's the scoreline gonna end up being?
Yeah, I think Connor brings up a really good point, and it actually basically reflects what we saw in the semifinals for each players. We did see both of those end 2-0, but the one that Zero and Jason had was a much more like back and forth, very close, deliberate games that could have gone either way, had little interactions here and there, gone the opposite way they did. Whereas the ones between Phantom and M Plaza were very aggressive play by Phantom, kind of pushing the aggression and getting ahead when he needed to, and really closing a game out in a commanding fashion, instead of it being like way down to the wire at the end of deck counts and whatnot. And so I do think that we will likely see, I think that because of just how good both these players are, even if Phantom is able to kind of maneuver the draft in a way that leads to those more aggressive plays being viable, I think that Zero has enough experience kind of counteracting that play that I think a 3-0 is probably unlikely for either player to secure here. We have seen it in the past. In fact, Zero's won before in a previous one against Chad with a 3-0, but the 3-0 scoreline doesn't really reflect how close a lot of those games were.
Wait, you can't do this to me.
I think that...
I know someone else who got 3-0'd.
Well, it's true, but honestly, I would say that your match went a similar way, where the games were so close that, little things here and there could have made that a lot closer, like as far as the game count. So 3-0s don't always tell the full story of the individual games. I think that I think we're going to see at least, if I had to predict, I think we're going to see at least 4 games. I don't think that a player is going to be able to sweep here, at least. Maybe that's also just hoping from my end, because I want to see as many games today as possible. I would love to take it to game 5, but I say that I think if I want to get a little spicy with the estimate, I will predict a 3-1, and I think that 3-1 will go in the favor of whoever ends up kind of getting ahead in the draft.
All right, so we're all excited to see the draft. The players are going ahead and doing that right now as we speak. do you think any of like the signature picks we've come to recognize from these players will come through? Maybe Zero's Widow or Yen, maybe a Genie pick or Phantom. Hasn't been playing it much recently, but he really likes, for a long time, really liked the Luke Cage pick. Are any of these, are anything you were predicting either player will pick?
Yeah, so we did see a Luke Cage pick from Phantom yesterday, though it ended up being banned out, probably just because he is quite good with the character and has had success with him in the past. We also know that Zero's preferred fighter's no secret from the general community, as Jason actually banned out both Genie and Black Widow in the pre-bans of their draft yesterday, and so usually not fighters that you'd see in the pre-bans at all, but really respecting the time that Zero's put in on characters like that. So I mean, it would be awesome to see Zero get some of those fighters this time around. I think that when there's this many fighters and the whole counterpick strategy isn't going to be as consistent, we are more likely to see just the strong fighters banned out, because you don't want to get into a position where you're just giving your opponent things like Sherlock, Medusa, Elektra, Strange, in a roster that has like as many possibilities as a 6-fighter draft will have, even though you only end up with 3 of them, and you can theoretically ban 2. The reason that I still always like banning the high tiers in the pre-bans is just so you're not forced to ban them later on, because if your opponent gets in a spot where you're basically forced to ban those fighters, it kind of telegraphs what your band's post picks are going to be, and that can put you in an awkward spot if your opponent can maneuver in a way that gives them other favorable matchups, assuming that you ban those high tiers. And if you don't ban the high tiers, then they're going to be able to do their thing. So I do think that that'll probably be more of a priority in the pre-bans, meaning that I do think it's a fairly likely situation that we see Zero nab up some of those picks that he likes that we haven't seen a ton of so far. And that would be a real treat. And then as far as the Phantom side, I think Luke Cage would be really cool. I actually loved how he played Winter Soldier yesterday, so I wouldn't even mind seeing that again, just to see how he approaches that in a variety of matchups. So those would kind of be the things that I'd most want to see. But of course, with both players knowing each other's preferences there, maybe they don't all get through at the end of the day.
Another fighter I'm looking forward to seeing, at least with this many picks coming through, is maybe something like a Black Panther pick, which we haven't seen a lot of in the bracket thus far, but with so many picks coming through, I think it's quite likely that we'll end up seeing it, especially because he can do decently well into some of the fighters you likes, especially if he gets lucky, you know?
Yeah.
But that is the Black Panther crux.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think you both make a great point. With it being a best of 5, it's gonna be really hard to kind of line up these perfect counter picks. So I think both players definitely studied their opponent, and they definitely know that their opponent are really comfortable with 4 or 5 specific fighters. And they also know that if their opponent gets one of the really beefy fighters like Doctor Strange or Elektra, it's just gonna be a dumpster and it's gonna be a nightmare. So I think with that in mind, it really could get deep, and as Mateo was saying, I really do think like something like Black Panther would be a very likely pick, seeing as if it does get that deep, they're going to be going for viable characters in the meta, but characters that they aren't necessarily ranking as their top 5, with it being so deep. It's the grand finals, so they have a lot of data they can study for each other and really lock in who their opponent really wants to play. Another exciting thing could be if one of these players has a ace in their pocket, they have a secret character they're comfortable with that they're going to pull out here and try going for a really nice counterplay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because we are going deeper than normal in the draft, which is always one of the most interesting things to me for the grand finals, being that best of 5. What is one fighter that each of you would want to see that we don't normally? I'll go ahead and kick it off. That we did talk about it yesterday, and I think if Jason had made it through, it'd almost be certain that we'd see it today. But I kind of want to see a Beowulf pick somewhere, and I do know that Zero has had success with that fighter in the past. What about you guys?
Yeah, talking about Beowulf, I would love to see some InGen or Sun Wukong, and those are both they're not completely meta irrelevant, but we haven't really seen them in these very top matches in the semis. So some Wukong or some InGen, I know they're not very popular to play against, but I really love the high board control kind of vile to play against characters, and I think it'd be really enjoyable to see these kind of top tier players being very irritated against these menaces to society.
I think it's quite likely if Wukong doesn't get banned that we'll see him somewhere in this draft. He's definitely way up there in the kinds of picks that people like. Look, speaking of more off meta things, I doubt it because of the way both these players are, as the way their matches are generally developed and the things they usually play. I would love to see some Raptors, perhaps. I think they do have like a nice space in this meta. Of course, I am biased. I love Sadler and I love Houdini, so either of those will immediately make me happy. But yeah, other than those, I think Black Panther hasn't been picked up, but I think we'll definitely see him this time around somewhere in the draft.
Yep.
I think he's been one of the more underrated picks so far. Same as Widow, but we see that once you put the time in to master them, these picks can be quite effective. If anyone's played against Chad's Black Panther, they know that pick can be a menace in the right hand.
It definitely can be. Yeah, no, I always enjoy some Panthers, so I would definitely love to see that somewhere within this this draft. But yeah, so for anyone tuning in, we are doing the grand finals here for Summer of Legends 2023, and to get to this point, players had to make it through a lot up until now. So we started the tournament back in the first weekend of August, and in that time, we did a pool stage where we had 16 pools of 7 players apiece, so 112 players for this tourney. And the top 3 players from each pool made it to the bracket stage. The people who made it first place in their pool went ahead and got a bye, essentially, and guaranteed a top 32 spot, whereas the people who placed second and third in their pool would face off against other people who had placed second and third in their pools and have a preliminary bracket round where the winner would advance to that top 32 spot to play someone who had first place in a pool, and then go from there. And from that point, it was just a single elimination 32 player bracket. So we played through all those bracket rounds, and then we got to the semifinals, which were both streamed yesterday. You can catch the VODs later, either here on Twitch or on the official Unmatched Tournament YouTube channel. They'll be posted about a week or so from now. And yeah, we are going to be wrapping it up here with this grand finals stream. So for anyone who is maybe just kind of somewhat aware of Unmatched and thought this looked interesting, we have a video that we can show that kind of gives a rundown of how the game is played. So you have a bit more context for what we're going to be seeing here.
Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals.
All right, and that is a great rundown that Zero made. Again, does a lot for the community, including playing in these finals. Of course, always love to see him both playing in the tournaments as well as all the stuff he does outside of that. So yeah, Restoration Games, big shout out to them for making this awesome game. Their whole thing is that they take older games and restore them, as in their name, to be up to more modern standards and develop the systems and especially explore like more things and deeper mechanics than perhaps the originals had, while still keeping that general feel and spirit that the originals evoked and are nostalgic, of course, for people who played them in the past, but also, you know, for a whole new generation of people who are looking to play awesome games. So Unmatched itself is based off of Star Wars Epic Duels, which was an early 2000s game published by Hasbro, and I think it only ever had the one set. So Unmatched has, you know, been out for several years now and is up to almost 50 fighters on the roster. So it's come a long way since back in those Epic Duel times. But yeah, it's a ton of awesome work that the designers and everyone else on staff puts in. And in addition to the awesome work they do with the games, they also do a ton of engagement with the community. They officially sponsor these tournaments and give out prize support and whatnot. In fact, all of the players who have been on these final streams also get a unmatched set of their choice for free. And of course, the first place player will get the awesome custom trophy that you see in the intro video at the start of the stream, as well as some foil prizes for the top 16 of the tournament. And they don't just support these online tournaments, they also do a lot of in-person play, especially at conventions. I went to Gen Con. In fact, all three of us were at Gen Con and played in several of the in-person events and won a bunch of awesome foils and just got to hang out with each other and meet people in person for, at least for me, for the first time for a lot of the community. And it's just a great time. So big shout out to Restoration and all they do to make this community and this game as awesome as it is. But yeah, so the players are still drafting. I think that we will be able to get picks up shortly here. But while we are waiting, there are... Okay, so it looks like we are actually ready for picks. So we only have the room to show 5 on screen, since there are 6 picks. So we'll show the 5 for each player, and then we'll let you know what the other 2 are for each player's side in addition.
Yeah, Zero has, or had, I believe...
Looks like Robin was the other pick for Zero, and the other pick for Phantom was Alice. So yeah, Robin and Alice on each side respectively for the 6th picks. And yeah, those are actually 2 fighters that also I think fit quite well into the discussion we were talking about before. While we don't see the Beowulf, I am actually quite excited to see Alice present, because she is one that doesn't see as much play, but when you can find the spots that she's good, she has a lot of really good matchups still, and I think that she's often underrated by a lot of people, just because she was in a really rough spot and does have some consistency issues for a while. But I don't know, I feel like a lot of recent releases, especially a lot of the Marvel sets, have given her matchups that are quite solid, that perhaps are a little bit underexplored still.
I do want to shout out, there is a Black Panther and there is a Wukong.
Yep, and we see that Houdini that you love as well.
I do love to see Houdini. I think also Houdini is in a good spot here overall. Has a decent matchup into Yanenga. Does pretty good into Black Widow. Moon Knight is very even. Achilles he can have a bit of a rough time with. And Genie, of course. Houdini Genie is one of the most balanced box sets, I think. It's an incredibly even matchup and it's a lot of fun to watch.
I'd also like to point out here, which is something that I'm just noticing, is Zero got all 3 of the characters that we were talking about prior. He got Yanenga, he got Black Widow, and he got Genie. So
I'm allowing, full comfort.
Yeah, and you know, if you can line up stuff that can do well into those fighters, I can definitely see letting them through. Though I would always be a little bit worried, of course, to let Zero have those, especially of course the Yen, but the Black Widow. I mean, I think he grinded out almost 50 games with her during the latter season that she debuted, and he got a lot of experience with a lot of matchups in that ladder, and I know he's explored a lot more outside of that as well. So
and I
think he's
Widow's
probably one of the
really
best, if not the best, Widow player out there.
Widow's positioned pretty nicely here. Has pretty even matchups across the board, and because it's a fighter that a lot of players don't have a lot of experience with, I think even matchups obviously come down to a variety of factors, but experience is definitely one of them. And the fact that he's played so much with this character, and Phantom probably hasn't gotten that much practice against Widow, can definitely influence some of these games. I do think Genie is a bit scary here to keep around just because he has a few tough matchups here.
Yeah.
Luke Cage is obviously it's not fun. Let's put it that way. Genie's attacks are pretty much all threes with the exception of a couple of fours. So he just doesn't have the damage to kill Luke unless you get every combat interaction right. If one of your damage gets trash talk, then that's it. That's the game pretty much. So it's definitely not a fun one for Genie. And then Black Panther, it has a funny thing where you get one of your wishes stolen, and all of a sudden the game just looks so grim. Plus, you can put a lot of pressure, and then the Wukong matchup is very interesting. Just because it can come down to a weird fatigue kind of scenario if Genie keeps using attacking it clones every turn and tries to go for like a full value discard at the end of the game. But I do think it's still Wukong favored. So I expect we won't see Genie maybe make it to the draft.
Yeah, it might end up being the self ban.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that for sure. As cool as it would be to see Zero's 3 fighters be the Yen, Black Widow, Genie, I do think that it is probably more likely that we see the Genie self ban come through in the long run, just because of the way that the rest of the stuff lines up.
I think.
Yeah.
What do you think each one of these players is banning? Because from Zero's side, I expect to see the Wukong on here, just because you got Achilles, Moon Knight, and Genie, who can all struggle, and the Widow matchup is not as easy as it maybe would appear at first glance. Widow doesn't really have a great way to deal with the Oxforms aside from discarding her missions, and if you're discarding the missions, you're not getting the value.
Yeah.
So I expect to see the Wukong ban, and I think Luke is the other fighter that's in a really nice spot here. He does pretty good into Yen, does very good into the Genie. Is actually pretty even into Widow, just because although Widow has a lot of auto damage, Luke Cage just has enough damage to overwhelm her sometimes with commanding impacts and Misty putting pressure from range. And of course the Moon Knight and Achilles matchups are also pretty even. So I think we'll likely see Wukong and Luke Cage banned, just because the other fighters look a bit easier.
Yeah.
But what do you think is going to get banned from Zero's lineup? What do you think Phantom's banning here?
So I think if you're assuming that the Wukong ban is coming out from Zero, which is, I think you're right, almost certain at this point, you probably do not like the Achilles on his side too much. So that's probably the first thing I'd look to ban if I was Phantom. And then after that, I don't know, man. Like, there's a lot of considerations to make, especially depending on what the other ban that Zero goes for is. If you're looking at Luke Cage, like, then you start to have Yen and Robin being able to do pretty well into some of the matchups, especially that Robin into Houdini is one that we've seen become quite relevant, and the reason that Robin has been able to come back after struggling for a bit in a similar way to Sattler did. And so yeah, that's probably some of the things I'd be looking at there. As far as the other one, between those, I don't know, like, Moon Knight just has a decent spread in general, but I'd be hard pressed to maybe not get rid of one of the really good ranged fighters that Zero has, just given how much experience he has with them. Probably not the Genie like we talked about. I think that one's more likely to go the way of the self ban for Zero, but one of the other three, because he does have a lot of ranged fighters. I mean,
Yeah.
It represents 4 out of his 6 picks. So
Yeah, that's definitely. I think that definitely indicates that, that is very indicative of who Zero is as a player as well. Liking to play those long games, liking to focus on positioning, and running it out.
definitely. Well, it looks like we are going to find out here with the bans.
Oh.
All right, so we're
Ooh.
going to see that the bans that their opponents made for Phantom, Zero banned out Luke and Wukong, so kind of what we were talking about there. And then Phantom banned out actually the 2 melee fighters for Zero,
Yeah.
so letting them keep the full lineup of ranged fighters. And then the self bans were Alice, for Phantom, so a little bit disappointed we're not going to get to see her, but I think that's fair.
Well,
And then the self ban was Genie for Zero.
I think I really, I mean, that's a nice call out by Phantom with these bans, noticing that Wukong's gonna get banned, because if you're expecting these fighters, if you're expecting Wukong to get banned, Achilles and Moon Knight are definitely good to get rid of. But if you're expecting them to come through, you definitely don't ban them out. Just if you're expecting Wukong to come through, you don't ban them out because it's so good.
Yeah.
But we ended up with some really interesting lineups. I'm surprised the Yanengo was let through, but what do you think about? I can see it though, because Moon Knight and Achilles definitely bring some problems to both Houdini and Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
I think Phantom's bans were really smart, considering Ward was going to get banned from his own side.
Yeah, I agree. The majority of Phantom's roster can struggle under just raw, huge value aggression. And I think, on the other hand, his whole roster also can do pretty nicely into Yanengo, with Yanengo having no cancels. The Houdini Yanengo one, of course, is one of the modern classics. And then, you know, Winter Soldier and Black Panther both also kind of rely on getting a lot of effects in, and Yanengo can struggle to stop those effects if she can't perfectly block with no cancels. So I agree with you. I think PhantomX and PhantomX made some pretty wise bans. I think on the other hand, you know, Zeroskater getting rid of Luke Cage and Sun Wukong, I think those were solid bans, but I think he might not have been thinking about the value that the effects can pull. So I'm wondering if Zeroskater was just kind of prioritizing the bigger demon, or if he feels really confident in those kind of challenging matchups, if he really feels like he was able to grind it out enough to a point. Because I know you were talking about he grinded Black Widow so much, so maybe he feels like even in tougher matchups he can apply any of his fighters, or maybe he just was in a tough spot and had to get rid of the bigger threat.
Yeah.
The more I look at this draft, the more I like the Robin pick. I think it looks quite decent in 2 or 3 of Phantom's fighters. But Zach, could you go a bit more into detail about like why Robin does good into these fighters?
Yeah, so one thing in particular, which I always love to highlight, is the matchup with Houdini, because that's one that when Houdini first started kind of coming onto the scene and being just a really strong force in the meta, the matchup, like, if people started to they were basically forced to find like what could work well into him because he was so prevalent. And so one that I think the person who first highlighted for me might have been Chad, because he's always kind of looking for those new matchups and figuring out which works best, and it wasn't something that was super well known, and I think he ended up actually pulling it out in a bracket match at one point and having some success getting that lined up successfully. But essentially, Houdini's problem is that one of his weaknesses can be if you can aggress him a lot, because he needs cards in hand to be able to boost both his attacks, which is the more significant thing, boosting that big reveal, but also his defenses are pretty lackluster if he doesn't have the option to boost with Grand Escape. And so if you keep him low on cards and restrict his options, even though he has his own draw power, he is having to boost away pretty solid cards to get those draw effects on the boost tricks. And as a result, he can struggle quite a bit with constant pressure. And Robin is one of those fighters who can put that out in spades. Not only does he have the ability to draw a lot himself with a lot of his card effects, but he also has the hop, so he can move in, attack you even if you're forcing him like into adjacency, and then hop away even behind one of his sidekicks to make it so you can't reach him as easily. So the maneuverability plus the aggression really causes a lot of problems for Houdini, whereas normally you'd think, oh well, you know, Robin's pretty squishy, he can't block a ton, so your big effects will get through. But Houdini also has to not just die while he's trying to get those big hits off on the opponent. So I usually find it pretty favorable. Houdini also can struggle getting through 1 HP sidekicks, so the Outlaws are a pain to deal with, especially because they're highway robbery. is something that Houdini really gets annoyed by, because his cancel is on misdirect, which he wants to boost with to deal damage either to an outlaw to get into Robin or just to Robin himself. And so it just, all those things add up to making it very difficult for Robin to deal with. As far as Winter Soldier, you run into a similar problem where just constant aggression can be an issue, especially since you don't have a ton of big blocks. And so if you're in this position where you don't have your either complete the mission or the uh, why am I
Born in the Dark?
the 5? No, it's the 5.
Oh, it's fine. Reflex memories.
Yes, reflex memories. If you don't have either of those, something like Hunter's Eye starts to really hurt. And then again, if you don't have your feints handy, then the outlaws are going to cause you problems as well. So again, problems with the aggression that Robin can put out. And honestly, it's a similar type of thing for Panther as well. I think Panther probably has the best matchup out of those three, just from what I would assume on the surface, just because Robin is scared of those really big hits. But again, between the outlaws and the aggression he can put out, again, could cause some issues, especially if he can force Panther into a spot where he's winning in exhaustion, which is not something Robin normally does.
It's gonna be tough though, because even with Panther boosting a lot, Robin does still draw a ton of cards, and that plus the steals is definitely gonna be a bit of an issue. I'm very curious about the Robin Hood Winter Soldier one, just because I imagine Born in the Barracks can have a lot of value in the matchup, right? If Winter Soldier manages to get some healing from it, then stuff could start getting a little dicey. So definitely. I think Winter Soldier might be an interesting one. I think Black Panther, as you point out, is probably the biggest. I think Houdini's very well positioned in this draft, aside from Robin Hood, and I also think Black Panther's pretty well positioned. But again, it depends on how much practice Phantom has had in these matchups, because the Yenenga one and the Black Widow one are not easy matchups for Panther.
Yeah.
They're very, very winnable, but you have to be sure to know how to play them, because Black Panther has a lot of nuance to him that is maybe not apparent on the surface, because you have to keep a very close eye on your deck count to make sure you don't exhaust yourself by boosting too much.
Yeah, and that is relevant, because it looks like we are going to have the first matchup here, which is going to be Black Widow versus Black Panther. So a set within, or a matchup within the set itself, and we'll get going with deck highlights, starting with Black Widow here. And Connor, if you want to take this one, feel free.
Sure. So Black Widow has countless missions in her deck, which essentially are schemes, which when she plays one, as long as she completes its required effect to be played, she gets to dig through her deck and recover the next one. And this fighter, as we've mentioned several times, is one of John Lavelle Zeroskater's absolute favorites. He grinded this character for weeks and weeks, and so he definitely knows it's like the back of his hand. We see the Moscow Protocol. It is a card that will start in your hand as a 6th card. Generally, this card isn't too incredible. It requires that an opposing fighter took damage this turn. So, of course, you need to hurt somebody, and all you get is a nice card and gained action. So this is sometimes a safe boost at the start of the game just to kind of get in there and get things rolling, especially if you've drawn other missions that you can go for. Or sometimes you really are feeling desperate and you feel like your missions might be pretty deep, and you do go for it for some card draw and action game, but again, the effect isn't too incredible. An example of a more notable mission which could occur is the Kinshasa Directive, which only requires Black Widow be in her starting space, and it allows her to have an opponent discard 2 cards. Now, you might be thinking, there's only 1 copy of this mission, which makes this like, even though 2 discards is a lot, it's like the Genie's 3 wishes, it seems irrelevant. We see directly below, we have Acting Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. from Maria Hill, Black Widow's sidekick. And with 3 copies of that, she can recur this Kinshasa Directive up to 3 times, giving Black Widow 8 discards, not including her other mission, which also allows for some choice discard. So Maria Hill as a sidekick is definitely very relevant, which can be seen to the card to the left of Acting Director. Double Identity, which allows Black Widow and Maria Hill to tank for each other. So it's going to be pretty difficult to kill Maria Hill with that 4-value block as Black Panther, especially if Black Widow is switching in and out for her. We see in the top right also Caught in a Web, which could be relevant against some of Black Panther's cards, which Rob and put in his Vibranium suit. We see Caught in a Web. which just cancels all after combat effects, which in some matchups is basically useless. But in this matchup, it could be very relevant with Black Panther having a plethora of cards which after combat steal from his opponent. So Black Widow, all in all, ranged, somewhat low health, but decent enough blocks. And the real thing to think about is the missions. The missions make Black Widow's playstyle very high skill ceiling, and I think that's kind of perfect for zeroskatr because he's definitely a low risk, high skill ceiling chess match type player. So I think if he can manage Maria Hill well enough, which I'm sure he will with his high quantity of practice, this matchup could go pretty nicely for him.
Definitely. All right, and let's go on to Black Panther, and I don't think it'll be any surprise, and I'll let you take this one, Mateo.
Of course. So Black Panther's whole kit revolves around his ability, which allows him to store and use cards in his vibranium suit. He can steal cards from his opponent's deck and use them to boost his own cards or his movement. So the first two cards we're gonna see, first, the left side, Analyze and Adjust is an any card, which means it can be used by Shuri, which is a ranged sidekick, which is important in matchups where you might not get as easy an access to the opposing fighter, because both Widow and Maria are ranged. Analyze Adjust, after combat, it reveals the top card and, steals it away. That's a very good card, but Widow has effectively 5 cards that can cancel this effect. Same with Ancestral Insight. There are 5 effective feints between the Widow's Bite, I believe it was the 3-value after combat cancel, and the feints.
Caught in a web.
Caught in a web, yeah. So there's a lot of ways to cancel those, but there's no way to cancel what is effectively one of the most defining cards in Black Panther's deck, which is Shuri's unique scheme, which is Tactical Remote Scanning, which just allows you to steal the top 2 cards of their deck. Nothing they can do about it. You just yoink them and have them for your own use. Other than that, the big finisher in Black Panther's deck is Wakanda Forever, which says during combat you may boost this card up to 2 times. Now, if you manage to steal 2 missions, for example, that card could potentially go up to an 11 value attack, which is crazy. It can pretty much just one-shot Black Widow or her sidekick. This matchup from Black Panther's side is very interesting because it is very dynamic. Depending on what cards you steal and what you manage to get in your Vibranium suit, you might not want to boost, you might want to play for exhaustion. If you manage to get a couple of those acting directors, a shield and a scheme, for example. But you could also just try and rush Widow down with damage if you have those Wakanda Forevers and you get those missions on your discard. So you have to choose whether you want to keep those missions away, because if you have them locked up in your Vibranium suit, Black Widow cannot recur them with acting director or shield, right? So that allows you some options to modify how Black Widow is going to be playing. So it is definitely a matchup that is very even and very skill intensive for both sides. I think Widow's game plan is a bit more simple. I think Black Panther has to be adjusting at any time, depending on what he hits on his discards. He has to choose whether he wants to go full aggro or wants to maybe try and reach for that exhaustion game plan.
Yeah, I think all great points. The map bans are in. They are Raptor Paddock and Sanctum Sanctorum. I don't know if we went over it before, but Phantom was indeed the follower. Zero was the leader, meaning that Phantom will have the map choice in the first game. So yeah, Zero banning out Sanctum and Raptor Paddock, both very close maps, ones that Panther likes quite a bit, in a big part because of the stalking Panther, letting him get around and get those double attacks potentially. And we also have the map pick, so we'll look at that real quick. It's going to be T-Rex Paddock. So yeah, this is another map that has it's a pretty small map overall. The players do start quite far away from each other at the beginning, but once you get kind of centered on this map, you can reach your opponent pretty easily. Those dual spots in the middle of the map are what I'll often refer to as traveler spots. It's something for Moon Knight where it's within 4 spaces of most spots, so that won't quite let Stalking Panther reach, but there are plenty of positionings you can make, especially if you're utilizing Shuri's range when necessary, because she can throw out some decent attacks as well to get around. So definitely makes sense on the pick here. What are you guys' general thoughts on it and how each fighter wants to kind of navigate this one?
Yeah, I mean, T-Rex Paddock, there's no special effect, there's no Raptor Paddock arrows, no secret passages, so it's gonna be a pretty clean brawl. But I do think this makes sense as a map pick, just because although there's nothing special to really disadvantage a ranged fighter into a melee fighter, it definitely is somewhat tight. So it could definitely offer some nice opportunities to kind of scuffle around and prevent your opponent from being able to slip too far away, especially with a 3-move fighter like Black Panther.
I think there's a couple of things to say here. First, I'm a bit disappointed. I was kind of hoping we'd get a helicarrier just so we'd be playing King and Country.
Yeah.
But I think T-Rex Paddock is a very good map, not just because of its tightness, but because how easy it is to protect that second starting space. If you're a Black Panther, you can pretty easily keep Widow away or force her to boost with some very high values in order to get to that space, as long as you're, blocking the entrances properly. And she really needs to get into those spaces to be able to use some of her missions. She doesn't have them available unless she gets to the opponent's starting space.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, especially because the one that requires you to be on your opponent's starting space is the one that deals 2 damage to each of their fighters, which is a really good way to get some damage on Shuri early on and try to take her out before those remote scannings come into play and let her take your cards, which might also be the missions, which, in addition to taking away the value that you'd get from playing them, are also 4 value boosts, which can make that
Yeah.
Wakanda extremely scary. So another quick thing that I want to note, though, from the Widow side is, especially because Moscow lets you boost so much on the first turn if you want, so you don't overdraw and also start putting pressure on your opponent. The second player starting space is somewhere that if the opponent goes for it on this map, you can kind of corral the opponent. And not only is that something that Widow likes doing in general, but it's something that Zero in particular likes using as a strategy with a lot of fighters, both Yen and Widow, but especially Widow. So we'll see exactly how he's able to take advantage of that potentially. But as long as Phantom can weather that storm early on, I think that the map is going to have a lot of good tools for Panther in the long run.
Yeah, and Widow, the other thing is, has quite a few high value attacks, and Shuri does not really have a good way of dealing with high value attacks.
Yes.
So
this is true.
if Shuri dies before Black Panther gets any schemes off, it's very bad. If Shuri gets at least one scheme off, then we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, for sure. All right.
Yeah, in this matchup, both sidekicks are very valuable to both fighters being able to use their full arsenal.
Definitely. All right,
It's
and I
gonna be
think
very
we
interesting.
are ready to get into Vorpal here, so let's get into the action.
We'll see if Zero's luck continues from yesterday. We saw some very good discards and stuff going on. So
Ooh, all right, and we're gonna see
Double
both players
mulligan.
mulligan from the get-go here. So
No surprise
neither one
from,
loving their opening
A
hand.
mulligan man.
no surprise from Mulligan. Not a big surprise for Panther either.
Yeah.
Panther's flowchart is very simple. Do you have Shuri scheme? No, Mulligan.
Yeah, the thing that's probably scariest when playing against Panther is seeing him flip that keep mulligan card into being keep. You're
Oh.
like, well, I know how
Well,
this is
that's
gonna
2
go.
cards gone. That's
Yep.
2 cards gone. Nothing you can do about it.
It's always a little bit of a sigh of relief seeing that mulligan.
Yeah,
Another thing that I'd like to just note early on is there's going to be a lot of interesting interactions. Connor making a great point how both sidekicks are very vital to the opponent's strategy, and Maria, despite only having 6 health, is a pretty beefy sidekick to take down just because a lot of the different tools that Widow has to help mitigate damage within the deck. But of course, the one way that Panther could put out a lot of damage, especially if he can get some of those high boost steals early on, is doing a Wakanda Forever. And the only way either Maria or Widow has to completely stop that is Feint. For Widow, there'll actually be a mind game at some point with Caught in a Web, because that is good against the cards that steal cards into the suit, but it's really bad against Wakanda because it's just a blank 3 in that case. So against Maria, that won't be as much of a concern. It's more, do you have the Feint? Because, I mean, you could do the swap, but if you're swapping Widow into a Wakanda with a blank 3,
Oh,
that
that's
seems
dangerous.
pretty dangerous. I think you would do it if you
Depending
absolutely
on the
need Maria
discard
to
power thing.
live. Yeah, if you absolutely need Maria to live and she hasn't gotten a ton of value yet, I could see taking that hit on Widow if absolutely necessary, but you're going to want to avoid it if possible.
I mean, if there's a mission in Black Panther suit, I'd be very scared. You're
Yeah,
taking
no,
at least
yeah.
you could potentially take 7.
Yeah, and that's just too much. So, if possible, Zero's going to want to try to avoid that. So, we'll see exactly how he manages to do so. But we are going to see an attack here. It looks like it'll be interesting to see whether it's from Widow or Maria. Or actually, he did move
No, it
Maria
has to
back,
be
so
from
it
Widow.
will be from Widow now. Yeah, he was
I
initially
imagine it's
looking.
into Shuri as well.
Yeah. And a really good card here is the Widow's Bite, because I don't think Shuri has a way to stop that outside of Feint. And
Yeah.
indeed, we do see the Widow's Bite. So the only way that Shuri can stop this effect is with Feint, and in that case, she's taking 2, so I think Zero would be plenty happy with that as well.
Would
We
love
see the
to have
Cat-like
some-
reflexes, so 1 damage. Cat-like will not get its after combat since it did not win, and then Phantom will have to choose and discard a card from hand to Widow's Bite.
Let's see the discard.
Ooh,
Ooh, that's a rough
wow.
discard.
Yeah.
I wonder what his hand. I mean, he probably has at least one scheme in there for sure. Then probably like a Wakanda Forever, maybe.
Yeah.
And maybe he has
Maybe he
both
has
schemes.
multiple analyzes, maybe has an ancestral in there somewhere. But
Yeah.
yeah, that is a unfortunate discard.
Curious that he didn't push Shuri away. Maybe go into some defense.
And we also see now Phantom corralling Zero, so he pulled the little Uno reverse card on him here. But still,
If he
Widow will
does have
probably have
those,
decent amount of options.
problem is even if he does have those Wakanda Forevers in hand, it's a bit hard to use them without any cards in your Vibranium suit because you're just digging super far into your deck using a ton of resources.
Yeah. It's a bit of a situation here where there's a bit of a standoff between the sidekicks. It's like, well, if you go for my sidekick, I'm positioned to go against your sidekick.
Oof.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
if Shuri dies here, it's doomed.
Yeah, that's best case scenario
I'm very
I mean, other
curious to why
than it going undefended,
Yeah.
that is best case scenario for.
I'm
for Zero
wondering
there.
why Shuri wasn't boosted away.
Yeah, maybe just
I
doesn't
mean-
have the cards. But I mean, it's the nice thing about Panther, of course, is the ability is whenever you boost, including boosting your movement, but of course also boosting your combat cards that allow you to do so. You're drawing, so as long as you have really anything that can get Shuri out of there, it's a little bit surprising that we wouldn't see it.
Wow.
Because Panther would replace the card, it's not even going down in card advantage like you would be worried about otherwise.
I'm surprised to see a maneuver there. I'm surprised Zero didn't want to try and kill Shuri there. I mean, because even if you're expecting a defense, the most it could be was a 3. So I don't know. Could have put Shuri down to 1 there. I mean, if Phantom has one of the schemes, I'd just throw it out. Because if Shuri gets no schemes, this game is very rough.
Yeah.
And if you don't have it, just boost away.
Yep, we are going to see one of the schemes here.
No,
Oh no, it's an
it's an
attack.
attack.
It is an attack, okay.
Oh.
Attacking Maria here. Yeah, I saw the card go in the
Wow,
middle, I'm like,
with
oh,
no
you know, this
cards
is
in
probably
the
just...
suit.
Yeah.
I'm very shocked by this. I'm curious as to why he isn't like trying to keep Shuri alive as much.
I could maybe see this being an ancestral onto Maria, because if it gets fainted, you do 2 damage to her, so you're pretty happy with that.
I
He
think
doesn't
this is
really want to
Wakanda
play
Forever.
Director right now.
I think this is Wakanda Forever.
Okay, just maybe going for
I think
it.
he's just ripping it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the
We'll
question
have
is,
to
if you
see.
have a Director, do you go for it for the max value block?
I don't know. You're not getting a good mission back.
Yeah,
and
you're
those
only
are,
getting
like,
back
really
to
important.
Moscow, which is not
Yeah.
great. But maybe because you've done so much to Shuri so far,
Yeah,
don't
I think
mind-
it's fine.
Yeah, you don't mind just getting back. I mean, it does put another 4 in your deck for the steals, which is a little scary.
Well, but I
But-
mean, the steals are not going to be coming through. Sure, he dies.
Yeah, no, it's true. And we already did see one analyze and adjust
Yeah.
used for discard. So
Looks like a tough hand for Phantom, maybe.
yeah.
Although, I think it's interesting, even with a tough hand, like the most important thing is keeping Shuri alive. Because again, the Shuri scheme effectively gives you 3 cards of advantage. Just because it's a pass and it steals 2 away from your opponent's deck. So it is really, really important to keep Shuri alive. I'm very surprised. I mean, if Widow has another sting, Shuri's just gone here.
Yeah, we did see a pretty good interaction though for Black Panther, having the Vibranium Shockwave fainted, much better than having Wakanda fainted, and now there's only 2 faints remaining. Of course, it does mean that Maria doesn't take any damage here, which she would have potentially otherwise, depending on what Panther chose to boost with if she blocked with something else. But
Overall,
yeah,
I think
overall,
okay.
yeah, I think overall you definitely got the better side of that if you were Phantom.
Panther, yeah, I mean, another thing too is even with, even if things go very bad for Phantom, Black Panther. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, Shuri lives.
Yep.
That's
that'll
the-
block.
Whatever. Shuri just has to stay alive. That's the big thing here. You're gonna need at least one of those schemes, otherwise this matchup is super. You're definitely coming up uphill battle if you don't get at least one of those off.
not
Seeing a
gonna miss
defense
her.
gone is good for Panther at least though.
Yep.
Very hard to get zero precision in the way where it's hard to get Shuri out of attack range without even with a double maneuver.
Yeah, really
You
good
don't get out of
positioning here
range,
from-
so it's gonna have to
from Zero.
boost. Yeah, very good positioning. 'Cause
And this-
yeah, there's no easy way to get Shuri out. Phantom realizing that right now.
Yeah, this map I think was supposed to be pretty helpful for Panther as a melee fighter, but with Widow being so aggressive and really just demolishing Shuri, it seems like the compactness of this map is kind of favoring Zeroskater right now, letting him just angle at a point where, especially because he's ranged, he can just keep getting in there. And with PhantomX not being able to really adequately protect Shuri in the early game, it's going to be pretty rough. And Mateo, as you've been saying, with that scheme going off, it's going to be very hard. So Mateo, I'm
And
wondering,
attacking-
do you think that Phantom is just going to keep playing passive until he can get a scheme, or do you think he needs to attack to hold off Black Widow?
I think judging by the way he's playing, he's gonna try and kill Maria as soon as possible. I fully expect this to be perhaps just be the Wakanda. I think he's just trying to get rid of Maria Heal as fast as possible. Ooh, analyze and adjust. That's a good interaction.
Yep. So
Um,
doesn't really get any value here. I mean, the swap could still be nice. Actually, the swap does let Widow
swap is
attack
nice.
Shuri. But you don't mind seeing this go into something that wouldn't
if you
be doing
attack
any
Shuri,
damage.
you're down with 2 cards in hand, and Black Panther. If there's one thing Black Panther's good at, is keeping up hand advantage. Only thing to worry about is the mission, right? If he has the mission that draws him 5 cards, then
Yeah, an absolutely
right.
disgusting sequence right now for Zero would be an attack into Shuri. Something like the 5, I think, just guarantees
Yeah.
that she dies. So best case scenario for Widow now is
Shuri dies.
attack
You
with
play
the
the scheme.
5 into Budapest, and that would just be a complete blowout, I feel.
Yeah, well, but maneuvers, right?
We just
I mean,
maneuvers though.
Phantom breathes a sigh of relief.
Yep. It's still nice for Widow because it still gives her the option to attack here, which she would not
I
have
think
been
she's
able to do
going
without boosting if she hadn't swapped. So
I think she definitely wants to go for an attack here.
yeah,
Because killing Shuri is very important. Although, ooh, this is gonna be interesting. Definitely going for an attack here, just by the positioning. Not the greatest deal for Black Panther.
yeah.
It's
Only a
good-
2 boost. It's a defense, which is nice, and a defense that can even stop the double attack after a stalking Panther.
Mhm.
But it's not like one of those missions, which is really what you're looking for.
It's not what you'd love to see, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Even a Director of Shield is pretty nice, of course.
mhm.
Double maneuver here, so not being able to keep up that.
All right,
aggression
that's
is
good for Panther.
Yeah.
I think Panther needs some breathing room, and can put Shuri pretty far. Can put Shuri in a good enough spot. Zero
Zero
trying
Skater-
to consider, how to.
I was trying to cut you off. I think Zero Skater right now is more worried about the hand advantage than killing Shuri fast, because even though those schemes are pretty intimidating, if Panther spends actions on those schemes with only 4 cards in hand, he's going to be in a rough situation when Zero Skater can maneuver in and then start really spamming attacks from range. So I think Zero Skater, at this point in the game, thinks that as long as he can get a little bit of hand advantage, and even if Panther pops a scheme, that would put him at a pretty substantial hand advantage, and that could really set him up for some nice stuff, especially as Maria Hill's so healthy and Widow's so healthy right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Panther can always build up that hand if he wants to, just by sheer force of. Ooh, wow. Stalking
Okay.
Panther in.
Okay.
This is not what I was expecting. This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think this is?
This really could be anything, because I don't know if he feel comfortable throwing a Ancestors with only 2 cards left in hand.
Yeah, no, and Widow has quite a few ways to block.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't like
Oh.
that. Widow has a
Let's
lot
go
of ways to
for
block
it.
an Ancestor.
I think Phantom is going for that kind of playstyle we talked about that he applied yesterday, the kind of aggressive, uncanny approach. And I think Zero Skater is pretty locked in with Black Widow, and it's not going as Phantom hoped.
Yeah, I think if you want to go for that playstyle as Black Panther, you have to boost a lot more than he's going for.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you want to go full aggressive and overwhelm Black Widow, you absolutely can. You just have to boost a lot more to cycle through your bad cards to get your good ones.
You make a good point, Mateo, and I think another big part about any matchup is when you're playing aggressively, you need to be in a situation where you can play aggressive. I don't think that was the right time to go in when he went down to 3 after scheming, and then attacked down to so few cards in hand, especially with Zero Skater obviously playing to have hand advantage.
I think he likely has a evade in hand, Phantom, because otherwise I don't think you position Shuri the way he just did. Because you're scared of Maria attacking. Because this is gonna be interesting. Phantom not digging for those steals, instead choosing to go for some more attacks. So we'll have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, the nice thing is, of course, at this point that Budapest is not an immediate concern, so being at a lower hand count here doesn't matter for that at the moment. But another thing I would like to note is Maria's currently camping on the second player's starting spot, which is going to result in, if Widow can find the mission that does 2 damage to each opposing fighter, if she's in that second starting spot, it's going to just wipe out Shuri from where she currently sits without having to rely on any more combat interactions.
So Zach, I know that you're very familiar with kind of Zero Skater as a player, so I'm wondering, if you're in Zero Skater's shoes, which of your missions do you think is most valuable? Which mission are you going to prioritize digging for, mulliganing for, and trying to play most frequently?
In Sasha, the discard one. He loves opening with that. It is one of the better openings you can have with Widow, because it means that you don't have to boost in to avoid the overdraw on the first turn. You can just play that mission and then maneuver afterwards. And not only have you put your opponent down to 3 cards before they even get a turn, but you're up on 7 cards and still have Moscow to boost in on the following turn, and they're going to still be down on hand count even if they double maneuver. So Kinsasha is super valuable, really ties into that value game that Zero loves going for, especially with a fighter like this. And then after that, I think in the spots where it is where it works to play it out, Budapest is one that is getting it can just entirely swing games when you were otherwise even. Of course, it's not one that you're going to recur too often with Maria, since you don't want to really be playing more than 1 draw 5 in a game most of the time. But just having that big swing turn with it can be super valuable. As far as the other one to recur, the one that deals 2 to everyone, I think that might be Madripoor. That one is also pretty solid. So those are the 2 that I think you recur most often with. I think personal preference for John, especially if he doesn't absolutely need the extra auto damage in the matchup, being the Kinshasa.
I think this is a very interesting spot because I think he probably goes into that spot, into that starting space, maybe having Kinshasa and planning to play it. Another thing that could be interesting is a swap into Mad Report. Right?
Oh, that would be so good. Oof, and this is not
Oof.
the interaction that you want to see. This is the one that we were talking about before. So, Caught in a Web will not do anything to cancel Wakanda since it is a Deering combat effect.
And that's good damage.
Yeah, we're going to see the Widow's line and the Shuri Nano Triage heal use. So, a 7-value attack into essentially a blank 3, so 4 damage to Widow, which is a lot of her health.
And we see Kinshasa played, yeah.
Yep, there's Kinshasa.
I think that was the plan all along. We'll see what the discards.
Okay.
Discarding another Nano Triage and an Anti-Metal Claw.
Yeah, nothing.
Anti-Metal Claws is not that good in this matchup. Widow doesn't have high values on her defenses or attacks usually, so. Ooh, we're gonna see a lot of deck here.
Yep.
Oh wow, that's. I mean.
Wow.
Oh wow, that's full intel pretty much. That's full intel. That's crazy. Okay, I think Phantom
unless there's one in hand, there could be another mission in hand.
That's a lot of intel. I think Phantom has to take a minute here. Look to the discard.
That's unfortunate to say the least.
I think. All right, I think Phantom has got to take a minute here. Yeah, let's do it.
Not happy about this.
Phantom should definitely use some time here. This is a lot of free info, a lot of it. Yeah, take it is gonna take this discard pile apart. Make sure that everything, you know. Wow.
And while Phantom takes some time to dig through that revealed deck, I think we might be having the 4th commentator, Baked Goods Taylor, making an appearance eventually.
Ooh. Very nice, very nice.
There's something that could be interesting here. There's no block for Maria.
Yeah,
aside from a feint.
That's big, for sure.
The only thing Maria can block with is a feint.
Yeah, it's possible that it is possible that feint's still one of the 2 in deck, because again there could be more schemes in hand.
Yeah.
But it is likely that there's probably a feint in hand. And yeah, but nothing else though for Maria. So that's a big bit of knowledge there for Phantom. That is of course the downside of Black Widow and how you have to reveal her mission or her deck when finding a mission. And yeah, we'll see exactly how much that comes into play here. But that's definitely one of the spots that you want to be in from the opponent's side when she goes searching for a mission, because the more deck info you can get and know at least what she doesn't immediately have in hand, the better. Yeah, and we also see that the directors are not ready to come in right away, and we also know that with the Budapest being the scheme being found, if the other 2 missions were still in the deck, then it's going to be hard to find those without just drawing into them naturally.
So Mateo, I know you've been talking about just how valuable Shuri's schemes are, and looking at the current game state, let's say you're in Phantom X's shoes. How quickly do you want to play that scheme? The reason I ask is because although it's easy for him to draw a lot of cards quickly, right now the state he's in, it looks like he's kind of on the back foot in terms of hand count. So do you think if you're Phantom X, you go right for it just to set yourself up, or do you think at this point you need to actually wait a few moments and kind of build a back of a hand before dropping it?
I mean, Shuri's gonna die soon, so I like to see it played. Even if you have to take some damage on Panther. It's certainly an interesting call. Especially because you know all 3 directors are on deck. If you manage to steal those, that's huge value, because not only is it a 3 boost, it's also one of, you know, the best cards for Widow. So I know I would love to see it played. I would also like to see maybe like if you draw badly, if you draw into a regroup or something, just boosting it away immediately.
Yeah.
Just to cycle to get your good cards. Because At this, the scheme is interesting at this point because I don't think Panther has an exhaustion-ish game plan here unless he steals like 2 directors. I don't think he can really go for that.
Yeah. The nice thing for Maria, we did mention that no defenses except a potential feint available for her. Because Panther was all the way on the other side of the board, she's not taking any immediate aggression, which is going to give Zero some time to draw into some defenses for her potentially, or just get her into a better spot. Take some more heat with Black Widow, though. Widow, after having taken that big hit, does have to be careful with their health at this point in time.
It's also nice that Shuri can kind of be confident next to Maria because at least she didn't immediately have the directors.
Yeah.
So no really big attacks.
Yeah, you're kind of almost using Maria as your own body blocker.
Yeah, no,
which is funny. The other thing to note as well is even if Shuri does go down, at the very least, those schemes that she has are 3-value boosts. So if nothing else, they are pretty good to boost up Wakanda, and potentially the Vibranium Shockwave just becoming a 5 can be pretty solid too. Of course, you'd rather use them to take cards from your opponent's deck, particularly if you can hit those missions.
I do want to say something funny. If you hit 2 missions and you block with and you block with a 3, Widow could just die.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is yeah. That's
scary amount of burst damage potential from Panther in this matchup if you manage to steal any of those missions away. So we'll have to see if it comes through.
I am a bit surprised to see Shuri is not just getting killed at this point. John did pretty good in the early game to get her pretty low, and now he has 7 cards in hand.
Yeah, we did see the 5 still in the deck. We saw the 4 still in there too, not just the Maria ones, but the Widow's Bites. So it might just be a situation where he doesn't have great options to aggress her, which I'm sure that if he had those cards, because I mean, like, if he finds the 5, I think that's just guaranteed, right? Like, there's nothing.
Yeah, if he finds the 5,
Shuri can do to stop that. She can potentially stop the 4s if she has one of the 3-value blocks, but that's about it. Maria is going to attack, so gonna see whether she drew into a director here or is maybe doing a fake out to try to get a defense from Shuri. If Shuri makes the right call and just takes it here and it does the 1, then that's nice, though it does mean she is dead to a 4 on a later turn. Okay, it is the fake out, so it's going to be a draw for Widow and an action gain. A draw from Shuri for the evade.
I mean, the draw there could be important.
Looks like we might see Maria attack again.
Yeah, I think
she drew into a director. That's huge here.
If Shuri goes down here, I think Panther has to switch to just going full aggro on Widow.
Yeah,
I agree.
And that's where the swaps become really valuable, especially if Maria can tank like a huge Wakanda at some point.
Yeah, I think this is where Shuri goes down. Ooh,
does have the cat.
As a block, that's huge.
Sticks around.
Problem is, Widow could Kinsasha again next turn.
Yeah.
No, actually no. It isn't two-handed, it's 2 deck. But
yeah, it is to the deck, but
can go back to the. Yeah,
he could also maneuver, draw it, and then play it.
If that happens, that just feels so bad.
Yeah, that would be pretty unlucky.
Getting Kinsasha back is definitely very big, though. Especially at these deck counts. I don't know. This is looking really rough for Panther right now.
Yeah. So what I'm wondering from both of you is we keep talking about the value of Shuri she has to the game, but on the other hand, Maria Hill. I feel like if Panther doesn't do something but Maria Hill at some point, then it's gonna be a total nightmare. To quote Bryden, it'll be a clown fiesta. If Maria Hill can really get all of her versatiles off and give Widow that many discards or that much auto damage or a combination, and Shuri's down with minimal value, I don't see many outs.
I think at this point, Black Panther's already dug his grave. He's dug his hole now. Because he's already used the Wakandas on Widow. He's already used a lot of pressure on Widow. At this point, switching, I think, could be counterproductive. I think it's likely. I don't see a world where you kill Maria before she gets her other directors off.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't think Panther has the damage to get that done. Especially because they're versatile. If they were reds, that's a different topic. But because you can block for 4, I think she's definitely gonna get some use out of them.
So Mateo, I know you talked about if Shuri dies, Panther needs to go full aggro, but seeing as Panther has 3 cards in hand and Shuri's at 1 health, do you think at this point he needs just to give up on the Shuri route and just go all in right now?
I know it's a tough call for sure. Thing is, it's really high boost values you're giving up by not using the scheme, right? Because using the scheme does get you really good boosts.
Yeah. The other, so we see Zero here just really contemplating on this director movement, because positioning at this point is very valuable. And so I think the big thing he's considering is if Panther does go for aggression, like what is his best option for where he wants his 2 fighters.
Yeah.
Because even though Panther only has 3 cards, of course he can keep hand count up if he boosts, and if he can get a big turnoff here, it's huge.
There's still a world where like I like the if Shuri manages to get both schemes off by some miracle, there's a world where that's good, but I think that is unlikely to say the least.
We saw Phantom really hoping to top deck the Shuri scheme. Looks like he didn't, but he is boosting here the movement, which will let him get another shot at it. So he's gonna boost away a feint. There's honestly not much that you want to feint when Widow attacks. It's more just it's more just Maria with the director. So yeah, feint definitely probably one of the more reasonable cards to boost with. And I think he since he's not immediately played it, I guess he didn't draw into it because it looked like he maybe was excited, but also could have just been frustrated not finding it. And yeah, not finding either of the 2 Shuri schemes with only 10 cards left in deck is pretty unfortunate.
It can happen when you're playing Panther, you know?
Yeah.
You're really dependent on those cards. Same with like Genie, for example. You're really dependent on those couple of cards. If you don't find them, then it's a rough day. Going for an attack here.
I imagine it's Panther on the Widow. It is possible for sure to attack Maria, but I don't really see
I think it's Panther.
a situation where that's happening. So yeah, I would expect Panther on the Widow.
What's up, legends?
Oh.
Hey, what is up? We got
right on time.
Well, yes, we got a wild bait. Good showing up. How you doing, Taylor?
Hey,
Right.
fashionably late.
Well, I'm a little groggy. I'm surprised that Zero has Robin Hood.
It's true. It's true.
Hey, a little groggy, but here, and that's what counts. Rounding out our quad commentator cast here is the one and only sandwich maker extraordinaire, Baked Goods, aka Taylor.
Did you wake up in a cold sweat when you felt a disturbance in the force with Panther being played on stream?
Yes. I said if someone wins with Panther and does what I could not do against mitosis.
Panther, I think Panther is gonna get a win here. Not this match, not this match, but I think he can get a win here. Although, if this is like a Wakanda and Widow picks the wrong block, then
yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, so Anti-Metal Claw is going to be a 3.
I think getting a couple damage is valuable here.
And gonna boost with another 2, so that's going to be just 1 damage.
Yeah.
But any little bit can help, especially because of that big hit that Widow took earlier. She's down to 7 now.
And I think boosting away that to cycle the cards is also good.
Yeah, you're not really worried about the Shockwave actually getting played, so a fine boost for sure.
9 cards left in deck for Panther. I don't think he can afford to play the schemes anymore. I think at this point those schemes are more used for the 3 boosts.
Yeah, I could see that.
I'm wondering what John's waiting for to kill Shuri. Maybe he's just waiting for some really good value for a mission.
Shuri's gonna die here. Shuri's
yeah,
but
I feel like Shuri's been alive for too long.
Well, if she doesn't get the schemes, it doesn't really matter if she's alive. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Phantom is just scared to play a scheme because it'll put him at so few cards in hand. while he's
No,
in his own
I
opponent.
definitely don't think that's the
We're gonna
case.
see a boost with Budapest, getting Maria more out of danger. Also, at this point, not really looking to play that anymore at this stage in the game. Not really in a spot to do it with hand size, but also probably not wanting to draw 5 at this stage with how the decks are looking. The Widow is just gonna have the advantage of having the exhaustion.
Yeah,
And
just
is
choosing
going to
to-
play
yeah.
the Mad Report now. So it's going to be 2 damage to both Shuri and Panther.
Ooh, okay. Seeing a feint there is pretty big. We see a feint and a Widow's Kiss, which are two of the very good defenses that...
Yeah, so the other Widow's
Widow's
Kiss and then one of the 2 remaining feints. We see a Director as well.
Problem is the swap
Then the
could still
5
be
and the
in...
4.
Swap could be in hand, and that's problematic.
Yep.
But yeah, at this point, it's full aggro on Widow. Boost in with whatever you get. Because another thing to consider, that kind of stuff through regroups in deck, and that does not feel good.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? That's the best card in the game.
I agree, just not in this scenario.
If you could get a regroup into a feint though and clear the way for your Wakandas, that could be pretty nice.
Yeah, if you manage to get another high value Wakanda, it gets very, very scary for Widow very quickly.
Yeah. I think at this point, Widow's best block is probably just the identity to swap, because
Yeah,
even
for
a
sure.
Wakanda is gonna struggle to kill over. a
Well, just
3,
drop
like,
both Shuri
to
schemes that he
Maria.
clearly has in hand.
I mean, if he did have both Shuri schemes, that would be able to do it over an identity swap for Maria, but that's about it. Yeah, the downside for Panther is like he's
I think
running
we're gonna
out of
see-
stuff. He still has 2 Wakandas.
He has two
which are gonna
Wakandas,
be,
which is huge.
yeah, that's gonna be where the game hinges for sure.
Ooh, swap into Wakanda, I think. I think if this is a Wakanda, this is going to be really rough.
We do see the double identity.
Let's see what the attack is.
He's letting the suspense build.
It is indeed a
Ooh.
Wakanda. So
He's going to
Zero
swap
have
for sure.
Yeah, he's gonna have to decide on the swap now, but I think
He's
you
gonna
almost.
swap.
I don't
Yeah,
really
there's
see
no
how you
reason
can
not
not
to swap.
swap.
You can't afford not to swap. You take too much
Yeah.
damage if you don't swap.
Yeah. The only way Maria dies is if there's 2/3 boost used here, which is possible. Still has
If you have the analyze and adjust, you throw it out for sure.
Yeah.
If you have like an analyze and it's just a scheme, I think that's really, really good.
Yeah. All right, Zero saying he doesn't think Phantom has it. Let's see.
I mean,
it's still better going to Maria.
even if you think you have, even if you think he has it, he still swaps every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. I think if you have it, you go for it every single time. I think he doesn't have it.
Yeah, because if he does have it, like, you can't go down to 1 on Widow, because then you're actually just gonna be dead to a bunch of stuff. Like, I mean, sure, if you swap at the perfect
No,
time,
then Wakanda
even
just...
if you feint, yeah, even if you feint Wakanda, you have to swap with the other one. If Maria doesn't go in here, so yeah, you don't want to be taking, because even like if he has it, that's worst case. But even if he doesn't, like if you don't do the swap, you know, you're taking probably at least 4 damage, if not more.
Yeah, no, swapping was
and that's
definitely
just
the right choice.
not doable at this point.
But yeah, it doesn't have the damage to kill Maria because, you know, would have just tossed it out. But yeah, no
I think I do think that it would be worth going for at this point. So the fact that he's thinking about it is probably trying to either.
He
I
doesn't
mean, I could
have
see him maybe having it and still going through, but I think it's probably more likely that he might have one of the 3 boosts and is deciding whether
Yeah,
it's worth to do,
that's-
like, you know,
5.
4 or 5 damage, probably 5 damage to Maria, or if he just doesn't. The nice thing is he could kind of do a middle ground and only boost once, because unlike Big Reveal on Houdini, you can choose to boost this just once.
If you have like a
want.
regroup, then ooh, double boost.
Wow,
Ooh,
goes
boosting
for
with the other Wakanda. But now you don't have the damage.
Interesting. Huh.
I don't think he has the damage anymore though now.
Huh.
Where's the damage gonna come from Panther? If you look at his deck, he has no...
Yeah, he's got like Ancestrals as
4
4s,
Ancestral
but
Guardians, 2 4s? That's not enough damage.
Widow, yeah, Widow still has
No, yeah, that's...
value blocks against that, or even her 3s are fine. Obviously,
I think
not the
Panther's-
web best case scenario.
Nah, I think
Panther's
that's
gonna-
definitely game.
Yeah, Panther's only hope now is just go nuts, just attack, and just hope Widow has the worst possible hand.
Yeah, I think I really dislike boosting there. I think you can't afford to lose that other Wakanda. That's your only win condition here.
Yeah, I guess the thought is that if you, I between the other feint and, I guess there's 2 feints left, right? Yeah, there are. We saw
Yeah.
one in deck earlier, but between the 2 feints and the other swap, like perhaps you're just thinking that if Maria sticks around, you're not landing the other Wakanda for any amount of damage either, so get her off the board. But yeah, like even though getting her off is nice because she can't get more value, I do struggle to see how Panther's gonna find the damage now to kill Widow, especially with only 5 cards left in deck.
Yep.
He's gonna take it here because doesn't want to block with a 3, for
regroup.
example, and then have a discard as well. Might ditching a regroup.
No.
Interesting game, but at the end of the day, this feels pretty over.
Oh
Feels
yeah,
like Widow
even
is
stopping
just gonna.
the deal here with Caught in a Web.
Yeah. I think looking back at the game, I didn't like Phantom's early game plan. Of course, not finding the shooter schemes is rough,
Mhm.
but choosing to aggress Widow instead of Maria, I think, came back to bite him.
Yeah, I think there were a couple times. There's that one turn in particular that Black Panther went in when I think I agreed with you guys in that he probably should have just double maneuvered and built up a hand again.
Yeah, and even then, if you wanna go for that, I think you go for it on Ooh, I think you go for it on if you want to use that scheme, you go to attack Maria, not Widow, especially that early on.
Yeah. So we do see an Ancestral go into a feint, so 2 damage over, but I still don't think it's going to be enough, obviously.
Not enough damage left.
Widow
Too
can
low.
theoretically just keep running away if she wants to.
Yeah, no reason
No
not
real
to.
reason to risk it,
Related
especially depending on your defense situation.
related to Black Widow's arsenal, from the man behind the scenes, 645 Development, Alan, he just said it came back to Widow's bite him.
You know
Yep.
what? It's true. Top tier analysis,
Good one, Alan.
I
Good one,
gotta
Alan.
say. Not only great analysis, but very punny as well.
Just boosting away, yeah. Nothing Panther can do at this point. She's just gonna die to exhaustion. This is where you concede the game.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is one of those spots where I could definitely see that being
Yep.
reasonable.
One of the few times where conceding is fine because there's literally no way to win.
That's why I always think of this map as like a tiny big map, just because there is like a bullseye spot or two in the center, but the edges are so far apart that there are certain scenarios where you can set yourself up to reach everywhere, but then like once you go in to attack someone on the edge, they can just run to the other side, and then there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
I think the map choice came back to bite him.
Yeah, I think that I definitely understand going for it, and I think it was useful at times, especially putting a little bit of stress on the starting spaces since they are so far apart. But Zero doing a good job of playing around that and kind of twisting things to his advantage, using the parts of the map that can be nice for Widow as well.
I think Phantom with the map also showed a very clear game plan of wanting to go for this more aggressive playstyle. Because if you want Shuri to live, you can pick a bigger map and just out exhaust Widow. If you wanted to play some kind of exhaustion Panther here, but chose to go to a small map, didn't end up working out. Schemes are buried, and that just feels bad.
Yeah, I will say there are only 4 blocks left for Widow, if I'm not mistaken. So I suppose it is possible that she could have none of them in hand at the moment.
Well, even then,
there's still not a way for Panther to immediately turn that into a win, but yeah. And with a block here, we will see a steal go through. Okay, so another defense. But yeah, Widow, as long as there wasn't, I mean, even if that does go undefended there, I still think that it's probably
Yeah, I
fine.
think I think losing the other Wakanda there at the end also was really rough. I can understand the reasoning for sure, but I think that was your main win condition, so I don't know. Oof.
There goes the other scheme, and let's see. I think. Oh yeah, I believe it's just regroup is the last card.
Yep. He's gonna die on his own terms.
Yep.
So Taylor,
No, John.
Taylor, what-
you know what we
what
all
do you
wanted
got?
to see there, right? We wanted to see an
Yeah.
offensive regroup death, and the fact
Yeah.
that they didn't give it to us speaks volumes about why they're doing this.
Oh, it would have been a feint though. He had no.
No,
way
but
to
you don't feint
let
it. You
him
take
do
the
it.
one and have him
No,
die.
but that
There
was
was
the
no
only
regroup.
thing. That was the only. Oh, I see. Just staying and taking.
Yeah,
the
you
regroup.
stay and you take the regroup
Fair.
like a man.
Yeah, that's fair. Yep. Let's go on and listen to what the players are talking about here after this game.
Got me low fast. But after that, you weren't finding the cherry schemes, and I was pretty comfortable from then on.
Okay. Well, I was anyway expecting Widow to win, but yeah, it was a lose. Hope stream's still going because I have a thing.
Wait, yeah, are we? Hold on, are we on stream? Hopefully. Can they hear us?
Now I'll play with 100% of my power.
Oh, let's go.
My
Go.
God.
All right,
Oh,
all right,
this is
hold up.
amazing.
After the lose.
Oh my God.
Oh, let's go.
Oh shit.
What
It
happened?
is
Oh!
happening.
Oh my
it is
God.
the what
Should've
happened
Things got
tank.
real.
You also get more prepared for your first win then.
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
Things got real.
That was
All
a good
right,
game. Good game.
we're taking the gloves off. We are gonna see
Ooh.
both players unleash their full
So we gotta
power
figure out
here,
what we're gonna play
starting
in game 2. So it's
starting
still,
with game 2.
Oh my God. The tank top off.
All right, we are back here, and you know what? I was already excited for this match, and it was a good first game. But I mean, everyone just saw. Not only do we have Phantom donning the tank top to get his full power online, but we've got John Zero just taking off the hoodie and not just revealing the tank top, of course, which he's always contractually obligated to wear, but the what happened tank top, which will potentially give him even more strength going
Little known
forward.
fact. That hoodie that he was wearing on the tank top weighs like 50 pounds. They both took their training weights off. Now they're
Yep.
going for real.
Yep. Awesome.
All
Well, yeah.
right.
So, what are your guys' thoughts here after this first one goes Zero's way?
Well, I mean, as we know, the What Happened merchandise found at tpublic.com, if you look up Pat Chowder, when your opponent's wearing merchandise of that high quality with such a good quote on it, you really have no chance. So at this point, I think Zero Skater, by exposing the What Happened art is just going to overtake the entire game. And I think John basically has it because of that.
All right.
That was such a fun game to watch from the start to the end. There were so many twists and turns.
Yeah, and you
I'm so
caught me,
glad I
for
got
sure.
to experience all of that.
Definitely. Definitely.
Awesome.
What do we think we're gonna see Phantom take next into? Because this is where it actually starts to get really interesting for the subsequent games. Because normally you're only gonna have 2 fighters on each side. So once one person wins with one of their fighters, the like what they're gonna play for the remaining games is locked in. But there's actually still going to be a hidden pick here for both players on what they're going to be picking for game 2. So, what?
I think you run it back.
Try to get Panther again. I think that's
I think you run the
reasonable,
Panther back for sure.
especially when you have that advantage selection again.
Yeah. By the way, because the other thing I was thinking of was Winter Soldier Robin Hood, right? I was thinking about the matchup. The other thing that I was thinking of course, Robin Hood can exert a lot of pressure, but he doesn't really have a good way to deal with the offense that Winter Soldier can put out. He doesn't. He's just gonna be taking damage from those 6s.
Yeah.
Every time one of those comes out, it's just gonna be boom. Huge amount of your health gone. especially if Winter Soldier chooses not to boost his complete the missions when Robin Hood attacks.
Yeah.
If he manages to get some damage off that way, then the 6s could just be enough to kill, to just win the game. So I think it could be a very interesting matchup. So I'm excited to see that, but I think Panther needs the map more than anyone here. Houdini does not care about the map.
Yep.
Because he's Houdini, so he can just hop around wherever he wants to. At most, you have to ban both maps with the little nooks in the corners, because that way you can't be body blocked. But other than that, you can just hop around the map, so it doesn't matter. And for Winter Soldier, it also doesn't really matter that much. Of course, you'd like better zone cover and stuff, but I think Panther's the one against these fighters in particular. I think Panther's the one that needs map the most.
Yeah. And Taylor, who do you think that Zero would be looking to take into a potential Panther pick if that's what he's also thinking about?
Well, I think knowing John, he probably has so much faith in his Yanenga play that he'll just pick her now and count on getting a win, so that way he gets a chance with Robin Hood into each of Phantom's fighters. But he might pull something out of his sleeve if he actually has faith in his own Robin Hood play, which I personally do not have faith in the Hood anymore. But you never know with John. He's playing 4-dimensional chess while we're all simply playing checkers. So
I think Zero will choose to go for the Robin Hood in this match, just because I think you want as many chances to win with Robin as you can, because that might be the tougher one of the fighters to get a win on. I think he's very confident. I think if he gets map on Yanenga, he's very confident he can beat any of the fighters in the opposing side. So I think Robin's the likely pick.
Yeah, I can see the reasoning behind that for sure.
Mm-hmm. I'm very interested to see what they pick. Houdini, of course, I don't think. I think you can let it be for when Zero has map. So I doubt we'll see that played. We'll have to see. If we manage to get if we get the Black Panther run back, are there any style changes you guys would like to see from how the first game was played to the second game? Aside from, of course, resolving the issue of just drawing better.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just draw better, find the
draw better.
Game.
That's that easy. It's a skill issue.
Say actually play the regroups this time.
Hey,
exactly. Maybe.
Well, what do
play them against the Outlaws. Raw 2. Have fun.
And yeah, speaking of having fun, unfortunately we don't see in these rosters Taylor's favorite fighter, Daredevil. So I was just hoping that while we wait for the next game, Taylor, if you could say your 5 favorite things about Daredevil in detail.
Well, it would be very helpful if Alan could pull up the Daredevil key cards so we could get an actual in-depth look at the character, but I don't know if he's feeling that charitable today.
No, not the Daredevil. He's not here. He's not here. He's not even here.
We talked about Bullseye last tournament when he wasn't getting played.
Here
Bullseye
we go.
would have been great.
All right.
No.
Your wish is Alan's command.
I do just want to say Bullseye would have been very hype for Phantom. On against Yanenga, Black Widow, and Robin, Bullseye would have been fun.
I can't believe this is happening right now. I can't believe this is the reality.
All right, go ahead, Taylor.
My 5 favorite things about Daredevil. My 5 favorite things about Daredevil.
Yep.
I like that Devil of Hell's Kitchen has art that I tried to line up my head into when I was originally talking about the character in my first impressions videos.
Alright.
I like that Daredevil is featured on all of the card arts, and I suppose I like that his name is spelled correctly as well. He has some cool...
The card back's really nice.
Effects, yes, and the card back's really nice. Cool. Those are my 5 things.
So Taylor, since obviously you went so into detail about how much you love Daredevil, do you want to share your favorite moment playing Daredevil?
Connor, stop bullying Taylor, please. This is not the stream for bullying Taylor. We're here to see some serious unmatched gameplay. None of this Daredevil stuff here, okay? Stop bringing up his name. Next thing you know, we're gonna be playing on Yukon, okay? We're not here for that.
The gameplay might be serious, but the commentary never is when Connor and I are on the same stream.
I want to say, while we're waiting, let's do some of the other shoutouts that we gotta get through. We already thanked Resurrection Games. Please check out their store. There's also gonna be a second printing of Thunder Road Vendetta Maximum Chrome. Absolutely amazing game, absolutely amazing package, with all the extra expansions. So go ahead and check that out if you haven't already. But other than that, obviously, we really want to thank Alan, who's 645 Development, who's the behind the production of all this, all the professionalism behind supporting our shenanigans, so to speak. Also want to give a really big shout out to Frank, of course, creator of UM League, the site that we use to host all these tournaments, both official and community. He puts a ton of work into it. You can find all sorts of stats for all the fighters, for all the players. There's also ladder season every month with different fighters and stuff. He puts a ton of work into it, and frankly, it is a huge reason. I think it's a huge appeal for the Unmatched tournament community and the more competitive community. I think he does a fantastic job, and I think it's always important to shout him out in these things. So thank you, Frank.
Definitely, 100%. All right, and with that, we do have the fighters for Game 2. We are going to see Black Panther versus Yanenga. So,
hey,
no huge surprises here. I do agree with the assessment on Panther wanting map the most, and then I think as Taylor is saying, Zero just going for his main fighter, what he's comfortable with, and then having as many shots as he can with Robin after that. So we are going to get started with deck highlights here, looking at Panther once more. And Mateo, I will let you handle this one once again, and kind of how he interacts with Yanenga.
So, with Yanenga, there's a few things to consider. First, because Yen has no cancels, Analyze and Adjust will always go off, so that's a minimum of 3 skills are getting through. Second, Yen doesn't have high attack values, which means Ancestral Insight, especially into something like a double attack, is a guaranteed steal. So in this matchup, it is a very back and forth matchup, especially when looking at the deck counts, right? Yen wants to pressure Black Panther as much as possible, force him to boost, because if Yen doesn't manage to force Black Panther to keep boosting, or doesn't manage to kill Shuri early, getting 10 cards pulled out of your deck potentially is a nightmare. Playing with 20 cards is just kind of impossible. Another important thing to consider, it is also very hard to, get rid of Shuri completely. Something like Nano True Edge Processor, which is usually kind of tough to play, because you're going to be taking a ton of damage over it, and Shuri could potentially die before the effect goes off, can get good healing off in this matchup as well. There's a lot of, interesting things. Black Panther doesn't have that hard of a time killing archers either, with stuff like Vibranium Shockwave. The Ancestral Insight will always kill archers, and Analyze and Adjust from range can be a great option to get rid of them. So I'm really excited. I think you can go one or two ways. You can either go this full pressure route, because Yen does like card draw, so if you want to just boost in and attack as much as you can after getting rid of those archers, and just use those Wakanda Forevers early to hit hard and keep up that hand advantage, you can do that. If you want to play a slower, more value-oriented game, Black Panther can also do that, and, the later the game goes, if Shuri manages to get both schemes off, it can be very tough for Yen.
Definitely. And going and looking at Yen's deck here, since we've not seen her yet, I'll let Taylor take this one away.
So, Yanenga's, I think, saving grace in this matchup is the fact that with her ability, she can divert damage to her archers, because she's going to be taking a lot of damage, especially with no cancels. So, just seeing if she can survive into the late game long enough to maybe pull off some special tricks with her cards will probably be key for her. Looking at her cards, her double attack, because all the Battle of Legends Volume 2 characters have cool cards with double attacks. Rain of Arrows, it's just a blank 3, but then after combat, it triggers another blank 3. So depending on the state of Panther's hand, maybe he's being super aggressive, playing at a slightly low hand count, and catch someone off guard, especially when you chain together multiple attacks in this single turn. Surprise Volley is one of Yanenga's Archer Revive cards, and it provides an interesting choice because immediately after playing the card, you can choose to return a defeated Archer, or you can just gain an action. Forego the Archer, gain an action, and depending on Zero's preferred playstyle, probably will be getting Archers back with this effect, but I always look for the opportunity to gain actions because just seeing how many times you can attack in a single turn is so fun as Yanenga. Master of the Hunt is, I think, going to be a really critical card in this matchup. It just gives 2 actions, which can either be really useful for trying to get more attacks in a single turn, but also if Yanenga is getting low on cards, she can play Master of the Hunt and just maneuver twice with the additional actions, which will end up netting her a card that she otherwise wouldn't have. I know Zero doesn't really like playing Master of the Hunts for actions. He likes using it for like boosting and other tactical things like that, but maybe he'll have a change of heart. One with the Land, another crucial card because it allows you to heal all of your fighters 1 health. Health in this matchup is going to be really important, keeping the archers alive for as long as possible, trying to squeeze every last bit of health Yanenga can out of them is really crucial in most matchups, and especially this one when she might be taking a lot of damage. And just getting one with the lands, trying to get as much value out of those schemes as possible will be very important. And Stallion Charge is a really amazing card for Yanenga. Provides after combat movement, and then every opposing fighter that she moved through takes 1 damage, which I think will be very good for preventing Black Panther double attacks, especially with Stalking Panther. Just being able to move after combat and not take 2 attacks on the same turn will be very important, and the little bit of damage it provides is awesome. And also, if you just look at most of these cards, 4 of the 5 cards I just talked about have a boost value of 3. Yanenga has some pretty insane boost values, which just makes Black Panther's steals all the more incredible because I think a majority of the time they're going to be 3 value boosts, which Black Panther really likes. So depending on the steals that Panther gets, things could go pretty ugly for Yanenga pretty quickly, but it is Zero Skater's Yanenga, and we can't discount that fact.
Definitely. All right. Well, we also have maps now, and in fact, not only do we have the same map bands, so Sanctum and Raptor Paddock, but we also have the same map pick. So we're going back to T-Rex Paddock for game number 2 here.
I don't like this pick from Phantom side.
Yeah. What are your reasons there?
I think we're gonna see it is very easy to lock down that second player starting spot and then just pressure Shuri until she dies. And if Shuri dies before you're able to get those schemes, there's pretty much no way for Panther to win this matchup. If you don't manage to get at least 1 scheme off, this matchup is just so difficult for Panther. It's a tough. I'm very surprised he didn't go for something like the Herod, for example. That's traditionally like really good against Yan. I think there were a few maps that would have been better than this.
Yeah, I completely agree, Mateo.
Yeah, I am also a little bit interested because, again, we've talked about how Zero really likes corralling with fighters like Widow and Yen, and we did see that kind of be the start of the first game. Of course, didn't quite have the cards to finish Shuri off early, but I feel like Yen is going to have a lot more consistency in that regard because her deck has a lot of options that are going to give Shuri problems, especially if you don't have some of those early blocks. So, you know, maybe ultimately Phantom is just going for the draw better game plan, and we'll see those schemes come out. But yeah, I am a bit curious because I do think that Hero Rod is one that sticks out to me as potentially really good. Perhaps the thought process being, at least on that one, is Yen could start forcing Panther to boost a lot in certain spots on that map, so you could get into a spot once Shuri goes down of it being a little bit difficult to not exhaust out super quickly. But yeah, I still feel like perhaps reducing some of Yen's advantages would have been better overall. But we'll have to see here. And with that, I think we are ready to hop over into Vorpal and see if Phantom can pull this one out, or if Zero will be able to go up 2-0 in the match so far.
Yeah. I think Phantom definitely needs to win this one. You know, if he goes down, if he has to beat Robin Hood with Houdini to win this series, I don't know if he's got that in him.
Yeah, seems like that's not ideal for sure. Giving Zero essentially 3 opportunities to get that last win would be a very difficult spot to be in. We do see 2 mulligans here, so from Phantom's side, pretty sure
No
that we're
schemes.
just going to be looking for that Shuri scheme. For Zero, what do you think the ideal cards you're looking for to start out with Yen here?
2 things: double attacks, action game. So Master of the Hunt, double attacks, surprise volleys, anything you can do to try to kill Shuri before she gets those schemes off.
I feel like any of Yanenga's cards are good because they're all like.
Yeah, that's
there really
Yanenga's
aren't
thing,
any dead draws, maybe besides the Divide and Conquer Archer card.
Well,
but I'm sure whatever Zero draws, he'll be able to put to good use.
There are quite a few things you'd rather not draw just because of the fact that you're denying some boost values from Panther. Or like you could potentially have Panther get worse boost values. So any of the Archer cards you don't really want to have in hand. You don't really... You'd rather have the skirmishes in deck than in hand, for example. Just because those are the lower boost values, and if Panther gets them, it just feels super bad.
I guess you probably don't want shield formation since you can't attack with that.
Shield formation getting pulled is pretty good. Panther does not like discarding cards. He likes giving his hand advantage. So, yeah, I think you like to see your high boost values in hand essentially.
Yeah, always difficult for Yen though, because the only cards she has that aren't at least a boost 2 are the 2 Divide and Conquers. And yeah, like we were talking about, lots of boost 3s, so it'll be pretty difficult to avoid. Like, I mean, unless Panther gets extremely unlucky, I think he's definitely gonna get at least some amount of boost.
Now that you said it, he's just gonna pull 2 Divide and Conquers, and I'm gonna leave the stream. I'm gonna leave.
That would be pretty rough.
Is Panther on the board?
Oh yeah.
No,
Panther's
by the way, Shuri
invisible.
just carries this. Similar situation. Yeah, Shuri just wins by in a round. So yeah, that might be important.
That soon.
6 health fighter, could you imagine?
So Taylor, how do you think playing without Black Panther will affect Phantom strategy?
Oh, there he is.
Hey. Hey, Taylor, he's like you, he's late.
That was at least a move 7.
That was at least a move.
Panther
He
didn't
boosted
get
an
the memo.
ant
He was actually sitting on Hero Rod and then decided to come back over here because Shuri's like, hey,
All right.
playing on this map instead.
Good news at least, Shuri, is safe at least for this first, Yen would have to maneuver and attack to get to Shuri, and it could only be with an Archer.
Yep.
So, could get a scheme off this game. That'd be nice.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely
Opposed to the last game
looking
where,
for here.
Didn't,
Using Panther here to aggressively body block. One of the really good cards for Panther defensively against Yen is going to be Ancestral, because the only way I believe that Yen can get over that is with a shift. Or of course Jaws, but not if you're on a solo space like Panther currently is. Have to be at least on a dual zone, and there are no dry zones on this map, so it'd have to be one of the dual zones.
Yeah, Ancestral Gardens is definitely a very important card in this matchup. It's guaranteed steals, and guaranteed steals are good.
Yep.
Problem now is if
those are pretty guaranteed on defense, and then the Analyze, of course, guaranteed on offense.
Yeah, you're not using Ancestral Gardens on offense this match.
No.
Feint the shift. Yep, nice call out.
Yep, Good.
Feint obviously safe against anything an archer could throw there though.
Yes, true.
Oh.
You're not gonna be as happy, of course, if it was a divide, because it was a blank 2 that you fainted. But and it looks like we might have
Let's
seen
go!
Phantom draw the scheme.
Alright, play it immediately. Move and play it. Just you gotta play it as soon as you got it. Archers are not gonna be putting pressure on Shuri.
Phantom already saying, yep, he's gonna play the scheme second action, but he has to figure out where he wants to
I
move.
think I liked putting Panther. Well, could have put Panther in the solo, in one of the solo. What color is that? Isn't that blue? What? I don't know what color that is.
Yeah, it's some type of blue. There is the blue
It's
over
like-
on the left. Is it more of like a turquoise or?
Turquoise, sure.
Yeah,
Could have
that
put him
pink?
there to avoid getting attacked by Yen, but instead decided to go in up against Yen. Yeah, turquoise. I think that's the right color. Thank you, David.
It might also be like I always get confused between turquoise and teal and which one is lighter. I think turquoise might actually be lighter, so since this is a bit darker, maybe it's closer to teal. But I'm no color expert, so.
I'm not either. All right. Yes. All right. Let's see the pulls. This is an important part. Ooh. Ooh, that is a nice. Those are nice.
And those were both on our deck highlights, so probably indicates that they are pretty.
It's not a
solid
double
pulls.
attack. Double attack's the best pull here.
Yeah, definitely.
Double attack is definitely what you want to hit. Jaws is also very nice to hit, but Stallion is a very nice hit, and Master Hunt is very nice, especially this early. Because when it's this early, Master Hunt can be used to put a lot of pressure on Shuri.
And making the right call out with the pin the fray. Archer attacking first action and has not moved, so unlikely to be anything but pin the prey at that point. And it also lets him pull.
I don't know if
Shuri
you
in.
want to draw two. Drawing two this early is kind of risky, but clearly feeling comfortable with it. So
Yeah, goes ahead and ditches a microwave mesh to the pin the prey discard.
Microwave Mash, not a great card in the matchup. A blank 2 block is surprisingly good against Yenenga, but again, boosting too much can definitely be your downfall here.
Yeah. Okay, gonna take the... and Shuri goes down.
No,
That is unfortunate. Even with the regroup draw, does not find
Drawing
defense for
two does
Shuri.
not find anything. But
He did get one scheme off at the very least, so it's something. But yeah,
I think he's
Shuri
gonna go for
down
the archers
there
here. Yeah,
to a
he's
single
gonna try and
double
kill both archers.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see a block at least for the first one. I think having one archer die can be convenient just because it puts shield formation online.
Yeah.
So I think John would likely let at least one of these archers die, but Panther's definitely going to attack both of them.
Yeah.
Ideally, we two like analyze and adjust, right? If you have two
yeah.
analyze and adjust, this feels great.
Yeah, analyze is by far the best here because if the archer doesn't block, it dies, and you get the card. I mean, even if Archer is blocking here, the best it can do is either waste a shift, block with a blank 2, and divide, or I guess skirmish. But are you really going to use that on archers when Yen really needs those big?
And
blocks
even if one archer skirmishes, you can attack the other one. So
yeah, so it's not like you can even get. If like you could get if he was only adjacent to one archer and you could get away from a potential second attack, that'd be something, but not possible here.
Shuri died early, but she got a scheme off.
Yeah,
if she gets no schemes off, it's very bad. If she gets one scheme off, the matchup, is playable.
And talking about microwave mesh, we actually have another hilarious joke from 645 Development Alan. He said that he was under the impression that microwave mesh was microwave mesh. So, just wanted everyone to
Hey,
hear...
it's hot in that suit. What can I say?
Yeah.
And we are indeed going to see another attack here. And because of the
killing
Vibranium
one of the archers,
Shockwave,
this would definitely be a nice analyze and adjust angle.
the 3 boost.
And Central Guardian works. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, against the archer here.
Ooh, and that's a nice hit right there. We would have drawn into that, so definitely nice to see that gone if you're Phantom.
Well, things definitely going much better this game so far than
Yeah.
they did in that first one.
And I think with the amount of boosting Phantom has done, I think this is a great spot if you want to go for full aggro Panther.
Yeah, one of Yen's few weaknesses. I mean, of course, having no cancels is going to matter a lot in this matchup, but the other thing Yen has that is a bit of a downside is that she doesn't have any card draw. in any of her effects.
Nice,
So
another steal.
she just draws from maneuvering.
Another
and while
stallion,
you
okay.
can-
Combo breakers
My
being
goodness.
pulled out left and right.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, and while you
That's-
can use Master of the Hunt, like Taylor was talking about in the deck highlight, to get an extra card, essentially, from an extra maneuver, it's not ideal. And so, if Panther can stay aggressive here and utilize his draw from boosting
All
well
right.
enough, he
You know
can
what I'd love to see here?
potentially get
If he has a Wakanda Forever, this match looks really nice.
Yeah.
If you can just walk up, Wakanda Forever, boost with both stallions.
Yeah, and the
That
nice thing
would-
about boosting with cards from the suit is that you're actually netting cards, whereas when Panther boosts with his own cards from hand, he's just replacing them essentially. But when you boost from the suit, you're actually gaining cards since you couldn't use those in any other way in the first place. So it's another way to have him stay aggressive on Yen while she might be struggling and having to
Also-
top deck defenses.
The fact that you pulled out 3 blocks already, I mean, if you pull another couple of good blocks with those analyzers, Yen has a lot of blocks, don't get me wrong, but it can start getting a little bit scary. You can have, if you have a lot of red in your deck, then you might start not drawing them, and then one undefended Wakanda is all it takes.
Oh yeah, that's just lights out. We did see Panther take the second half of that double, so he has taken a bit of damage now, but still in a pretty healthy spot and still plenty of blocks
I don't think
for him
he has
left
the
as
Wakanda.
well.
I think you're expecting a Jaws, right? Yen positioning to take to Jaws any attack that comes at her. But even if she has the Jaws, you're dealing 4 damage over it. Choosing to back off. I don't know if this is the play. I can see that you could still go for an exhaustion game plan if you wanted to, but you're gonna be forced to boost at some point. Yeah, choosing to go in. Let's see what Yen blocks with. I expect this to be a Jaws, but it could be something else.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, gonna
Point
be...
blank.
Oh my
Oof.
Wow.
7 damage. All right. Panther
Yeah.
now does one thing. Gas, gas, gas.
yeah.
Panther
Oof,
just maneuvers, boost attacks every turn. Brain off. You're
Yeah.
playing T-Rex now, okay?
Yeah, and we see Zero shaking his head, just not wanting that to be the Wakanda. Of course, would have vastly preferred an Analyze, which is what Point Blank
Yeah.
has been best into.
All right. Well,
Yeah, that is going to be rough for Yen.
game plan is simple. Black Panther is now playing Phantom's now playing T-Rex.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Yeah.
maneuver, boost, attack. Maneuver, boost, attack. Repeat.
Yeah. To quote Alan, it definitely seems like Black Panther's microwave a Yanega.
At this point, that's not a microwave. That's a goddamn heat ray.
Yep. just nuked her.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. No archers on the board. Yen's gonna be drawing 2 cards a turn. Black Panther can draw a lot more than that, especially if he boosts from his suit. So
Yeah.
maneuver, boost with a regroup or something, attack, and repeat.
So Yen at this point is really going to want to start trying to find those surprise volleys to get some archers back. With one feint already used for Panther, only one is going to be able to be canceled. So
You gotta
that's going to
boost
give
it.
her a big. It's going to be big if she can get that extra health. And ideally, if you can bring back archers, soak on them, and then get one with the land healing, that's how Yen could start to claw back some of that HP she just lost a big chunk of.
I
So-
definitely think you have to boost in here with
Yeah.
whatever you got. Just boost in with something.
Yeah.
There's gotta be
I
something in
agree.
the hand that you can toss away.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's a good
that's great. That
one.
works.
Ideal, actually.
If he has another Wakanda here, then could easily get to 9 again. And then Yen, unless he finds a surprise balls, is just dead to a 3rd Wakanda. So we'll see what Phantom definitely going for an attack here. We'll see what he throws. I think if he has the Wakanda, he throws the Wakanda. Even if he has to boost with a 3 and a 2.
Yeah.
Because it's just gonna be direct damage on Yen. Otherwise, microwave mash could be good. The 2-value attack could be good.
Vibranium
just to-
Shockwave, yeah.
Resident Shockwave. Because it's a 5-value attack, which is really good still.
Yep.
Still gonna get a couple of damage off, so we'll see. Considering what to block with, Jaws not as good. Jaws only a 4 here. Could throw like a skirmish out. But if you throw skirmish, it's the risk that there's like an analyze and adjust, and then it feels super bad. Jaws into another Wakanda, 4 value. This is sick. This is a 9. It's a 9. I would love this to be a 9. Yep.
Yikes.
I like throwing the analyze and adjust for the damage. I think for sure that's good. Because now all you have to do is find that third Wakanda. That's all you have to do. Find that third Wakanda and you win the game. Panther just popping off and putting his foot on the pedal.
Yep, and that's just what you have to do at this point.
Mm-hmm.
The more time you give Yanenga to potentially get some of that health back, the worse, or the better chance she has to.
Yeah, I think
to
you
come back,
feint.
but
You feint any attack that comes at you.
yeah, yep. If you have it,
You got one feint. If you have it, throw it and then push. The other nice thing is like, even though this map is so big, corner to corner, like a maneuver boost scheme gets you pretty much anywhere.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be nice.
The Stalking Panther really nice to keep up if Yen does
Now,
try to run.
now you're boosting, even if you don't have to, I think you're boosting every time you can just to find that Wakanda. You can go to the deck so much faster than Yen, and you can probably find that final, you can find that final Wakanda super quick if you want to.
And
even without that Wakanda, there's still other ways you can deal some damage, so.
Yeah. So even though you don't have any cards in the suit at the moment, I believe if you... Yeah, because we still have 2 Analyzes and a Shuri Scheme. So if you have the 3 boosts from your own deck available, and you only need 2 out of the 3 that are remaining, a Wakanda with that is just guaranteed lethal even if Yen has
Wakanda's just guaranteed
draws,
one.
so.
But I wouldn't count Yanenga out yet. Even if Panther puts on some aggression, if Yanenga can get some of these archers back, or just one with the land for that 1 point of extra health, she still could also go for a huge combo double attack turn, or just build back the archer army and build back up health and then set back up.
I think, yeah, she definitely needs to find those surprise volleys and find them quick.
If that doesn't happen, she's
how
definitely
do you
gonna...
get them off, right? Because you attack with a surprise volley, and then it's not easy. Especially because archers are pretty susceptible to just dying to an analyze and adjust, for example. So Panther could also just use those cards on the archers while he digs for that final Wakanda.
That would give you more boosts for the Wakanda as well, so you don't necessarily need to have your own 3 value.
Yep.
Wow. That's a lot of resources.
But even without both 3 values, like
I know.
Yen's like normal average-ish block is a 4, right?
Yeah.
So you need a 3 and a 2.
So Taylor, looking at the current game state, what do you think John needs to do as Yanenga with the what happened tanked off to pull us back?
I think he needs to invoke the good faith of our Lord and Savior Justin D. Jacobson and hope for some sort of miracle to happen.
And Zach on the other side of that, do you think Phantom just needs to go nuts, just go full microwave strategy and just microwave Yanenga?
Yeah. We do see just a double maneuver here. Probably didn't have the Stalking Panther to try and
one with the land does force the both 3s to be in hand now.
Yeah. Yep. And with this positioning, Jaws is a 5, so yeah, you would need 2 3s and then the Wakanda to get there.
Next match is gonna be interesting. I think Phantom might just have to be Yanenga 3 times to win this, which is gonna be funny.
Yeah. Very possible.
Imagine if John's signature pick became his downfall today.
Yeah, that would be quite something. That would be a well-earned victory for sure.
If anyone's wondering, because I know we're all big fans of 6-5 development, if you were to hypothetically microwave a person, it would cause extreme pain and organ damage, which I think is obviously reflected in the 11 points of damage Yanenga's taken. So I think Alan's assessment of this microwave strategy is definitely very effective, because if I were to, for example, microwave Taylor, he'd probably take at least 11 points of damage. So I think really good call out from 6-5 development, and I think we should honestly get him in here for commentary.
How much health what's the Taylor's max health?
Depends
Taylor's
if I'm in
max
human
health.
form or cow form.
Oh
If
yeah.
he's on time versus late, it'll really depend.
Oh, all right, all
Oh,
right. Going
shots
back to
fired.
the game.
Going back to the game. Moving in, trying to decide. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter the distance you're from Max Panther. I agree with moving in with the one with land because you can move back and still force a boost, so you can see what you draw, before you make any decisions.
Zero
Yeah, that's
Skater.
always something good to keep in mind is even if you think you'll end up back where you are, like Zero does here, moving to a spot that gives you more options and still being able to move back is something that I always recommend doing. Because if you ended up wanting to be further to the left after that first movement, but you didn't move the first time, then it ends up you end up not being able to do that as well. So yeah, always love the flexibility and positioning like we see there.
What's he boosting with? He's boosting. He has to boost in here. No two ways about it.
Okay, boost in with
I'm not sure I like that boost. That could have been a good attack to just throw out, because even if you get like 1 or 2 damage off only, it can still be a lot of pressure.
Yep, we're gonna see a.
Oh, just has it.
It looks like he was doing some math there, so I think he
Yeah, just has it. Yeah, just has a
'cause
3
now he
3,
doesn't need both threes.
Yeah.
Wow.
And there it is.
A true microwave.
There it is. Finds the third Wakanda Forever and just takes it. Yeah, for sure.
Yep. And highlighting the tank top, giving the power to overcome
Absolutely.
the Yanenga here.
Gives
Yeah,
the power of card draw, man. It's like the Millennium Puzzle,
Yo, exactly.
Whenever it talks to the heart of the cards. You just draw what you need when you need it.
Yeah, and let's
wow,
listen to the
those
players
super
here.
buried surprise fall. Wow. 2 of the surprise balls in the bottom 3.
White 1 archer here, I would still kill you if you didn't have if you didn't block with jaws for 5, because I had like how many? 4 health? Yeah, 3 health. 3 health. 3 health, so with archer is 5, and if you block for 4 it's 9, and if I had one of these, and if I top deck another boost 3, then I kill you.
Yeah, I should have. You know what? I could have kept myself alive the last turn because I knew there was a potential for you getting lethal. I had this, and I could have went over. I could have stayed here if I wanted to and played this, and I had the jaws, so I had to be at 5 health with a 5 value jaws. I could have also backed out here and had been at 5 health and had a 4 value jaws, which still would have kept me alive.
But
the reason I
even with that, considering you had archer rocks at the bottom, I don't think you would win.
Exactly. The reason I didn't was because I figured even if I keep myself alive a little bit longer by doing that, and I knew I could, it doesn't mean I win. So I wanted to give myself the best chance at winning the overall game by holding this, hopefully until I revive an archer, and then get more than 1 healing off of it. So it was kind of one of those situations where, yeah, I could have prevented the lethal, but does that make me win the game in the long run? Probably not. So I, played to my outs, and that was just Wakanda's, man. Such a beatdown.
Yeah, Wakanda's forever.
Yeah, that was.
All right, and yeah, we see Zero talking a little bit at the end there about he did have the opportunity to stay alive with the other one with the land, but it probably doesn't end up being the right play in the long term as long as he survives there and maybe gets an archer back. Getting more healing might be necessary to still finish out the game, and so not going for it there ends up resulting in a loss if Phantom has the tools, but probably would have resulted in a loss in the long game either way. And we do see, as we highlighted before, going to the players, that the 2 of the surprise volleys were bottom 2 cards, so like that's just he needed those a lot earlier with the Wakandas coming out when they did. So bit unfortunate deck order, but very well played by Phantom to position himself the best possible way for that, and also take advantage of the Wakandas and getting that big damage, especially over that point blank. Like that was a huge moment when Phantom won that interaction. I'd be interested to know whether something else besides point blank was available and you were just safeguarding against like the analyze, or if maybe the point blank was one of the few things you had to block with. But either way, getting that huge 7-point swing there, and then being able to follow up with the aggression after just put Yen in a very awkward spot and really no way to counter aggress, and even finding stuff like the Jaws wasn't enough to stop those huge Wakandas from coming through.
And I think we can see just how important it is for Black Panther to get at least one Shuri scheme off, because that's really what allowed him to get those extra 3 boosts and really get that hand advantage, right? Because when you're boosting from your suit, he got 2 extra cards, had a ton of card draw from the suit essentially for free, and then that just allows you to push the tempo so hard if you need to, if that's your game plan.
Exactly. Yeah, because if you hadn't had the scheme or those 2 cards from the scheme, like sure, maybe eventually you draw into the scheme and use that as a 3 boost, but that's still 1 less than what you got from playing it. Plus, you took those resources away from Yanenga, both a card that would have let her draw more cards and maybe had better options defensively, or just the card, the Stallion, which lets her not only get away from double attacks, but also get some damage back into you while positioning in the ideal way. So, yeah, super big hits hitting. I think it was all 3 boosts for the cards that were taken this game. So that's pretty ideal for Panther in most situations, but especially against Yen, because even though you are more likely to those 3 boosts, there still are the 1 boost and then a decent amount of 2 boosts as well. So yeah, very nice hits and very well utilized by Phantom to finish things out there.
And I think we'll notice that after took the 7, immediately went just boosting in every turn, as we mentioned, just switching over to playing Rex essentially, just trying to get as many attacks in as possible and find that 1 card that finds you lethal.
Yeah.
But with that much match over, who do you think is coming out next?
I feel like he's gonna play Yanenga again, just because, like you guys said earlier, Robin Hood probably has a better time into Houdini than Winter Soldier, and if Zero chooses to play Robin Hood and like ends up going against Winter Soldier, he'll just put himself in a little bit of an awkward spot, and I feel like he wants to win with Yanenga and then guarantee that matchup with Robin Hood later on.
That's interesting. I was thinking he'd go for Robin because I think Robin cares a lot about map, especially against like these matchups. So we'll have to see what he ends up going with. But on Phantom's side, who do you think he's picking?
So if you think that Zero is definitely going to want to take map here, which I feel like you do with either of the fighters you take, I'd probably lean a little bit more towards Houdini because you don't mind him getting that position. In fact, a lot of times he prefers it. So when your opponent wants to take map, you're either forcing them to take position and give up that map choice so you can at least take them to a map that they don't love, or you're getting position as Houdini. And in either spot, you're pretty happy. So
quick procedural issue or
yeah.
Question. Do you choose map or position before you choose map or position before you pick your fighters, right?
I think that you do the fighters. Well, that's interesting. I guess you do it before. Yeah, I think you do it before because the way that it works for the best of 3s or even just the pool stages is obviously the first game is predetermined, and then after that it's the winner. And because you don't know what your opponent's going to pick, you just basically do the same at the same time. But because we have hidden picks still for fighters, since there's still 2 left for each player, I do think that you would have to choose. I think you would have to choose what you're taking first. Would be my assumption. Because then that does influence kind of what fighter you'd be looking at.
I think it really matters though, because if you're going for Houdini, I don't. If you're going Houdini Yanenga, for example, I don't think Houdini wants map. So I think if it was the other way around, right? If you were to pick fighters and then positions, then I think Yanenga is just kind of safe from Houdini because she can pick to go first, and that neutralizes a lot of the threat that Houdini has in that matchup.
Yeah, that is interesting. So yeah, based on that, that probably will determine like what we see taken here.
Yeah.
The
'Cause
players
I think
know the
we-
rule is the question.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, true, the players know. I'm just making it up as we go. Although I think Winter Soldier's probably like the safer pick, so to speak, because he does. I mean, you're gonna need to win with him anyway, right? So might as well get it over with.
yeah, I think that's fair.
I think Winter Soldier's probably the correct pick here. We'll have to see though, what he ends up going for. I'm very excited to see the Robin Hood Winter Soldier matchup. I think that one could be very fun to watch.
Yeah, I think Robin Hood will definitely struggle under big attacks as he always does, though. Even with high aggression, he could still find some trouble.
Yeah, it's one that I'm actually quite interested to see as well, just because, as we were talking about with Robin being able to aggress and stuff, that can put Winter Soldier under some real pressure. But of course, Winter Soldier 6s just present a ton of problems for Robin. Now he does have fewer 6s if you don't let him get adjacent, so that is nice. He only has 3 6s from range, but with even with those, like that's gonna potentially just right there be 9 of Robin's health, because you're not going to want to faint, right? Because it's just a blank 2 against not just the 6, but it doesn't stop Winter Soldier's other effects either because of his ability. And so you're going to want to use those 3s, and in the case of something like Wily, you're often not even going to be getting damage back into Winter Soldier if he's hitting from range. So you can still put pressure on him while not putting yourself in too much danger, because you could always maneuver in, attack, and then hop back out of his zone so he can't immediately attack you, and you can even go behind an outlaw. So map and positioning will matter a lot in that case, but like Winter Soldier is going to be able to, I think for the most part, still get hits in on Robin, even with the outlaws being present. Because I mean, he can also just take out the outlaws. He can even take out the outlaws early with the bionic arm, because he can be adjacent to an outlaw, especially if they're blocking off Robin, and then hit him with that, which becomes a 6.
I think
They
that's
die,
very
and then
scary,
he
though.
goes.
Because as soon as you do that, the outlaws are going to surround you and pin you.
It's true. The downside of the movement is a problem in that case. So perhaps being a bit careful of that, or trying to line it up with the turn that you use pointing Bucky is better.
Marksman could be a surprisingly valuable card just to get rid of the outlaws. It can be like a 3 or 4 value attack. Pretty reliably against melee fighters. You just move 2 away, throw a marksman at him. That could pretty easily just get rid of an outlaw. So we'll have to see how it ends up going. I think, at the end of the day, what's gonna happen is, I think a lot of this game's gonna hinge on whether Yenenga can get a win. I think Robin, if he goes up against Houdini, is likely just gonna take him out. So I think it likely end up mattering a lot whether Yenenga get a win, which is crazy to be doubting because it's John Yenenga of all people.
Yeah.
But it would be very hype if Phantom wins by beating John Zien 3 times.
Yeah. All right, and it looks like we do have confirmation on the fighters that we're going to have for Game 2. It is going to be Robin Hood versus Winter Soldier, so we are indeed going to see that matchup and coming up here next. So let's get into deck highlights for these two fighters, starting with Robin Hood. Alright, so Robin is a ranged fighter. He has 13 health and no healing, so he can be pretty fragile. The other thing that is one of his weaknesses, as you can see on the card list here, is that he only has 3 value blocks, or his highest value for blocking, so he can take a lot of damage if you're not careful. However, he has a few things to counteract that, because one of the other things he has is 4 sidekicks, the 1 HP outlaws, who can help body block and make sure that he does not take too many attacks early on. His ability, which also lets him hop up to 2 spaces away after making an attack, lets him get away from melee fighters a bit easily, get out of range fighter zones while still being able to aggress them and whatnot. So it is he's got tools to counteract that weakness. As far as his cards here, some of his key cards are Hunter's Eye, which is just a blank 5. It is his highest value attack. and can be really nice when paired with the ambush we see there on the right, because your opponent wants to use things like feint on ambush to stop it from getting its random discard and adding their card's boost value to its attack value. But of course, if they feint a Hunter's Eye, then they're taking 3 damage, and that is awful for them, especially for a character like Winter Soldier, who it does not want to be taking a lot of damage if he can prevent it. It's a situation where he also doesn't have a ton of health, and while he does have healing, it's conditional healing, so he can't always guarantee that it goes off. Other key card here is Highway Robbery. This is a outlaw only card, and it is a 2-value attack, and it has an immediate effect where it will cancel and ignore your opponent's card effects. So essentially, if they don't have an immediate effect that cancels this, like a feint, then not only will their card value be ignored, but the effect will as well. However, I will note that against Winter Soldier, whose ability says that his card effects cannot be canceled, you will still ignore his defense value, but he will still get the defense card's effect. So for something like complete the mission, you could still boost the card, but it would the value would be ignored, so that doesn't matter. But something like Reflex Memories, he would still discard and draw. Wily Fighting would still ping the Outlaw, so Wily is actually a pretty good block against Highway Robbery in this matchup, because even though Winter Soldier will be taking 2, the Outlaw will be dying as well. And then, of course, if he blocks with Barracks, the effect would still happen, but he will not win the combat. So Highway Robbery is still a pretty great attack into Winter Soldier, though he does have a few more options than most fighters into it as well. Speaking of Wily Fighting, that is a card that Robin has here. Since Winter Soldier can attack from range, might not be as important, but it can still be nice if just to have a block against those 6s. And if Winter Soldier does manage to get adjacent, at least you can deal some damage back to him, and auto damage can be very nice in Winter Soldier. And finally, we see Defenders of Sherwood here. This is Robin Hood's Revive. So it's a 3-value block that also draws him a card and revives an outlaw in his zone. And both him and the outlaws can block with this. And so he has up to 6 outlaws throughout the game, starting with 4, and then having 2 Defenders of Sherwood to revive more of them. And yeah, so Robin's whole thing is just going to be about keeping pressure up. He's got card draw effects on several of his cards. This will help him keep up pressure on Winter Soldier and potentially get through undefended attacks. He's got a couple mind games between his Hunter's Eye and ambushes, and then the Outlaws can put out a lot of pressure while keeping him safe. So with Robin covered, we'll go on to Winter Soldier, and I will let Connor handle this one.
So Winter Soldier is a nice solo ranged fighter, and he is the least controversial character in the community. Everyone universally loves him and respects him, especially Taylor because of all his recursion. We see one of his most core cards in the deck, Reprogram, a nice 2-value versatile, which allows him to recycle 3 cards of his card back into his deck. So he can essentially go completely infinite, even more infinite than Taylor's favorite character, Daredevil. The one downside to this is that because it's only a 2-value versatile, it's kind of a subpar attack and an even worse block, so it definitely can struggle. Next card we see is Manipulation, a nice draw 5 draw up to 5. And we see its star effect, which is Winter Soldier's ability, is that his opponent gets beneficial star effects, even though the star effects aren't actually that bad for his opponent. His opponent may do the same. So Manipulation will be pretty interesting in this matchup, just because Robin Hood is already drawing so many cards. It'll be hard to catch him without at least 5 cards in hand, with so many different ways to draw cards, and so much need to maneuver with all of his little gremlin outlaws, the green beans. So Manipulation might be more beneficial to Winter Soldier in the sense that if the outlaws are driving him crazy and driving him out of defenses with ambushes, then he might need that to get back to an hand count. It might not even get the star effect on his opponent because Robin Hood draws so much. The next card we see is Complete the Mission, a nice 3-value block which he can boost. We probably won't see him boost very much this matchup, just because Robin Hood's biggest attack is a blank 5. So unless it's against Robin Hood, he probably will just he'll probably just let it be a blank 3, especially if the outlaws are throwing their armor piercing rounds. We see after combat, it deals damage to the opposing fighter equal to however much he took. Again, it probably won't be too prominent unless it's Robin Hood throwing 5s or ambushes, or his big card draw 4. We see Without Remorse, which is what we were talking about earlier. It'll give Robin Hood some trouble just because it's a nice 6. And it lets Robin Hood draw a card if he so wishes, but again, Robin Hood is going to be drawing so many cards that he might not want to. He's just going to burn himself out of fatigue pretty quickly. And Robin Hood does struggle against 6s because his highest block value is a 3. So if Winter Soldier rather is throwing 6s and then reprograms himself to pull them back, then Robin Hood's going to be very upset. And then we see Born in the Barracks, a nice 3-value versatile which heals 2 if you win the combat. So this as a block probably is pretty risky against the armor-piercing rounds, and also as an attack into Robin Hood it's pretty risky, but if you throw it into an outlaw and the outlaws eat it, which they often do just because it's hard to keep them alive at 1 health, he's going to heal a lot. And if he reprograms himself for more Born in the Barracks, he's going to heal lots and lots of health. He's going to heal more than Taylor loves Daredevil. And also, if we could pull up a Wily Fighting is a nice 3-value versatile that does 1 damage to each adjacent opposing fighter. And that's going to be really important because if Winter Soldier so wishes, he can position himself in a way which it targets multiple outlaws, or if he wants to defend against an outlaw attacking melee, because the outlaw sidekicks, the green beans, are melee fighters. The risk is that an armor-piercing round, a highway robbery is the name of the card. The highway robbery will penetrate the defense value and cancel the effect. So blocking with a Wily Fighting is a pretty big risk when it's not from Robin Hood and it's just an outlaw and melee range. So Winter Soldier, all in all, moderately beefy, pretty big attacks, but he will struggle against extreme aggression, so he's going to need to optimize his card draw, and he's also going to be mindful about how often Robin Hood is drawing. And he's ranged, so he can ignore the green beans.
Yeah, definitely has some nice tools there. And as noted before, he will still take 2 if he blocks with Wily, but since his effects can't be cancelled, the Outlaw will at least die, which is nice. We have the map bans. They are Soho and Sanctum. Soho, one of Robin's best maps because he can take that center spot and basically reach anywhere and then hop back, so he can keep up extreme aggression. And similar, Sanctum, very tight map and would allow him to get where he wants to be. It would give Winter Soldier access to item tokens, which can help since, again, his effects can't be canceled. The item tokens count as basically adding a card effect if you use the one that boosts the value of your attack or defense card. So even if you feint that, which normally would stop the token from happening, it still goes through because of Winter Soldier's ability. But at the same time, I think the map might lead to Robin getting a little bit too much aggression. And he still has ways around the item token with the Outlaws being able to attack with Highway Robbery, which will not cancel the token but will ignore the value. So something like Born in the Barracks, which is usually really good with item tokens, will not win Combat Stone.
Did we know who had map pick?
Yes, so it will be Robin with map pick.
Gotcha.
And the map we are going to is going to be King Solomon's Mines. Let's get that.
Ooh. All right. There's one thing we immediately have to point out on this map, which is if you're not careful, the value of Marksman, which is not normally a card that is highlighted in Winter Soldier's deck, it gets +1 value. It's a 1-value attack that gets +1 value for each space you're away from your opponent. Thing is, that does not count through secure passageways. So, if Robin is not careful and is, for example, in the spot adjacent to the first player starting spot, that's in the blue-brown, and Winter Soldier is on the passageway in the bottom right in the blue-green, that could be an 11 value attack that cannot be cancelled, which means it's just game. Of course, I don't expect that to happen. I think Zero will be very careful with his positioning to avoid that, but any place in the blue is at the risk of a huge value attack at any time, which makes this map a bit scary for Robin. However,
I'm very interested to see how that'll play out, because you have to be very careful, like you're saying, basically being anywhere in blue with Robin throughout the entire game here. But one thing that Robin can utilize this map for, which this map is just good for ranged fighters in general, even better for move 3 ranged fighters, but you do have the Outlaws as well. And one of the things you can kind of do early on is maybe try to, once again, I feel like one of Zero's favorite things is kind of corral Winter Soldier into this starting area. You can do it with as few as 2 fighters, and make it difficult and potentially push that aggression. I've definitely faced Robin Hood on this map with when he goes for that style, and it can be scary for sure.
The other thing that's important here to consider is that Robin can just hop out of the zones with his ability, so very unlikely he'll ever get hit by that high of a value. But there's still a few spots where Marksman is really good in this map, so we'll have to see if that card gets used for some good value. Other than that, yeah, it is hard to this map, as all passageway maps, heroes with high sidekick counts can just absolutely overwhelm all the passageways and make it very hard for any opposing fighter to go where they want to go.
Yeah, definitely. The more fighters that you have, the better you can control those passageways and make it difficult for your opponent to use them, and you can use them to their fullest extent. So definitely an advantage there for a five fighter character versus a one fighter character. All right, and let's see. Yeah, it looks like we are good to swap over to the board. So let's get in Vorpal and get started with Game 3, Robin Hood versus Winter Soldier.
Glad to see both heroes on the map this time.
Yes. Taylor, what do you think that each fighter's kind of looking for with their initial hand here?
For Phantom, I would assume he wants to have some kind of defenses when he gets counterattacked and aggression put on him, but also some cards to take out like 2 or 3 outlaws, like in the first maybe 4 turns. I think, like Ito said, sidekick characters on passageway maps can really exert their will over solo heroes with dictating kind of where they want to go. So for Phantom being able to at least neutralize a few of Robin Hood's outlaws early would be nice. But we've seen Phantom be very aggressive so far this tournament, so he might just say, I'm just going to go for Robin Hood and just kill him with my values. So we'll see how he wants to play that. And for Robin Hood, highway robberies early, always nice. Depending on how fast Zero wants to play this matchup, maybe the Hunter's Eyes or some ambushes would also be nice. Probably doesn't need too much in the way of defenses if he doesn't let Robin get attacked early, but having the Defenders of Sherwood in hand would probably also be nice, just to get one of his outlaws back right away if needed.
Something I think is very interesting is that Winter Soldier can sometimes have a hard time getting reprogram off just because he doesn't want to throw it on defense because it's only a value 2, and he doesn't want to throw it on offense because he'd rather be drawing cards, right? However, in this matchup, if you're expecting a highway robbery, you could just throw out the reprogram and then double maneuver, and that way you're keeping up in tempo while still getting the effect off.
Yeah, and one of the things that I failed to mention, now that I'm realizing in the deck highlight, is that Wily fighting for Robin is also a very good mind game with the Outlaws, because normally if your opponent doesn't have a feint, they want to just take the highway robbery from the Outlaw. But if they do that and you're attacking with something like a Wily fighting or an ambush, they're potentially taking a lot of damage. With Wily, it's at least, or with Wily it's a 4, and with ambush it's at least a 3, likely more depending on what your boost value hits. And so that's another thing that I think, to your point, reprogram's a pretty safe block into Outlaws, because either it's going to go into a robbery, which at least you're still getting the reprogram effect and not blocking something like a Hunter's Eye. But it's also pretty decent against Wily because you're only taking 2 overall. Of course, you might still prefer something like a feint into a Wily, but it's still better than taking the 4 by not blocking it at all.
Mm-hmm.
We see the positioning from Zero here at the start. Just making sure that multiple outlaws could not be hit by something like a Wily early on, because that could be a big deal. We also see Winter Soldier just kind of sitting in the middle of blue here, getting outside of unboosted maneuver range from the Outlaws, and then also potentially making it a little bit awkward for Robin, of course, because he doesn't want to end in blue. Of course, he could always hop in and attack and hop out, but he has to boost
Yeah.
still to achieve that here.
This is really interesting because it makes it hard for the Outlaws to position on the passageways. Because if one goes to the bottom right spot, Winter Soldier could just shoot it. If one goes to the red passageway, could move into that center space and shoot it. So I like this positioning definitely from Phantom.
Yeah.
John seems a little surprised by this positioning, like, I don't know exactly what to do here, which I think makes sense. This is this is smart positioning for sure.
Yeah. And one of the things I mentioned during the deck highlight, of course, being able to corral in this second player spot, not relevant in this one since Robin's going in that second position, but something that Winter Soldier will have to keep in mind just to make sure he doesn't put himself in a spot where that can easily happen. At the moment, that is definitely not a risk.
For a second, I thought he was playing a Steal from the Rich.
Yeah.
And I learned it. Steal from the Rich.
That would have
no
been
one's playing Steal from the
wild.
Rich.
We do see Steal from the Witch boost here. Probably one of the best boosts in the deck. Not only does it give 5 movement to your fighters for that maneuver, but not a card that you often are going to be playing. Just not an ideal game for the most part to play. There's some niche circumstances where you might really want to play it. I think most of the time you're not going to. That being said, with Unmatched Adventures coming out soon, I could actually see this card being quite good there because it pretty much always just draws 2, and drawing is very good in the co-op mode. So it'll be fun to see how that that set and the co-op in particular kind of makes people re-examine how they use cards with different fighters, because it is a whole different game.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that, for sure.
So it looks like we're going to see an attack from Robin, and then he's going to hop out. I would expect him to hop behind that Outlaw in the gray-yellow spot, just so Winter Soldier cannot reach him very easily. Okay. So we're going to see Reflex Memories on defense here, probably trying to, hoping to catch the Hunter's Eye, which would have just full blocked.
Maybe he has like a reprogram or something. Maybe he has like a reprogram in hand, just maneuvering, throwing that against an Outlaw. Could be good.
So Zach, if you're playing this from Winter Soldier's perspective, are you going to be worried about wiping out the Outlaws, or are you going to be more focused on just straight up just demolishing Robin Hood with your high values?
Well, I think Robin's going to probably force you to go through the Outlaws, if I had to guess. Currently with positioning here, I mean, you could boost into the red, yellow, or the red, kind of white, and hit Robin if you wanted from range, but then you're next to an Outlaw, giving it a chance to double attack. I feel like clearing the board of Outlaws is going to make your life a lot easier in the long run. However, honestly, with the 2 6s here, especially the Without Remorse, at this point might just be better to go for Outlaws early on, since that does take away some of your options for pressuring Robin from range.
Yeah, I find it interesting that he's going for this Outlaw and not trying to keep the range up. Oh, there we go.
Okay, boosting with Program to Kill. Just a 4 with a pretty bad effect. Actually, this is guaranteed to deal you 2 damage if you attack an Outlaw with it, which is not ideal, and you don't really want to be having to force to play Boy Named Bucky just to have that as a blank 4.
I'm surprised he decided to go adjacent to an Outlaw, because like a lot of the after combats Robin has, especially for the Outlaws, on defense depend on adjacency, but just trying to get to the corner, I think makes a lot of sense. This is a really nice spot for Winter Soldier to sit in.
Yeah.
It's Outlaws can't really pressure you here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the big thing, is in order to reach from like where the Outlaw and the red passageway is, this is a common spot that's used in matchups where you want to get away from a melee fighter, just because it puts you at least 5 away if the closest the melee fighter is on that red passageway. And unless they have a way to move through you, which the Outlaws do not, would have to do a 3 boost just to reach. So looks like we're going to see an attack from Robin, and then hopping back between those 2 Outlaws in the spot he started in, kind of showcasing the power of that special ability he's got.
I think this is The more I think about it, the more I think you just want to kill outlaws and shuffle back as many defenses as you can and just outlast Robin. The more I think about the matchup, I think killing Robin could be a strategy, but I don't think it's the correct one in this matchup. Of course, I don't have that much experience with the matchup, but as I start seeing you play out, I think you play for the long game with Winter Soldier.
Yeah, I can see that.
And speaking of the long game, Mr. Darkblade, aka the Time Lord, how do you feel about John's clock getting this low on his second turn of the game? Do you think that'll come back to bite him?
Yeah, I would be a little bit concerned, but if he's taking this long to think stuff through, what I'm assuming is that he's not only thinking of what his current plans are, but what his future plans are with how he's going to play out the hand and react to stuff. So I would hope, at least, that he can start picking up the pace after this, keeping all those things in mind. And we do see a feint, which is just a blank 2 against Winter Soldier, since his special ability prevents his card effects from being cancelled. And it goes into a complete the mission, which would have been really nice into the Hunter's Eye once again, because if you do not boost it, which you wanted in that case, each fighter's taking 2, and you're happy to make that trade.
I was about to point out, Winter Soldier can always just go to the little cubby hole in the top left, and just only one outlaw can attack him there. He can't get surrounded. He can always escape. So I think that's a pretty good spot in this map that I missed out when we were highlighting it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Normally more relevant for fighters who have a sidekick that they can body block with there, especially against melee fighters in particular. But yeah, to your point, not gonna let outlaws put extra pressure up there. And oof, all right, that outlaw is really dead. And now if Winter Soldier wants, or if Robin wants, he can draw a card, and he is going to choose to do so.
Yeah, you're never winning for exhaustion, so...
Yeah, might as well draw and have as many options as possible. He's starting next to an outlaw here.
Double attack,
wonder why he would attack the outlaw that wasn't adjacent to him versus the one that was. Even if he was gonna like throw out a 6, which would negate any after combat effect from like Snark or Wily.
I agree. If it was like not guaranteed to kill, I could see why you'd attack the one further away. But when you're attacking if you're throwing a 6, I would have rather seen it at the outlaw's adjacent. You're right.
Yeah, because of course, if Wily is used to block and the outlaw dies from the combat, when you go to resolve the after combat effect, technically Wily's effect does still resolve, but because the outlaw is no longer on the board and adjacent to Winter Soldier, you would not take that 1 ping damage.
That spot working out really nicely for Robin. Can just move in, attack, move back.
Yep.
Although I guess if Phantom has Wily in hand, then it doesn't really matter if he sets himself up to get attacked twice in a turn, because Wily...
It's true, yeah, that could be, that is actually probably the most likely scenario, is that he has Wily, and basically wants the outlaw to attack him first action so he can block with it, and then outlaw dies, and the most you're taking in that case is going to be like 2 if it's a highway robbery.
This is, I mean, block, double maneuver back into the bottom right. Sounds good.
Yeah, we also theoretically could have a maneuver boosted with a 3 boost, so Boy Named Bucky, for example, or the manipulation, and
get a
Wily to kill the 2 outlaws.
That's rough.
Yeah, so this time the reflex memory does hit the Hunter's Eye, which is what you definitely want to see.
Alright, let's see the discards. This could matter if he gets like 2 d. Feint. Oh, nice. One of those discards is really nice. Feint is obviously very nice to get rid of, but Program to Kill is exactly what Winter Soldier wanted to see there.
Yeah, so 1 really good discard for Winter Soldier and 1 pretty solid one for Robin.
Yeah. Although I think obviously those sort of trades benefit Winter Soldier more, just because he can get he can get the Feint back, and the Program to Kill is just gone forever. Because he's obviously not gonna get that back into his deck. I like it, just double maneuvering. No reason to hurry on this matchup. Because yeah, you can just reprogram defensively against the outlaws and be pretty calm. see how it goes.
Yeah, I just still think I would have liked to see a boosted maneuver and attack with the Wily, but just to take out 2 outlaws. But again, I don't think it's really necessary.
No, I don't think you need to. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the things where it might be nice, but you don't absolutely need to, and it
Unless
might,
you have like
if
a very good
anything,
defensive
be...
hand, right?
Yeah. I like the positioning here as well, because if Robin wants to go and do what he's been doing, hop in, hop out, he has to open himself up to the Wily on defense.
Mm-hmm.
So we might see the Outlaw go in instead here.
Outlaw might just throw in, high robbery.
Yeah, and if
It's an
the
interesting call-out,
earlier
right?
play, yeah, if the earlier play is kind of what we're thinking, Winter Soldier might just have the Wily to take out the Outlaw no matter what he throws here.
This is gonna be very interesting because I think if you think it's well, maybe going Robin. If you think it's a highway robbery, I think you try to throw reprogram in front of it instead of Wily.
Yeah, I can see that as well.
Just attacking with Robin. Would love to see another complete the mission. Yep.
Indeed.
Yep. Everything is coming up, Bucky. Just boost it, take no damage. I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, if you're going the long game, you don't really need the damage back into Robin. You're
Yeah,
already
and at this point, 2 of the 5s are gone. You can go for the long game. Yeah.
Going in Bucky boosted, and yeah, we're gonna see no damage there, and you just at this point you just prevent as much damage as possible, especially against the big attacks. If you can run Robin out of his damage, then he's gonna struggle to get there.
Yeah,
and I'd say
that's
that
2 5s gone, which is
Zero's gonna have to win like a lot of combat mind game interactions, I think, if he's gonna
and now
find
feint is
enough damage
just
to win this.
incredible against outlaws, right? You just feint any as long as you keep recurring feints and keep feinting the outlaws. I don't know how Robin gets there. And you can even swap it up if you think it's a snark and you throw a barracks, then that's just
yeah. If you ever win one of those calls, it's just devastating.
A lot of those kind of calls in this matchup, which is nice to see.
Yeah, it's always cool to have like a bunch of different interactions between cards, because where things can get less interesting, both to play and view, is if it's kind of just scripted. Oh well, this is always this way, and this is how this interacts. When there's all of these like random mix-ups, and I feel like for the most part that's where you find like the most interesting matchups, and fortunately there are a lot of those within the game. Trying to puzzle through like those mind games and figure out what kind of strategy your opponent's going for and how you can do best to
one
respond.
of my favorite matchups that really goes a long way in that kind of thing. It's Bigfoot Bloody Mary.
Yes.
It comes down to call outs, what you think your opponent's gonna throw out. That's a very fun matchup because of that. It's all about predicting combat interactions.
Yeah, for sure.
Winter Soldier going back to his corner. Tried and tested.
We're gonna see Robin continue to.
What are the odds this is another Hunter's Eye?
Oh, and you asked the question.
I asked it. It's 100%. We'll have to see. I mean, you're definitely throwing something out.
I just want to see the trend continue of an undefended disarming shot. That's what I want to see most.
Ooh, that hurts.
Yeah, that's not what you
get the program off for free.
Yeah, you wanted to see a feint there if you're Zero, just wasting one of the feints into a regroup. And yeah, Winter Soldier not taking any damage for the reprogram is pretty bad.
He's just gonna shuffle back 3 defenses. I think probably like a reflex memories, a feint. Yeah, reflex memories, feint, and complete the mission.
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah, just vary the defenses. Winter Soldier feeling really good right now.
And
yeah,
Zach,
and
said,
also interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, you said John had the map pick, right? Zero Skater.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
Do you think this map is hurting him a little bit?
At the moment, the Outlaws are not able to really do too much, so I think that is probably the thing that's hurting most. I think I really like this one for Robin if you're going first. don't know if I like it as much going second, because it lets your opponent not only get up to 7 cards and help prevent you from getting that aggressive start, but also you can't corral them in that second player's starting zone. And so while you do have a lot of control over the passageways, against Winter Soldier especially, I feel like if it wasn't Winter Soldier, I might feel a little bit different, because Robin could basically take up the position Winter Soldier's in right now and utilize that passageway plus some of the other really good ones to great effect. But against Winter Soldier, Robin cannot end in that blue-green passageway at any point, otherwise he risks an 11 right to the dome. So,
I always see risk just dying, yes.
yeah. So, and the best he can do against that is take 8 damage, which is...
He can't do anything.
It's, yeah. You know, if you have to just take the equivalent of the effect damage from a gaze, you know, that's not going to win you the game. So, because of that, I definitely think that the map is currently not doing too many favors for Robin, even though he is getting these nice hop in, hop out turns.
I
It's
also
just
feel
not
like
quite doing enough.
to win this matchup, you need to like try to lock Winter Soldier down a little bit, not let him like try to, you know, keep up pressure, stay attacking him with Outlaws and with Robin. And this map just gives him too much freedom of movement because you can't cover all the passageways.
Yeah.
So he has too much freedom of movement, especially because, as you said, you can't cover the bottom right one. You just can't stand on that passageway.
Yeah.
Ooh,
And we do see a marksman here, just a 2 value at the moment, but using up a defense.
Yep. I think blocking is definitely the correct call there, though. Keeping that outlaw alive.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a bold call, just because... Well, I guess it wasn't, right, because all the 6s are gone. Yeah, I guess since all the without remorses are gone, it's a pretty safe block. Worst it could have been was like reflex memories, I guess. But I think blocking...
But you're not using that on offense.
Yeah, I think everything else, the outlaw stays alive. I guess...
Yeah.
I guess program to kill would also do it, but then Winter Soldier's taking 2 and you're fine.
But program to kill is not a real card.
Yeah.
And there's is that a 2-copy card or a 3-copy?
2, yeah.
Yeah, so both are in discard already.
Oh,
Which means we won't be seeing again this game. Because you're not shuffling those back.
Yes, good call. I didn't see that second one there. Oh, it's because the second part of it is covered by the
You're running out of time, thinking about positioning. Trying to change it up. Ooh, I like this. Phantom getting corralled a little bit here. Although a boost into a Wily could be pretty bad.
Yeah, the threat of Wily is always there, but if Robin can get enough momentum going, it'll be really hard for Winter Soldier to
Robin can't
counterattack.
Ooh, ambush.
Okay, we see Wily on defense.
What? Let's see what he hits.
Oof.
That's
not what you want to see.
I think that's completely fine. I think if Winter Soldier has a manipulation here, that'd be incredible to play right now.
Yeah, you definitely...
Just draw back up to 5, draw 3.
Yeah, you wanted to see a manipulation if you...
Yep.
So that's the card that Zero wanted to hit with the ambush for sure. Because that would have done 2 damage and then also not let Winter Soldier draw back up to hand...
Instead deals no damage.
Yeah, that was... I mean, sure, you got rid of a 6 that could have been used this turn, but that's again, you're still got a decent amount of health that you would have much rather seen that manipulation.
Everything's going Winter Soldier's way this game. It just feels so rough.
Yep. We did see a pretty bad spot in one of yesterday's games for Zero, and he came back to win it, but this one is looking quite rough at the moment, and it doesn't even let him, because of this positioning. I love the boost here to position where Winter Soldier is, because of the outlaw first action attacks. Winter Soldier is basically like, well, I'm representing having a Wily, and if you attack first action with one of these outlaws, they're both dying. Let's see, Robin could theoretically reposition the outlaws, hop in adjacent to Winter Soldier, and then hop out. But again, because of that manipulation, Winter Soldier is not really in danger of running out of cards, so Is
Outlaw
going
attacking.
to potentially call the bluff with the outlaw.
I mean, just throw a reprogram out there, maybe?
It
Ooh,
does
fainted.
faint. Faints a wily, so 1 damage.
Alright, hey! 1 damage, baby! We're on the board!
We are on the board.
That's, that's something. Deciding whether the outlaw should hop.
Oh yeah, I guess that is still happening, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
If the outlaw hops away, the outlaw can. The only place the outlaw can hop is to the other passageway, in the bottom right. Because if you don't do that, then it happens. Choosing a new. Ooh. Sadly, Winter Soda has no way to get through that outlaw immediately. Otherwise, could have gotten the. Funny thing. Just kill the outlaw and move away is the ideal play here.
Yeah. This is, I guess, the spot where that bionic arm being gone is nice. It would be one of the better ways to kill the outlaw.
He's gonna double
maneuvers.
maneuver in place, yeah. Just digging for that wildly.
Yeah, looking for the wily, looking for other blocks, just so Robin can't do too much with this pin right now.
His deck is entirely blue and purple though now.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of the red, so pretty likely that Winter Soldier can
I mean,
weather
there's
the
what?
storm here.
2 yellows and 2 reds in the deck. Well, that's it. 2 yellows and 3
let's
reds.
see.
No, yeah, 2 yellows and 2 reds.
Yeah, so we've got another marksman, another bionic, and then, yeah, one of each team. And did draw into the wily, so
That's brutal.
both outlaws gone. Does get 2 damage from the highway robbery, of course, because it still ignores the value.
Just gonna throw.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, I mean,
It's a disarming into a barracks.
doesn't
draws
get the healing,
1.
which is good.
Yeah, stops the healing, which is huge, and then gets the extra card. So has gotten Winter Soldier down by 4 so far.
Problem is, not a lot of outlaws left.
Yeah.
You still have both revives, which is good. And Winter Soldier has to get a reprogram off soon, somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, you make a good point, Mateo. If he doesn't get that reprogram off, he's just gonna die of fatigue because Robin Hood's somehow so far ahead.
I mean, not really that surprising considering Winter Soldier being Winter Soldier, but
yeah, he has drawn 3 from. He drew 3 for manipulation. He's been double maneuvering a lot, whereas Robin's been attacking most turns, so it does add up. And I think Robin's only gotten 3 card draw from effect, or 4, I guess, because he got 1 off of a the disarming shot there. He got 1 off of a regroup, and then he got 2 off of a piercing shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but again, Winter Soldier, not really pressed for time here.
One thing that Robin's probably going to want whenever Winter Soldier does go in for that reprogram is to block with the defenders, just to get another outlaw on the board. Probably
could even get
more
it adjacent.
Damage. Yeah, ideally, one of the best things you can do with the defenders is revive an outlaw adjacent to the opposing fighter, and then like double highway robbery.
Yeah.
Before they can kill the outlaw again.
If that happens, though, that's when you throw those reprograms defensively.
Yeah.
Just for the effect. You're taking 2 damage anyways. Might as well shuffle some cards back,
Yeah, that's fair. And you do still have some feints as well that you could throw into outlaw attacks, so you got options.
I mean, John's gonna need to win every combat interaction for this to go his way, I feel.
Yeah. Which, hey, happened yesterday, so maybe you can pull another.
Happened yesterday.
Rabbit out of the hat.
What are the odds that it happens twice, huh? Now that I've said it.
Now that you've said it.
Of course, it's 100%.
Okay,
Ooh,
another
that's nice.
feint into another wily, so still
That's
getting
1
1 damage over, which is better than the robbery in that case.
I think you would rather see a snark, but hey.
Yeah, getting a snark there would have actually been really nice for Robin, because it does the same amount of damage and still leaves.
I think he's gonna try and get the reprogram off, but then problem is you're gonna get double attacked by Outlaw.
Do you think Phantom ever takes an attack from an outlaw? Do you think he always just blocks with something?
I mean, if he has reprogrammed, there's no reason not to, right?
Yeah. I do think that with 2 Wileys gone now, though, there is more of a consideration for it.
Yeah.
But I think
Reprogramming.
I agree. If you have reprogram, you probably are always just gonna block with it.
Yeah,
Just
'cause,
to get something out of the deal and mitigate Wiley from being so bad.
Yeah,
At
it's
this
pretty
point,
much
an
because there's
undefended
no
Wiley would be a big deal.
undefended, but that's why you just always still reprogram, right? Mm-hmm.
See what Phantom gets back here after.
I imagine he's going to get the Wileys back.
Yeah, Wiley seems solid. Okay, it looks like he's got a feint and a reprogram pulled at the moment.
I think getting back reprogram smart just because ambush could ruin your day.
Grabbing a barracks as well.
Surprised he goes for the barracks instead of the Wiley. Or even another feint, I think. Right, choosing
He's
the
gonna go
barracks,
with
thinking
barracks.
he's gonna need the healing down the line. I don't know if I agree.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're running into this spot where maybe it could start being used offensively, but there still are plenty of blocks that even Outlaws could use to prevent it.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to block out for the Outlaws, because if Winter gets healing, it's just so rough from then on.
Yeah.
I expect Outlaw to double attack here. Feint, nice, catching a
Feint's
high
the
robbery.
I was gonna say I would have loved to see like potentially a regroup or a feint from the Outlaw,
Yeah.
which could have lined up well into Winter Soldier's feint.
Is Outlaw?
Ooh, thinking about what he's gonna throw out.
Dang it, why couldn't I
if he had
Oh,
reversed
that's it.
those,
That's
yeah.
it. That's.
Yeah.
What was that about winning every combat interaction?
Yeah. With both of those going Winter Soldier's way, that's really
That feels
gonna put
doomed.
Robin
I
super
don't think he has the
far behind.
damage anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, so if the regroup had been fainted and then the highway robbery goes into, well, anything
form.
really other than the, and I guess at that point it wouldn't be possible for there to be a feint because one just got shuffled back
Yeah.
and there was still one in the discard, so at most there could be one feint.
If
So
he had
the
gone
first
into the point in the
attack
barracks, that would have felt great.
yeah, because then the barracks doesn't get any
He should,
value
imagine
either.
he's just throwing. What's he throwing here? Actually, is marksman just guarantee that Outlaw
just
is
an 11 value marksman on
dead?
an Outlaw.
That Outlaw isn't just dead; it's just
Just to say that he
obliterated.
did it. I would love to see that here.
Dropping a tactical nuke on an Outlaw is very funny.
Ah, yes, let's go!
Boom!
11
The most
value
dead Outlaw I've ever
marksman.
seen.
Yeah, so we got one. Oh, and he's got a boy named Bucky into manipulation, it looks like, probably.
Oof. Oof.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess that was only because he's not in the spot right above where Winter Soldier is. That was only a 10 value marksman.
Misplay.
But still.
Only a 10 value marksman, yeah.
Only a 10 value attack.
Only a
into the
10 value
Outlaw.
attack. Oof. Can't believe it. That's terrible. Yeah, that's the Winter Soldier special on this map. It's always funny to see, even if it goes undefended, just seeing that Outlaw get nuked to all hell.
Yeah. I have heard a story of Mitosis who apparently did get hit by a max value marksman on this map when fighting Winter Soldier and still won the game, so that's,
How?
that's an impressive feat. I don't think I ever found out the details from him, but
That's
yeah,
crazy.
I'll have to get more of a story on that because yeah, that seems difficult for any fighter to do.
I mean, imagine Winter Soldier on like 2v2 in this map.
Oh boy, yeah. That
You
would
just
be
have
nice.
like a Bigfoot or something, or Muldoon push him into that zone.
Yeah.
Drop 2 11s back to back.
Yeah, that would be gross.
Oh
feint into
no!
reprogram again. Not gonna
It
do
just
anything
keeps getting worse.
At least John's hydrating.
here. Yes, always
Yep.
gotta remember
Important.
to hydrate, homies.
I mean, this is the Winter Soldier we like the people were theorizing about, you know. This is the menace we were all scared of when people first when you know things got first announced.
Yes. the times where Winter Soldier can just keep cycling reprograms obviously puts him in a great spot. And when he can do it without taking any damage, which is normally the concern when blocking with a 2 value, right?
She's gonna drop a 6 on Robin right now.
Yeah, I don't see much of a reason to go adjacent.
Taking a
Otherwise.
6.
Yeah, ouch. Does get to move the outlaw.
I'm a bit surprised. I'm a bit surprised he went for that actually.
Oh, okay, he's going for the pin.
I'm
the last ditch effort here.
I'm surprised he went for that. I don't think there's a reason to go for that. You're just winning the exhaustion so hard. No reason to let yourself get pinned like this, right?
Yeah, I could see the argument for that for sure.
Especially now that you don't have like an easy way to kill that outlaw.
Yeah, didn't get back Wily's. Wily'd be really nice here.
Yeah, I don't know. Feigning. Ooh.
Feigning the feint. Alright.
I mean, something like a disarming shot here. Because at this point, you have to like kill Winter Soldier super quick. Playing
the
Playing
from the rich.
Yo from the rich. Draw 2.
What a world. So now we're gonna have to see whether Phantom decides to stop the other.
I can't. I never. I didn't think I'd see this. I've heard.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected it either. But I think it makes sense here. I mean, you're gonna
just
try to
really wanted that card draw, yeah. I mean, would have much rather thrown a piercing shot or a disarming, but evidently didn't have them, right?
Yeah. Quick double maneuver from Phantom here. Wants to have the cards.
Needs to get a reprogram those Wileys ASAP. I think that this pin is gonna hurt him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bionic I don't see the reason for it. You were winning the long game so hard. I don't think you needed that 6 damage to come through.
Oof.
No way! No way.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Obviously, regroup makes sense to keep hand up and potentially waste a better block, but
yeah, I don't know what to say. That's just
yeah. No, the barracks is furthest thing you want to see there. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing. I didn't mention this either because
yeah,
it's on my mind,
but
complete the mission into highway robbery does still like you ignore the value, and so you take 2, and because of that and your effect not being canceled, the outlaw does take 2 and dies. Taking a reprogram.
This is not nice to watch. This hurts.
Getting back a reprogram, and then might just be going for some 6s here. Robin can only take.
I don't think there's a need for you to grab the 6s. Just grab the defenses and play the lame way.
Going for the 6 and the Wily.
I'm surprised. I mean, I think you at this point you can just play lame. Right. It's one of those situations where you can afford to just not interact with your opponent as much as possible. Because there's no damage left. Well, I mean, still has a 5 and a 4, so.
Yep, and there's the 5. I mean, he can even just take the 2. And then
yeah,
Robin
takes the 2, deals 2, and just the 6 now kills, yeah.
Robin hopping adjacent, maybe going for that Wily. Does he have one left? Or no, I think he used the last one. Or... No, he does have one left, so maybe he's going for the Wily. Oh, Snark, okay. That also makes sense.
Discard 1 to draw 2 is a sound deal.
Yeah.
And not the odds that he draws the thing are not too bad. And if he finds the 6, it's just...
Oh, and kills with reprogram.
Wow.
Alright, let's listen into the players here.
You can multiple attacks doesn't work versus fighter who can like block for 2 instantly.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like Daredevil, maybe he's a little different, right? When he has to cycle on offense, but
yeah,
when he cycle on defense, that's awful. So, lesson learned.
Yeah.
Lesson learned. But
Oh,
that's
even
rough. That's
double win with
a
Houdini.
really bad spot.
Robin Hood and the Yen is pretty good against Houdini, so.
I mean, the Yen one is a toss-up. I think Robin Hood's
Yeah.
good, but I think it all hinges on the Yen Houdini game. We'll see. Okay.
All right, and that will wrap us up for Game 3 with Phantom now up 2-1 against Zero. There only is one fighter left for Phantom, so he'll be locked into Houdini for the remaining games, whether we do one more or two more, depending on how this Game 4 goes. But at this point, the two fighters that Zero has left both can do well into Houdini, so I definitely still think it's either player's match to take. What are some of you guys' thoughts after that game, and both how that one went and also maybe where both players' heads are at now in trying to finish this out?
I mean, I think as you said, it's really other players' game. You know, as John said, the Yango Houdini matchup, it really, really, really can go either way. And then the Robin Houdini matchup would be pretty nice for Robin Hood, just because since Houdini invests so much in every card he plays through boosts, and Robin Hood just invests nothing and is actually drawing so much from every mediocre card he throws. I think that both players are looking at this as kind of still anyone's game. I don't think Phantom feels confident that he can take this whole thing home, especially since the Unenga Houdini matchup, because it's so even, but because John's main fighter is Unenga, I really think that there's still the potential for John to come back. I think it'll really be a good display of how well Phantom can maneuver Houdini, because if he can pull an upset and take out Robin or Slime Crazy like that, thing could really get interesting.
Well, if he takes out Robin, then he's the champion. That's it.
Yeah. So it's probably, if I had to guess, I'm thinking that we're likely to see Yanenga for this next game, and I actually would not be surprised if we see position chosen for Yen as well, just because that can be basically, I feel like the early game can completely decide how that matchup goes between Yen and Houdini, and Houdini being able to get that early start off seems really rough for Yen. But if Yen can start and get the tempo in her favor, then it can be very hard for Houdini to recover if she keeps up the pressure. So I do think that both fighters like position in that one, and I think both Zero and Phantom aware of that. Zero in particular, since he'll have the choice here if he does go that route, and I would not be surprised to see him pick Yen and take position, because, and then just ban whatever two maps he thinks are the worst for Yen, because you would much rather have that in the pairing than map.
So you think he'll be all right with Robin Hood into Houdini going second, then?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel great, but I still think that because the Robin Hood matchup in general, I feel, is more favored towards Houdini, or towards Robin rather than Houdini, whereas the Yen Houdini one is so close and really does, I think, hinge on who gets that early tempo lead. I do think that even though it can be rough letting Houdini go first, really against any fighter, but especially against Robin, who can be squishy at times, I do still think it's probably worth going for Yen a bit more. But we'll see whether John agrees with that or not.
The Houdini Robin Hood one is very interesting because Houdini, as long as the big reveals don't get fainted, he only needs a big reveal and misdirections, and that's it. He doesn't need a lot of opportunities. So if Robin attacks and perhaps gets pulled out of the archer's comfort zone and just the surrounding with something like the Vanishing Act, could potentially just eat a big reveal after getting a feint pulled away or something, and then just dies to misdirection. So it is a very, very close. I mean, it's Robin Hood has to be constantly paying attention to his positioning and to what he has in hand, etc. Because one slip up and Houdini just takes the match.
Yeah.
But I do agree that I think we'll see, we'll likely see Zero taking position for both of the remaining games. I don't think there's a reason why you choose map here. There's no really like. There's no map that's gonna give Houdini an advantage over these fighters, I think.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. Which is always interesting to see. I do like that there's more fighters that are caring about position um, instead of always just like kind of defaulting to map choice, right? You've got Houdini, who's probably the most notable one, but even someone like She-Hulk, who's seen a lot of play this tourney, often doesn't mind taking that second player spot, which means that I mean, most of the time you're probably still leaning towards getting map because it does matter more for her. But fighters that at least consider wanting that position choice is
Winter
really
Soldier is another one of them that kind of likes position just because he likes to build up his hand as soon as possible. So yeah, I think it's interesting that most fighters are coming out that I feel that way. I'm very excited with all the new fighters coming out for Arsenal to come back in the rotation. With some changes, but I think we'll see in Arsenal we haven't seen as much here is a very, very wide array of matchups. Here there's a lot of matchups that we've seen plenty of times, like the Daredevil and Winter Soldier into Yanenga. We've seen plenty of times throughout the tournament. I think the next Arsenal tournament is going to be the Wild Wild West, with every match playing out completely differently.
Yeah, and a big thing that we'll have by next tournament as well is 4 new fighters to the roster, right? And so people are getting a little bit of a sneak peek with one of them in ladder this season with Golden Bat and seeing kind of how he starts fitting into the meta. But I think all 4 of the Tales to Amaze fighters will have some play and their
Is
spots.
Sun's Origins not coming out in time?
Sun's Origins, I think the last we've heard is February.
Ooh.
If I'm not mistaken, and so I think that would be just a little bit too late for it to be in like Winter of Champions.
Hey, Justin, Restoration Games. My birthday's February 20th. If you want to send me an early copy of Sun's Origins so that it gets here on February 20th, I wouldn't complain. That's all I'm saying.
I'll send Domino's across the sea to you. You know.
We don't have Domino's here. I'll let you buy me a different kind of pizza if you want.
No, he's gonna ship a Domino's pizza from here to Argentina.
I don't think it'll taste that good, but I'll take it.
6-month
3 pizzas, free pizza.
payment plan.
And most of that'll go towards the shipping.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we do have the fighters for Game 4, and it is going to be Yanenga versus Houdini. So let's jump right into deck highlights and start off with Houdini here, who I will give to Mateo.
Of course, Houdini, one of my favorite fighters, and this is a matchup I've played a bunch of times. It's one of the more like there's a bunch of matchups that are considered classic, and I think this is one of the ones that is quickly establishing itself as one of those very fun matchups that can go either way. The key cards here are all very appropriate. First one that's incredibly important, that is Houdini's main piece in his deck, is the Big Reveal, which he can boost twice to potentially get up to a value of a 9 if he boosts with his Magician Never Reveals Secrets, which is a boost 4, and one of his plenty of boost 3s. If Yanenga doesn't have any archers in her zone, there's not anything he can do. She just has to take the damage, which, as we've seen in the Black Panther game, if it goes into the right attack, into the right defense, if it goes into something the point blank, it's just so brutal. And the way you guarantee it doesn't go into a good defense is with something like Set the Stage. Set the Stage has an incredible boost effect, so when you maneuver, if Yanenga runs away, you can maneuver and boost with it to look at the opponent's hand and choose a card from them to discard, which means you can either get rid of Archer revives if that's what you're worried about, or you can get rid of any of the plenty of good defenses that Yanenga has. Another card that is incredible in the matchup is Sleight of Hand, just because, again, because Yanenga has no cancels, you can essentially scout out whatever she's throwing and throw whatever's appropriate. So if she's throwing a good defense, you could throw something like a For My Next Trick to, bait it out, or you could throw something like an Illusion of My Own Design to put some pressure on Yanenga's hand. Misdirection is also really good. It just deals 2 damage. It allows you to either kill archers really easily,
You can just maneuver, boost with that, and land next to Yanenga, because the archer dies when you boost your movement, so you can still land next to Yanenga and attack if you want to. So yeah, Houdini has a ton of tools to deal damage to Yanenga. The problem is he doesn't have a lot of survivability, right? He doesn't have any really good defenses to survive the pressure that Yanenga can put out. So it really comes down to whether Houdini can take care of the archers and deal enough damage as quick as he can using his card draw, action gain, and chosen discards.
Definitely. And one other card that I'd like to highlight, if we can pull it up, is the Vanishing Act for Houdini. Because one thing that this card can do is if you block an attack from Yanenga, especially if it's her last action for a turn, you can move her out of the archer's zone, which she usually wants to do to mitigate damage, and then you can potentially do a maneuver boost with some of those good effects, like you're saying, to set the stage, and then attack her with a big reveal. And she can't soak off any of that damage, even if there's still archers on the board. So something that Yen will definitely have to keep an eye out for, being careful with that. And then, speaking of Yen, let's go on over to her deck. We did see her a little bit earlier, but she has a lot of cards here that will interact in a few different ways than the previous matchup we saw. Starting out, the Rain of Arrows still a very key card in her deck here, because it puts a lot of pressure on Houdini's hand. Again, he needs a lot of cards to be able to do the various boosts and whatnot, and get his damage off. And if he doesn't have a ton of cards in hand, because he's having to block a bunch of double attacks and whatnot, then it can be concerning, and he doesn't really want to use Misdirection to cancel it, because he wants that damage either for archers or Yen herself. So definitely a very scary card, and one that Yen wants to utilize to put pressure on Houdini and either force him to take at least one of the halves undefended, or eventually run him out of blocks, because he's having to block all of those. And the funny thing is, a lot of his blocks are still pretty low value, so he might even be taking a bit of chip damage over the 3 in the first place. Surprise Volley, still a great card. Against Houdini, I could see you going for the action gain if you really want to, but I think most of the time it's still going to revive an archer, because, again, Houdini's not really wanting to cancel your effects, since he wants that damage from Misdirection, and so you're likely to revive the archer, and just having more archers to soak damage and potentially getting value out of one with the land is pretty big, for sure. Similarly, Master of the Hunt can be used to gain actions and go off on big combo turns, or potentially just let you draw more cards if Houdini's pressuring you. But if you're in that spot, you're probably feeling pretty bad from the end side. So I think that that's why the position choice is so important, because if you can get that tempo as again and use Master of the Hunt to put even more pressure on Houdini, that's going to put you in a winning position. And then while Stallion is still quite good, I would like to highlight another card, Shield Formation for Yanenga, if we can get that pulled up, because this is yet another tool that she has to not only revive archers if Houdini lets her, but put more pressure on his hand, because more likely than not, he's not going to want her to get that archer revive. And so if she blocks with Shield Formation, there's actually a very interesting interaction where if Houdini comes in and he attacks with only 3 cards in hand, which he's probably going to want to avoid doing, but depending on the circumstance might have to. If he comes in and attacks with 3 cards in hand, and one of those cards that he attacks with is Big Reveal, Shield Formation is an amazing block, because Houdini has to either boost with 2 cards or no cards on Big Reveal. It's not like Wakanda where he can boost 1 or 2 cards. He has to either go all or nothing. So if he only has 2 other cards in hand at the time that he's attacking with Big Reveal, he can't discard to Shield Formation and also still boost Big Reveal. So in that case, he would be forced to give the archer back. Of course, Phantom probably going to want to avoid that situation, but because of how close this game can be and how much fighters fight over tempo, it might be unavoidable at times. And if Yanenga can line that up, it's pretty a big deal for her. But even just at a baseline, a 3-value block that potentially revives an archer or forces a card out of Houdini's hand is still quite solid. And Houdini is going to want to counteract that by trying to get big damage over it regardless. Looks like we also have the map here. So the bans were going to be Yanenga did indeed choose position and banned Hirot and Raptor Paddock. Hirot makes a lot of sense. A really bad map for Yen. Raptor Paddock also one that potentially lets Houdini do some annoying things, especially with the pit potentially. Yen does have a way out of it, but if Houdini can like stick her in the pit and her only way out is Stallion, that could be pretty bad. Also, just a map that doesn't like it has okay zone layout, but the hard zone cutoffs on the edges would force Yen to be adjacent, which is not great because it would let Houdini eventually double attack, or at the very least attack and then maybe move away and force her to keep wasting some of her cards. Catching up. The pick is going to be Soho. So let's get that. There we go. So this will be the map that we're playing on. Taylor, what are some of your thoughts here for how this map will play out for these fighters?
I think it's a decent pick for Phantom because there are some awkward-ish hard zone cutoffs that make being a ranged fighter a little weird positioning-wise, and there's only one tri-zone space right next to that player 2 spot on the right-hand side of the screen. That means Jaws of the Beast will cap out at a 6 on that one spot, but everywhere else it'll be a 5 or a 4, considering that there are a ton of single zone spots on the map as well. It's also going to be hard for John to immediately aggress going first, just because Houdini will start in that pinkish color on the right, and so Yanenga or an archer is going to have to boost in if they want to get an attack in on the first turn of the game. And this map, I think, does play into Houdini's ability a lot, just because it is very vast. It's surprisingly massive, and with the zones, I think if Houdini needs to ever just escape and warp to the far side of the map away from Yanenga, it will be difficult for Zeroskater to kind of catch back up and keep the momentum of pressure going on. So I think it was a really good map choice by Phantom, and I'm interested to see how John takes advantage of going first and not having a map pick that suits Yanenga.
Yeah, for sure. And it does look like we are ready to hop over, so I am interested to see how some of those factors, particularly the ability to position a bit better for Jaws and stuff, so it doesn't give her full value, will work out here for the players.
The Mulligan Man strikes again.
Seeing Houdini keep, always a frightening sight, perhaps even more so than Panther, because with Panther, like, it does mean that you're probably having some cards yoinked, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're just going to be obliterated right away. But if Houdini keeps, it usually indicates he has something like a set the stage. I mean, of course, that's more prominent if he is going first, because he would be able to maneuver, boost with set the stage, attack you before you even get a turn, and potentially do a lot of damage depending on how many defenses you have in hand. And of course, if you don't have a cancel or something, then he'll probably go in to swing anyway. Of course, Yen doesn't have cancels, so that's less of a concern. It would be more her value blocks that you'd be looking to ditch, stuff like Jaws, or even something like Shield Formation, which can be quite annoying, as highlighted before. But we are going to see a mulligan from Yen, just probably looking for perhaps some archer cards. Those can be nice to put more pressure on Houdini's hand with something like Pin the Prey, or just get some big damage in with Shift. Going for one of those can be quite nice. And we are going to see Yen take the center spot. This center gray spot here in the middle of the map is the reason that Robin Hood likes this map so much, because it is a single maneuver away from every zone on the board. And so as long as you position in this spot, you can maneuver and attack as a ranged fighter. And the only thing that stops that is if your opponent has a sidekick to body block. So we might see Bess position in a way that prevents that from happening. So for example, if Bess goes onto that tri-zone and Houdini stays in this brown/pink area that he's starting in, Yen would not be able to do a unboosted maneuver into his zone. But otherwise, we'll be able to put some pressure on. Also in a spot where Jaws right now is at least a 5.
Connor, do you think it's worth it for Zero to aggress and try to purposely kill Bess, or do you think he just needs to ignore the sidekick and just go right for Houdini?
Yeah, that's a good question, Taylor. I think generally in this matchup, Bess, it really depends kind of on how the Houdini player wants to play it. If the Houdini player wants to use Bess as kind of a meat shield for that Swapperoo defense, then Bess might need to get removed. But the other thing to think about is, as the Anenga, you generally only want to spend 1 or 2 cards on Bess. So there's some situations where you can throw like a Jaws or a Shift or something, and it'll just clean up Bess really quickly, which is normally how I've seen this matchup go. But to answer your question, I think John kind of needs to look at this, and he kind of needs to assess what Phantom's doing with Bess. Because if he does choose to go down the route of Bess actually being like a goblin, like a secondary attacker, then it's going to be pretty obnoxious, and he's going to want to clean him up and stop the scuffles from occurring. But if they're scuffling around the board and Bess is just kind of standing back, he might not care too much about the Swapperoo defense, and he might just go berserk on Houdini, because, as he mentioned, Houdini invests so many resources into each card he plays, so he always is spending 2 to 3 cards per 1 action, or 1 block. So I think John just kind of needs to wait to see if he wants to play Bess like a goblin or just gonna be shield, and then from there John's always a value player, so he's gonna go for ideally probably 1 big hit on Bess and hope Phantom doesn't care enough to block.
And we do see Houdini use the beautiful Bess here to boost, warp next to the archer, and then attack. Of course, gonna have another action here, so could have been using something like a 4-man X trick to kill the archer if it didn't block, and then I guess I wouldn't be able to move next to Yen since he didn't warp between the two. So maybe a little bit less likely, but it would still let him maneuver and then attack Yen, even though the 1 movement wouldn't let him get there. Though, I guess a 4-man X trick would have let Bess move adjacent to the other archer and maybe attack with something like a flourish. As it is, we're going to see an illusion of my own design into a shift. So if this is actually really awkward for Yen, because either she boosts and then Houdini can potentially boost and still kill the archer, or just choose to be fine with the 2-for-1 and attack the archer again. And is going to use a Master of the Hunt, so Houdini would have to use a 3 boost to kill the archer. So it elects not to, but still has 1 more action and may decide to attack the archer again.
I think Houdini's happy with that, though. Seeing a Master of the Hunt gone is a lot of pressure off his back.
Yeah, I think that was definitely nice for Houdini.
I mean, he'd love to have a 4-man X trick here.
That would be ideal.
Get an attack.
I also like going for this archer, of course, as opposed to the other one, because this one does not currently have an active divide and conquer. It would just be a blank 2 versus the other archer who would have it be a 4 currently.
You're gonna see a block.
Okay, he's going to do the blank 2 into the 4-man X trick.
Blank 2 works.
The archer alive.
Could move Bess forward and kill the archer. Moves Bess the other way. Interesting. Could also move Houdini out of Yen's zone. Decides to stay adjacent. Really wants to get this archer out of the way.
Yeah, and is going to throw a third
another
attack.
One?
Does
he just have another one?
Does the archer block a 3rd time?
3 blocks an archer with 1 turn is crazy. I think it's another 4-man X trick.
If it is, something like a Pin to Prey could be kind of nice.
It is another 4-man X trick. Has the
Pin
pin the prey. Ooh,
Okay, it
flourish.
is a
Okay.
flourish, so doesn't have to boost, and the archer will go down. But this will let Yen move Houdini up to 4, and then Houdini will have to discard one of the 3 cards in his hand. That archer did not go down without a fight, that's for sure.
No, 3 blocks. Oof.
Yeah, 3 pretty good attacks went into that, and
Yeah,
took
and
the third one to knock
essentially,
it down.
Houdini will have spent 4 cards in total taking down that archer.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the Master Hunt and the Shift are important to lose. The other
Yeah,
two-
yeah. Yen put about an equal amount of resources into that turn, but forcing Houdini to use that much stuff is definitely nice. See what the discard is. Okay, getting
That's
rid of a
easy.
smoke and mirrors.
If that was a
Fair
bad
enough.
discard, it could have been rough, but that's an easy one to toss away.
Yeah,
That was if
Smoke
you
and
had the
mirrors.
other beautiful
the other beautiful
best.
best would have been
Yeah.
pretty great, just because.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think that it's an interesting choice because if you discard it there, you do replace the card. However, the boost trick on beautiful best is, it's definitely would be a tough decision. I think if you had like 2 other really good cards and the beautiful best, you probably do discard it. But otherwise, I think you ideally try to save that that action gain if possible, because that can just do a lot in the way of.
The action
putting
game is
pressure on
really
Yen.
good, yeah.
Yeah. And despite getting Houdini down 2 cards, Yen being fairly low on cards herself is going to back off here and build
Houdini's
up her
play
hand
pattern
again.
is often like this. You spend all of your cards, you maneuver back up, and then you spend all your cards, and you maneuver back up. It's like a cyclical.
Yep.
He's not one of those fighters that stays at a high hand count for long.
And we might see Bess, take the green-brown spot, because if she's there, then even though Yen's in that center spot, she cannot actually get into Houdini's zone without boosting currently. And the only way she herself can get into Houdini's zone is if she boosts with a 3. Archer could just boost with anything. Might just go for Bess here. And actually going to put that archer in the center spot, so now potentially if Bess goes down here to an undefended shift or a double attack, something like that, then next turn the archer would be in a position to attack Houdini no matter where he is. If Houdini goes in to try to kill the archer, then Yen can do it.
It'll be interesting. Any cards you spend to kill, I mean, Best in this matchup doesn't really do much.
Yeah, if anything, I think the map and her being able to body block like she did this turn is going to be the most significant thing she can do.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you're valuing that enough to like really fight over her, honestly.
Agreed.
So ideally for Zero, he doesn't put too many resources. Like ideally, this card just takes her out. That's usually where you kind of want to be.
You think he's just throwing a Jaws?
The double.
Just gonna take it, yeah.
Yep, and there goes Bess. About the what we expect.
She did her job. Only problem now is this is a very annoying spot for Phantom, just because shield formation is very active here.
Jaw's also positioned quite well at the moment, of course. Gonna see a double maneuver. Both players wanting to build up their hands, make sure they have the cards they need. Of course,
Yeah,
from the Yen
yes,
side, you
yes.
want to make sure that you don't get caught with only like one good defense in hand, because
Houdini
then
wants to find the
at this
misdirections.
Yep.
Wants to find set the stages, and until he does, he's just not gonna fully commit to anything.
Yep.
Really needs those boost tricks.
We're not going to see the archer go for an attack here. Instead, we're going to see
This
Yen
would be a
take that
good point
spot.
for a misdirection into the red with an attack.
Yeah.
Misdirection, kill the archer going to the red.
Yeah,
Just
I
to
like that.
nerf Jaws a little bit.
I'm so glad you guys have the card names memorized, since I often have to spend a couple minutes checking which ones go sleight of hand and which one's misdirection.
Yeah.
quite
He
fitting,
should,
I suppose, in this case.
he doesn't have Abracadabra, which is sad. I really want to say Abracadabra and stream a bunch. No kidding, of course. We'll see. You don't really think about how he wants to position here.
You know.
Spending quite a bit of time for it, and I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure why. What do you think he spent so much time deciding between those two spots? Do you think there's any like meaningful difference there?
Maybe just kind of thinking if the plan is to maneuver attack with Yen on this next turn, where that would like leave him and where he wants the arch to be able to reach maybe after if Houdini runs, but also.
No, I mean, I'd be surprised if Houdini
Okay.
didn't go in this turn.
It's gonna see Ace at this stage.
Ooh. I mean, this is a good big reveal spot.
Yeah.
Get rid of the shield formation, big reveal.
Or even the jaws. I mean, I guess you can go to the below Yen. So yeah, the shield
I
formation.
think shield formation. Going for the archer. The archer has no
the
blocks.
archer has no blocks, so yeah.
Gonna burn. Is he gonna burn? Considering either the jaws or the wonderland, I think. Wow.
I know Zero doesn't usually care about forced discards when he's playing Ganenga, just because all her cards are good. So no matter what you take, you're still leaving some good option on the table.
Yeah, but some options are better than others. It really depends on the matchup. I think, in my personal experience, shield formation is just so frustrating as Houdini to have to consider all the time.
Yeah.
It really prevents you from playing the way you want to play because you have to discard to it because otherwise it's too much health he gains back. We'll see what he ends up going with. I mean, if he has something good to ditch, I could see the argument for ditching the jaws. If he has like, yeah. He probably has like a Vanishing Act or something he can get rid of. I'm surprised he's not going for Yen here. Considering her highest block value is a 3. Using an illusion to get rid of it. I like that because Flourish usually has more value specifically against Yen. Just because all her boost values are so high and she can always essentially just full block illusions.
Yeah.
Right. This is gonna be an interesting spot. No, I mean Houdini knows Yen doesn't really have a good counterattack here. And Moses is like a stallion, which I think a key thing in this matchup is you have to be very willing to take attacks as Houdini.
Yeah.
Your health is very much a resource because you need your cards.
Yeah, and with the
Anytime
two
you're using
all part of the shows, you do effectively have 18 health. So you got a lot to work with.
Could get more if you wanted to.
Yeah, the big reveals can return and give you more, which can definitely be relevant.
Guys, remember to keep your lights on because Phantom's showing clear signs of fatigue from having this screen blasting at him. Don't game in the dark.
Glasses also. Good idea.
My sunglasses have the blue light thing.
Nice.
So
we know most of the cards again could be hating with here. Do we think it's maybe something like the Stallion?
I mean, one adjacent.
Yeah, I mean, that's also fair, although Vanishing Act could put a stop to that. So with this, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually just does it without even having to boost.
That just does it, yeah. Moving all the way away, I think, makes sense. Because likely Houdini just wants to double maneuver this turn. This is one of those spots where I think you'd have rather gotten rid of the shield formation than the jaws, because you could go for some sort of offense here. But with the shield formation there, it's a bit too risky. But I think he's probably just going to double maneuver. Trying to see where he can force the highest boost. This is going to come down to how fast can Houdini get some good big reveals off.
Yeah.
'Cause he's gonna need to get them before those archers come back. At least one of them, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Or maybe
once you
get at
start-
least some damage with a flourish, because you know, now of course the situation's changed now, but like flourish was his block value was likely a 3, so flourish could at least get in for 2, pretty reliably. If you toss something like a Banishing Act, boosting with point blank makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Wonder what he's gonna throw out here. We know he has 2 stallions. So what we know of his hand is 2 stallions and a shield formation, right?
Yes, and as far as combat cards go, I think.
And the one with land.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
I feel like if I'm Zero, if I drew a surprise volley, I would throw it out here
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
to make full use of the surprise.
Indeed.
You pretty much always throw them out as soon as you can, because they're not going to be misdirected anyways, so might as well. Might as well have those archers.
Yeah, it's funny because at a baseline, misdirecting the surprise volley is just going to be worse, because if the archer comes back and you have a misdirection, instead of blocking it with it, you could always use it to boost the next turn and not only warp with your ability, but also still kill the archer, which is essentially very similar to as if you had canceled the effect in the first place. But then you're also taking 1 from that combat if you do it that way, and not getting the warp out of it. So, just from
I guess it
baseline,
depends
that's
if you let it go undefended, right? If you let it go undefended...
Yeah, if it's the only thing you have to defend with it, it changes the math quite a bit, I think. And in that case, it's like fine. And if you catch something like the archer revive with the cancel, then it's actually pretty solid for you. But
Yep.
yeah.
So I love Houdini conceptually. Just him being able to use almost all of his cards in 2 different ways is just so fascinating.
Yep.
Let's go! I
Yes.
called it out!
There it is!
Good top deck.
So immediately we'll choose to gain the action to return the archer. Going to return the archer, of course.
Alright,
And then
now
Houdini
you
will
boosted the
choose-
misdirection, kill the archer and go adjacent to Yen.
Ah, yes! That would actually be pretty great.
That'd be clean.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's easily something that you could do here. And honestly, I think we'll probably see it if the option's there.
Just boosted the misdirection, go adjacent to Yen. Yen
Especially
will
because-
shield formation for sure if you do that though. You have to know shield
that is
formation.
the problem. Yeah, that is. Maybe you don't quite have the cards to facilitate that at the moment.
Yep.
Because you're actually getting pretty close to that situation I described earlier, where if you attack with 3 cards, you can't discard 2 shield formation and double boost big reveal. So yeah, we're just gonna see accept the 1 damage, go and attack the archer.
Yep. What do you think this is, Taylor? You called the last one out correctly.
Flourish.
Oh.
Ah!
Banishing Act into
Yeah, I
shit.
didn't have time to think about it. You caught me off
Yeah,
guard.
it was
that
too
one
quick,
doesn't
it's too
count.
quick.
That doesn't count.
With both of those shift gone, it's very clear. Like this really shows John's experience with the matchup and his willingness to just outvalue Houdini, just going for the long game.
Yeah, you said
'cause-
cards are so important to him. Making him spend additional cards or additional resources to attach like his sidekicks, just I think is such masterful play from Zero Skater. This is
really
this is
showing.
the Zero Skater hype stream. And
He's got a lot of experience with the matchup for sure. Somehow Houdini ahead in deck still.
Yeah, that is interesting. We also haven't seen.
Well, haven't boosted with flourishes or sleight of hands. That's the reason. I can tell you.
Yeah.
But...
And we haven't seen any sleight of hands at all, either for boosting or just attacking. Because as you noted during the deck highlight, of course, sleight of hand just free to attack with into Yanengo because she can't cancel. So other fighters can always stop the sleight of hand shenanigans if they feint. Of course, you don't necessarily always mind that too much because big reveals are not being feinted in that case, or less likely to be feinted. But still, it's a 3 boost that you'd rather use eventually to boost those big attacks. I mean, of course, the longer you can use sleight of hand to play the perfect attack based on seeing your opponent's defense is great as well.
Also, I want to point out that 2 Grand Escapes have already been used on defense. Which, sure, yeah, I mean, hey, you're saying, yeah, they're defenses. What else are you supposed to do with them? They're 3 boosts.
Yep, 3 value boost.
And you're gonna need those.
Because what is it? It's those, the 3 Grand Escapes, the 2 Sleight of Hands, are the 3 boosts.
Yeah.
The big reveal, right? Because you could boost the first big reveal with the second one, and then
with the
return
second one, and then.
One. That does come up occasionally. And then those are all the 3 boosts, and then you have the 4 boost scheme, of course.
A magician never reveals his secrets.
Yes.
Such a good card.
It is. It's great.
Still can't believe it doesn't work against Sherlock.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
It makes me sad. I understand it. It makes me sad.
Yep.
Because it's the matchup. You're like, oh yeah, this is gonna be awesome. Sherlock can't look at my hand. He can't discard. Nope. He's Sherlock.
Yep. He does not care. He's gonna
He
figure
does
out
not care.
his
Houdini
trick.
still wins it, so it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, he would win it even harder if that worked.
Yeah, and it'd be so cool though.
Yeah, no, it would be cool.
It'd be very cool, like Sherlock. Hey, eliminate the impossible. Eliminate this.
I'll show you my hand, eh? Well, here, you can see this one card. That's it.
It's pretty cool. Alright.
Alright, see an attack here from you.
Vanishing
He's
Axe?
taking, okay.
Ooh.
Double attack, took the first half.
And
the second half, okay.
Yeah, you can take it. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, still had, was only missing 1 health, still has 4 healing. And, yeah, Houdini's one of the things he can run into is just not having a ton of blocks.
Something fun you can do.
The more cards, and to your point, especially with the Grand Escape, those want to be saved at this point for boosts, of course, since a couple have already been used on defense.
Mm-hmm.
I love how Houdini is often faced with this decision to how to use his blocks. Use him as a defense, or use misdirections for the damage, Grand Escape for the boost value. All part of the show for the healing. Just such a fascinating character. Shout out Sam Crane. We love you, Sam. The designer of Houdini, of course.
Yeah, gotta meet him. Gotta thank him.
Yeah, he was playing in one of the events at Gen Con, right? I believe I briefly was able to...
I accidentally sabotaged him.
Oh no!
Oh, I remember that.
He was, yeah, I told him to do a specific play.
Oh my god!
Okay. Calls it out, yeah.
Gets the call out. Okay, that's good. Thank God.
Yeah, that's the spot where it ends up being roughly the same, especially if he's running low on blocks as just, getting that misdirection on the revived archer later. Would have been a little bit rough if it was not the revive. Yeah.
You think fatigue will play a factor in this, Ito?
It might. He's really I mean, when he boosts the big reveal, he's gonna be drawing cards because he's gonna boost it with sleight of hand at some point. He doesn't have that much time left. He has to get them off soon. At least the first one. And he has to get it off for some big damage.
Yeah, so Yen has to boost here if she wants to attack. Could always boost with something like a Divide and Conquer or a Pin the Prey, perhaps. I'm thinking that you're unlikely to get value from those since Houdini's probably just going to go for archers as soon as they're back on the board. Though I suppose Divide could potentially let an archer survive and force more resources out of his hand. But at this point, you just want to keep putting pressure. Houdini is going to run out of defenses.
Yeah, The other problem he has, right now he's wishing he had discarded that shield formation.
Yeah, probably.
Because sure, Jaws can block for 4 or potentially in this map it's hard to make it. There's and actually, is there a spot where you can force a?
Sadly, you can't play a scheme because I have full health, yeah.
There isn't a spot where you can force a high value Jaws, right?
The player 3 starting
player-
spot?
I
4,
think that's
maybe?
player 4. Yeah, player 4 in the
Yeah.
yellow there.
Oh.
You can force a 5-value Jaws. I think without
Yeah.
archers on the board though, that's the only spot. With archers on the board, there's a few.
Yeah,
other
that's on board
sources.
for sure. But yeah, that's the only spot. And shield formation, when it comes to this late, just having to discard cards is very brutal.
Yeah.
Because you need all the resources you can.
So Zero debating here whether he wants to boost in an attack or maybe just double maneuver, though that will force an overdraw. I guess he could play one with the land here to not overdraw, but I mean, he's completely not getting any value other than like I guess he's kind of maneuvering without having to ditch something. So we're going to see a boost with a stallion.
It goes down to under a minute on the clock, though.
True. We'll get a minute back after this, so we'll still have about a minute 45 left. But does have to start keeping that in mind, of course, because this is where these endgame interactions are going to be very complicated at times.
What is it, Taylor? What's the attack here?
Oh boy. Thinking maybe a ranged point blank, perhaps.
Ranged point blank. You're wilding.
I want to see a skirmish. The
Skirmish could be
skirmish
good
not
here.
only is a great attack into Houdini because his blocks aren't super high in the first place, but it lets you hop back onto that center spot. Vanishing Act does let him mess with that a bit, but
Misdirect.
Whoa!
That's
okay,
bad.
the Stallion.
Wow, using those misdirects on defense so. I don't
So
feel
it
about
lets
that
Houdini
one.
not have to boost, but yeah, that's an interesting call. It would have also been pretty bad into a skirmish in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe expecting another volley. Alright, an attack. I mean, at this point, if Houdini hasn't found sleight of hand, he's in a bit of trouble. Ideally, there's a sleight of hand into something like a point blank.
Yeah.
If that happens, Houdini's way back in it. I wouldn't be surprised to just see the shield formation though.
Yeah, I think that's probably your safest bet here.
I think shield formation is just solid, yeah. Force him to use
Houdini's
3 cards
not-
from his hand.
Yeah, Houdini's not too bothered by it at the moment, obviously, because he has plenty of cards, so it's not going to put like stress in that regard, but it's still going to force a card out of his hand that
Yeah.
he's not going to be able to use to try to damage you more.
Ideally, you can burn a swap if it's a shield formation.
Yeah.
That's the best burn you can. But yeah, I think we'll see a shield formation. Jaws.
You're going for Jaws. This
Is
is
it
going
the
to be a
sleight of hand?
4-value Jaws. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, sleight of hand. Just gonna.
Swapping in form and X trick, basically just blanking the Jaws.
All right. And now, this is gonna be a sleight of hand's right there. What are you doing?
He's playing the other sleight of hand. It's all a mind game.
He better be because I'm gonna flip out. Okay, there we go. There we go. Anytime someone attacks with something that's not sleight of hand into your Nenga, I get pissed.
Yeah. Maybe it was like Taylor saying, maybe it was the other sleight of hand.
Sure.
The ultimate,
Let's say
ultimate
that,
flag.
because otherwise. All right, ditch something and then big reveal. You have to big reveal here.
Yeah.
He's definitely gonna big reveal. He's considering what to discard. Still has the action gain, and how many how many stallions are left?
I think 2.
Still 2.
No, only 1 actually.
No, 1. Yeah. So could potentially get a nice turn with Beautiful Bass soon. If he manages to rip out that last stallion.
Still has the one with the land in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Time to deal some damage. I don't. You gotta. There's something to deal some damage.
Houdini has a huge hand advantage right now, which is pretty scary for Inanga.
Yeah, it seems like this might be a pretty difficult choice, though, so that's at least something that... Okay, going
Oh,
for the
just
replacement.
considering we're ditching, was considering the action game versus the, just
Oh. Drew into the big reveal.
just a skill issue.
Yeah, and just...
Oh, that's
yeah.
beautiful. That's what you want to see. Boom. One big hit. Needs to find one more of those. I think he's gonna maneuver one with the land, probably. That's what I would expect. I would expect to maneuver one with the land.
Yeah. The interesting thing, and I'm gonna have to note this down to maybe ask later on, but I'm wondering, just based on the reaction, if
Did he
maybe
top
that
deck?
was, yeah, like I think he might have not had the big reveal. Maybe he
Yeah.
was gonna go for something like a flourish, but then top decked the big reveal and decided, well, that's just better.
Yeah, no, that is just better.
Flourish
That
would
was
have been
that was
fine
a pretty
too, but
nuts,
yeah, that
nuts
was
draw using the
yeah.
beautiful best
You
discard.
know what would be fantastic here if he could maneuver boost with a he's gonna one with land. Ideally, he maneuvers boost with all part of the show.
Yeah.
And then he might get if he top decks the other big reveal, Yen might be in trouble.
Yeah.
At this point, you have to maneuver boost in every turn. Same as Black Panther last time. You just gotta try and kill Yen while you have the hand advantage.
Yeah, in this matchup, hand advantage is so critical, and right now it looks like Houdini's doing pretty good of staying above Inanga.
Maneuver.
Oh,
Ooh.
Oh, the top decks, baby.
Ooh.
Top deck city right now.
Yeah, you just take the shield formation.
Burn the shield formation, yeah. Flourish could get some good damage here.
Yeah.
Okay, can you copy your hand?
Yen? It's looking a bit scary. Houdini can definitely still take this. I mean, if... Sadly, it doesn't seem like he'd have the other big reveal. If he does, this would be a great turn.
Yeah.
If this is the other big reveal, this would be a fantastic turn. We'll see. I mean, you have to block with the style, right?
Yeah.
And let's see what the attack is.
Yep.
Flourish, you boost by 4. Boost by 3, draw a card is fine.
Yeah, because this also lets
Although,
you...
hey, can
use
I just say?
Mhm.
What?
No, he didn't attack with that.
Why?
It's true. Like, he knew what he was gonna block with, you know.
Nope,
So...
he might have not blocked it. If he hadn't blocked it, would have been better, you know.
I mean, I think he'd take it undefended, undefended flourish just fine.
But it could have been better. That's all I'm saying. There's just no reason not to, okay?
It saves a little bit of, you know, mouse clicking, I guess.
he's just that confident. He doesn't need to.
Yep.
Okay, sure. I mean, it didn't change anything. That's likely what still is gonna happen.
No, yeah, but from
It's
pure,
the
like,
principle, okay?
from pure optimization, I suppose it.
Yeah, it's the
technically is
principle.
Always better. Too.
This is unmatched. It's not a Euro game, Ito. Ito out here min-maxing Houdini.
Hey, he's my boy. Alright,
Yeah.
now Yen draws into 2 attacks, forced to block with a shift.
2 archer cards.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that'd be brutal. Block a shift with a big reveal and it's over.
Yeah, and I think Phantom just realizing that there is actually indeed a Jaws spot without archers on the board. But yeah, the being able to boost with the sleight of hand there means that the 4 can be saved for later. So it can be recurred with used on a big reveal, recurred, and then used on the other flourish.
Yeah. Boost it, that's an easy boost. Alright, what are you throwing out? Flourish, would be fine. Ideally, you throw the big reveal here.
Yeah, give
think,
Yen the least amount of time to draw into a better block than Stiff.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine if you
So the
just
real
drew the
question
2 archer cards, he
Phantom
blocks
gonna
the shift.
is Phantom gonna do a magic trick and bend that spoony? Is just hope.
Block him
Oh,
with
it
the
is
shift,
a
yeah.
shift. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's rough.
Not the big reveal.
That's rough. If that was the big reveal, I think that could have been curtains. Right? Big reveal deals at least... Yeah, big reveals plus misdirection was probably kind of curtains there, right?
It'd be, let's see. Big reveal would go up to, theoretically, I guess if you have the other 3,
Yeah.
well, you'd be at a 9, so you'd do, yeah, I mean, that would be enough.
Yeah.
And Yen is out of 1 with the lands and only has the 1 revive left, so unless she, like, immediately found the revive.
Yeah, big reveal into misdirection would have been so they didn't have it, sadly.
Yeah.
Is Zero sitting on like 1 Jaws, 1 Point Blank skirmish for
No
block
way.
options?
And what?
Like, is that what's left in the
I think
deck?
so,
for
yeah.
block
Deck,
options?
yeah,
2
let's
skirmishes.
see. 2 skirmishes, a
A
Jaws, a Point Blank. I think that's it, right?
Yeah, 2 skirmishes is just a point blank.
Yeah.
He's in top deck mode right now.
And then
If he
also
blocked the
has-
shift, it's because he didn't have something better.
He has
Yeah.
1 Master of the Hunt, 1 each of the Archer cards, the Surprise Volley, and the
Correct,
double attack left.
Yes.
That's his 9 total cards.
Maneuver.
Double maneuver here.
He's gonna go back to that spot. Where's the double attack? 11, 6, 5. Stays there.
Oh
I mean, if you're a Phantom, you just have to go for it, right?
Yes.
Zero Skater always playing with fire with the timer.
Does he have it? Okay, that's not what you want to boost with.
And another thing to note here is that Misdirection is also a pseudo 3 boost for Big Reveal because it's a 1 boost that does 2 damage from the boost trick.
Could you have... If you... No, you can't. I was wondering if there was like... I was just doing the math. There was like a... If you could play your scheme and win here.
Interesting.
Play your scheme, attack, boost, make it a 8 blocks by 3, let's say. I don't know. I was thinking if you recur the misdirection. We'll have to see. Someone better than me has to do the math. Ooh. Oof. That's bad. That's very bad.
Yeah.
That is, yeah, that's really bad.
Now Misdirection is lethal.
Not really. He's surely gonna throw an archer card here if he's gonna revive an archer if he has one. Surely. What do you bring back though?
Are there any doubles left?
No reason to bring back the scheme,
There's
right?
1 double attack.
There's
Yeah.
1 double attack left, yeah.
So maybe
Yeah, I feel like you probably just bring back the... I don't know, like the scheme...
No reason to bring it back. You're
Yeah.
drawing 2 cards next time anyway.
Yeah, and yeah, so I think you bring back the Grand Escape in that case, just
Yeah.
to have the extra block if you really need it. Because at this point you just need to not die.
Because
into-
double attack, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think you do bring back the Grand Escape, and yeah,
If Zero doesn't have the archer revive, it's over.
then it's just over. Because even if Misdirection's not in hand, you can double maneuver and boost even the second maneuver. In which case you can have it.
Okay, but hold on. Because even if he brings back the archer, if misdirection is the top card, maneuvers misdirects the archer,
Flourish,
and then
yeah.
flourish kills, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, I think it's always the Grand Escape.
I think it's always the Grand Escape, yeah. I think someone in chat making a good point. Is Flourish +4 lethal with Archer? 7 value, blocks by 4, 5, 6. Yeah, no. Bringing back the scheme is lethal with
Depends
Flourish.
on if Yen gets that. If Yen takes that Jaws spot, no.
Is there a world
Block
where
by 5 + 2 is 7. Yeah, true.
is there a world where Yenanga goes for actions and then maneuvers in double attacks and Houdini can't block and Houdini just dies?
Yeah,
This
that's
world,
why
I
I
want
think
that to happen.
I think that's that's the last hope.
you need the Grand Escape here. Yeah, you need the Grand Escape because otherwise Yen kills you, I think.
Yeah.
I say the higher the risk, the higher the reward.
I think it really depends. What could he have in hand? He either has a Banishing Act.
All part of the show? No, both of them are used.
Yeah, the only cards left are Vanishing Act, Misdirection, and Flourish. Plus whatever.
If he has
card
Banishing Act, if he has Banishing Act, he can bring back the scheme, I think. Oh, actually, no, because I don't know.
No, because Skirmish on offense gets you into trouble then.
Does it?
I think so, because you can't.
Yeah, that's true. It does.
You can't get away either. Yeah, you can't either get
Wait, can't you?
yourself away.
Yeah, you can go to the bottom left, right?
Bottom
That'll
left.
still be in
but,
the red.
But yeah, you'll be red, and Yen can reach the red with 2. And then if you push Yen away, she can still get back in range of where you are. So.
Yeah.
He took back the Grand Escape, right?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
I think that's the correct call. Well, also, if it's the... If it's the Grand Escape, and he has the Misdirection in hand, it doesn't matter, because Revive still wins. If he doesn't have the Revive, he has to... the Revive is the only thing that saves him here, I think. He has to maneuver and pray for the Revive.
Attack him. Come on.
Grand Escape gets him away, though. Yeah, this has to be the Revive, otherwise it's...
Yeah. Is the Revive.
It's gonna Vanishing Act. Is there a place where you can force a boost, maybe? Yenenga can boost her second action. Oh, this is a spooky game.
Gain
really
the
coming down to
action,
the wire.
maneuver, go hit him.
The big question is, can you toss the Archer in a place where it's annoying, essentially? Could force a boost, maybe?
Actually, if you maneuver after this, because Houdini's likely going to move himself away. Yeah, so if you put the Archer in the tri-zone, which John was looking like he was going to do, then Houdini runs away. And then you maneuver, you put the Archer down below, you put Yen on the guaranteed Jaws spot, and if Houdini just goes for an attack on Yen, then she actually has a 6 value Jaws. Otherwise, obviously, you could just misdirect the Archer, which is the same difference as doing it onto Yen at the moment.
Has to bring the Archer back for sure.
But yeah.
Question, can't bring back the Archer on the other side, right? Because then Archer gets pushed to the top.
Yeah, I think that is the case. Because right now, the 2 fighters that Houdini can move with the Vanishing Act are either himself or the Archer, not Yen. Because Archer becomes the attacker because of surprise volleys effect.
Can he force a boost at least?
He might be able to. Let's see.
I don't think so.
No, not actually at the moment. I'm wondering where the best spot is if you're gonna move the Archer.
I think you need to take that. If you thought that was the Ryu, I think you take that, right? I think you're supposed to take that attack.
Yeah, it's very possible now that I'm looking at it.
Because if you took that attack, then maneuvers, boosts. Okay, she has the Grand Escape. Actually, never mind.
So
I think he might have needed to take that attack. I can't.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Because I'm trying to think if Yen. No, I don't think Yen can really attack again. I guess it depends where you put the archer. Maybe she could justify a
Okay,
skirmish
so
if the other
if-
card is exactly Jaws, but
If he took, if Houdini took that attack, he'd be down to 4, or to 3. Sorry. Right. He'd be down to 3.
yes.
Be back.
I guess he can't take it because if Yen has the W, just die.
No, can block the second part.
Block the second.
He can. He
Well,
can.
no,
use
I'm
the
saying
banish
that Yen could have gained an action after she sees you take it, and then she just attacks you with the double.
You
Or
still
no,
live.
I guess you'd still have 2 blocks. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you still live. You live every turn. So.
Yeah, no, maybe that is.
I think he. I think he had to take there.
Yeah.
It's very taking
Taking
over
the Jaws spot would be interesting, though. With the archer on the board, although misdirect can change that, but if you don't top deck it, well, I guess. It
I like that.
actually.
Just that also blocks the jaw spot. That blocks the jaw spot without boosting because Archer wouldn't be in the same zone.
True.
Has to boost if he wants the Archer in the same zone.
And both players look like they're feeling the pressure of the moment. They both have their left hand on their face.
I think if he hadn't, I think if he took that attack, he might have had it. Now I don't see it.
Watching John's clock tick down is giving me so much anxiety.
Maybe he can like maneuver. If Flourish is the top card, maneuver, kill the Archer. Maybe.
End the turn, John.
I am gonna have to reset here real quick. Going to.
Classic John.
Oops.
I think he top decked the misdirection, and that there's no way to close it out if that's the misdirection. If he top decked the misdirection, there's no way to close it out. If he top decked the misdirection, there's no way to close it out. He should have took with that banishing act, I think.
Phantom gets 0 down to 1. Also, Phantom, why do I hear boss music?
I think he had to take that attack. That's rough. I think Theo has it now. Yeah.
Yeah. He's decked out.
I guess. I mean, if he doesn't die this turn, maneuver, kill with the misdirection, attack for 6 wins. He has to take whatever. The thing is, he takes 3 here from the archer. The archer. What do archers have for attacks?
Both of their cards.
Oh, Master of the Hunt.
Master of the Hunt, let's go! Aggro Yananga!
Yeah, top decking the misdirection there is a problem, of course.
Yeah.
Takes
And
the
now that's
pin.
GG. Yeah, he needed all 3 of his cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I think
Well,
he top
yeah,
like the first, that could have gone different.
yeah. Because so let's see what happens if he top decks the flourish.
He
It
top
really
decks the
depends on, I
first.
guess, what the defense options are.
Oh well,
What-
no, he had the pin to prey. It doesn't matter, right? Because then attacks with anything wins.
Well, no, I'm saying could Houdini have? Because he needed the flourish attack plus the misdirect boost, right? So
Well,
those would have been separate. Because attacking just with a 6 wouldn't have been enough, probably. Yeah, because if Yen has Jaws or Skirmish, she survives the attack. So yeah, what would have been the route then if you top deck the flourish?
Attack the archer from the maneuver to the
Yeah,
maneuver
and
to the
then
spot where Yen's at now. Attack the archer.
Yep.
Archer dies. Discard the Grand Escape. Pray you don't die.
Yeah, so I think Yen would have still had some decent options.
No, yeah, I think
That
Yen
case.
had the
I
winning
think she
odds
was
there.
in, yeah. But yeah, top deck in the wrong order definitely doesn't help. But now Houdini's gonna take 2 from his maneuver, and the
Kill
most
the
he
archer
can
attack.
do,
Yen has a defense. That's it.
yeah,
Boosting.
boosted into
Jaw
the
spot.
jaw spot might as well.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but sure. We'll misdirect the archer. Misdirect Yen for the fun of it. Make her redirect herself.
Yeah. Yep.
Blocks the job. Yeah.
Now
That's
Yen
it.
could even just double maneuver if she wants, but of course, gonna finish it off here
Health
with a skirmish.
differential.
Indeed.
I think boosting there at the
Oh
end
my
did him. I
goodness.
think blocking there at the end did him in. I think that vanishing
Yeah.
act was needed.
Yeah, no, I think that's accurate. Let's tune into the players here as they are done after this very close game.
And you threw a 2. You threw a 2. Actually, I didn't play.
Oh,
point blank.
I didn't have anything. I didn't have anything. Also, I
Ooh,
didn't have.
I threw the-
clothes.
I threw the shit.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
didn't even
And,
have
I didn't have flourish, so I come back to this and I was like, okay. Man,
Yep,
one thing
yep.
away. If only I got in the middle of the game, I got these things out of Phoenix for defense. I didn't get any of those. Like, it's a long game.
Yeah, that was nuts. I was feeling really, really good in the early game. I thought I totally had it. I was coasting by easy, no worries. And then like mid game, things started to turn around because you killed off the archers with attacks
Yes,
rather than
that's
use the
when-
misdirection. So I tried to defend them obviously the best I could because I knew, you don't want to let misdirection become damage. You want it to
Yeah.
clear archers.
Because it's like dealing 3 damage to Yen, actually killing archers with cards.
Yeah, exactly. So I did a good job defending them, but then I ran out of defenses for them, and you were able to kill them off. And then that turn that you played the first big reveal, and I played a point blank. I think that was my only defense option at the time. Was a point blank. So that hurt a lot, and you took away like half my health in one go, and you still had misdirections left and enough damage to kill me. So
Yeah.
very, very scary. I mean, I think this is typically how the matchup normally goes.
Zach, I think you're muted.
Yep, I was indeed muted. Yes, so that is a great showcase, I think, of how close that matchup can be, and just really well played on both sides. Just tiny little decisions here and there, perhaps like using that vanishing act at the end, that makes the difference between who ends up taking that
And
one.
if,
But yeah,
if he had the vanishing act, maybe returning the
scheme
4 instead of the grand escape. Yeah.
Yeah, you could see that too. But yeah, absolutely wild, and I gotta say, anytime that we can go to a game 5 is a great grand finals experience. Getting to see all the fighters come out multiple times, and having it all come down to this last game is going to be quite something. What do you guys think as far as where each player is now positioned, with the last matchup here being Houdini and Robin?
I think it's just going to be the scuffle for the grand championship. Robin Hood, Houdini, both pretty aggressive. Robin Hood definitely has a slight edge, but it's just going to be the ultimate scuffle. It'll just be, yeah. I'm not really. I think both players have played their best. They both have gotten 2 to 3 wins they need, and it's just going to be the biggest scuffle of them all.
Love it.
I think Phantom gonna have a tough time, but as our good friend Zero Skater, aka John, likes to say, Houdini is a scumbag. So if those feints are buried, Robin Hood could just get blown up in 2 attacks. So you never know. If he doesn't find the feints, a misdirection into big reveal, you do that 2 times. That's game.
Yeah.
So Houdini can definitely still take it, especially depending on where those cards are.
Yeah, it's definitely one that's it's not one that's absolutely hopeless for him by any means. So I am interested to see exactly how both players will maneuver it, because I do think that in general Robin has the edge, but I don't think you can ever really count Houdini out. because
Yeah.
he can just do Houdini things.
Mhm.
And even though John has the experience of playing on stream, playing for several hours at a time, definitely can't discount Phantom's skill. He has made it all the way to the finals. He has proven himself through multiple tournaments to be one of the top players. I think a couple tournaments ago he went undefeated in pools. So Phantom definitely has the tools in his skill arsenal to pull this out, and especially with Houdini, anything can happen at any moment, and I think it just comes down to the players to make the most
All right.
out of what they have.
Give me a big reveal into a regroup.
Yeah, no, that would definitely do it. That would.
Yeah, no, that's. I think that's straight up game because then you just misdirect 3 times and you literally have enough damage.
Yeah. Yep.
Big reveal
that
into
was-
regroup into 3 misdirects wins. So maybe.
Yeah.
That's the big problem.
I think in Max versus matchup, Houdini has to take attacks. Just take attacks. You don't care about you're gonna. You're never getting low enough in deck. You just gotta kill him before he kills you.
Yeah.
That's
I
simple.
think we'll definitely see a big example of how Houdini is one of those fighters who is more likely to take hits, just to preserve his hand and be able to have those resources he needs to get his damage out before his opponent can do so.
Yeah.
Classic Unmatched. Defeat your opponent's hero before they defeat yours.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Indeed. All right. Well, it looks like we are going to have a quick break for the players while they get ready for this last one. So in the meantime, if you're just tuning in or not as familiar with the game and missed the intro at the start, we'll go ahead and roll the What is Unmatched video once again, which is a video that Zero himself actually put together that gives a really good breakdown of this awesome game and how it's kind of set up.
Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals.
Yep. All right, and there you go. Great video to kind of give a rundown of the game and both how it's played as well as kind of the background behind the types of fighters that we see. There's such a variety. In so many matchups. Lots of different play styles. Each fighter plays differently. Even fighters that might have similar abilities, like there's multiple fighters who have +2 bonuses to their attacks under certain conditions, play wildly differently than each other. So love to see the variety. Always love to see how that interacts with new fighters as they're released. And of course, with the Tales to Amaze coming up, we'll soon have an entirely different way to play the game, and it'll be awesome to see how the fighters interact differently in that as well. For instance, one of the fighters that we see a lot at the high ends, and usually banned out more often than not, is Sherlock. And then someone on the absolute opposite spectrum in Spike. Those are mostly reversed in their role in the co-op game. So just even stuff like that, seeing how fighters are going to be ranked a lot differently as far as how useful they are in the modes is cool to see. But yeah, while we're waiting here, if we want, we can go over the kind of general tourney runs. Both these players have been playing in the competitive scene for quite a long time. and it was no exception to get here. It was a lengthy process. Of course, we started out in the pool stage where we had groups of 7 players, a total of 16 groups, and they had to play once against each of the other players in their pool. So they had 6 matches over the course of 4 weeks, and each of those was a best of 2. So you played 2 games, no matter what the results were. So you were just looking to get as many points as possible. I mean, you got a point for a win. So even if you went 1-1 against an opponent, it still counted towards your overall record. And so looking at the 2 players here, Zero was in the group Cloak and Dagger, so Group C, and he went 10-2 in pool stage. So a great record, of course. Got first place in his group, and so made it to that guaranteed top 32 spot, and did not have to play in the first preliminary bracket round. Um, and then Phantom also topped his um, pool. I believe at I think it was 10-2, but then one of the players had to drop, so the end score shows 8-2. But also basically same score as each other, having only 2 game losses during their pool stage. And Phantom was in Group P, which was Black Panther actually. So Phantom getting a win with the fighter for his group. Unfortunately, Zero not playing Cloak and Dagger for I suppose understandable reasons.
Disqualify him. Get him out.
Yes.
Get him out of here.
And then yeah, both players having to make it all the way through the bracket stage up into the semifinals, which we had yesterday, where they both won and made it to the grand finals here. What I guess I'll kick it over to you, Taylor, because you've been playing with Zero ever since like the early tournament days. What do you think it means for him, I guess, to get back to this point after having the last 2 tournaments kind of going out earlier than he would have liked?
This is kind of like not like a redemption story, since many people still would be insane to say like Zero has lost some of his edge. He is a 2-time champion, and this was just about like returning to form for him, I think. He did during bracket, he was able to kind of like get rematches against opponents that had beaten him in the past. In the first round, he beat R4 Mello. In the second round, he beat SLT. But then in the quarterfinals and the semifinals, he played against Bryden and TDC Jason, respectively, who both beat him in the first ever Premier tournament back in like 2021. He was able to 2-0 both of them and kind of get his revenge from the early prehistoric days of Unmatched. So I think just being back in the finals this weekend, playing in the grand finals, with more fighters, more games, it's where he wants to be every single tournament. And I mean, we've seen him here more often than any other player. So yeah, Zero just once again showing that he is still one of the best players, even if Chad has a higher elo score than him.
Yeah, and of course, Phantom, the only remaining player from outside of the U.S. for the top 4, so looking to take the trophy home, and I believe the first European to take the trophy home if he can secure the win here. And so the international community has really grown, especially in the last year and a half, and it's been great to see so many new faces and people from all over the place playing in the competitive scene and performing well. And so Phantom's route here got that secured spot on the top 32, and then for top 32, he faced off against Shy Guy for Smash. Got a 2-0 there, and then was able to advance to that top 16, where he had a very close match that I actually streamed on my channel between him and Mike Sidious256. In fact, one of the games, it was the T-Rex versus Luke Cage game, came down to basically a 50-50 on what card Mike top decked for Rex, and he did not top deck the right one that he needed,
Yeah.
so he ended up just barely squeaking out that win with Luke, and then was able to finish out the
And
set after.
funny enough, in that series, Mike got a one health win over Phantom's Houdini.
Yeah, yeah.
So you know.
And then the quarterfinals, he actually faced off against Bjorn, which is where some people who saw that one might be a little bit confused here, because Bjorn actually did end up taking the victory. However, due to timing conflicts and stuff, basically had to forfeit. So they played essentially what was an exhibition matchup, so that it could still be streamed and stuff. But Phantom ended up advancing, and then had a really strong performance against M Plaza yesterday in the semifinals, taking a commanding win with both of the fighters that he got in that one, which were Winter Soldier. That was a really crazy game to watch. A very different style game than the Winter Soldier one that we saw today. Had to go really aggressive, given the fact that Achilles had a really strong start, just to claw back and make sure that he could actually get there, take advantage of Achilles' drawing of not a ton of good defenses as well, and then was able to get a win with Bigfoot into Achilles too, in convincing fashion. And so yeah, both players have done a lot for not just this tournament, but the community in general. Both of these mainstays of the community, of course. Zero does a ton of stuff with streaming and videos on YouTube, and is the reason why I myself got into all of this in the first place. As much as I have. In fact, just going back to the first tournament that I played in, which was the first Summer of Legends 2 years ago now, I was just getting started out, and I had gotten into things because of the Premier Tournament VODs as well as watching Zero's videos, and I actually messaged him with some, like, asking for some strategy tips and stuff, and at that point, I was just some completely random person he hadn't met before. I hadn't really engaged much with the community. I'd lurked in the Discord a bit, but wasn't really actively posting anywhere. It was still a while before I was going to do anything content-wise, and he gave me advice on some matchups I was wondering about, and just, you know, giving that time to some random dude who messaged him shows how much that he's engaged and cares about the community, and so it's been really cool to get to know him better as time's gone on, and not only, you know, practice with him and be on a team with him for Team League, and talk with him more about strategy stuff, but also working with him as a TO and whatnot. It's been a blast, and while I haven't done as much with Phantom, I have hosted him a decent amount, and you see him everywhere. He's a great player, extremely open to talking about strategy and helping people out. He practices a ton. He's very dedicated to this game and these tourneys and stuff. So it's awesome when both the players, like, I would be happy seeing either of these players take the victory here, and the fact that we are seeing a full 5 games between them for this wrap up of this tournament, which has been just an amazing time so far. It's really cool to see.
And speaking of Team League, I know someone in chat was asking what shirt I was wearing. I am wearing my Happening Team jersey with our signature egg logo. It also says, not that side, the Happening on it.
The Happening.
That's really hard to see, but ooh. It also says baked goods on the back.
Nice.
So yeah, the Happening is the best team in Team League, and I'm sure Connor can also attest to that.
Yeah, our official team film is the film Ratatouille. If anyone has seen the images of the various colorful rats that I posted and League to interrupt whenever Chad's having a discussion in the text chat, that is from the hit film Ratatouille, a completely original concept, rated very high on Google. So,
and
and I actually remember I interrupted in one of Idaku's team meetings to promote Ratatouille. I think I screen shared it in the middle of you and one of your team members meeting, if that's correct. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, we were chatting about what we were gonna pick, and he hopped in and started playing Ratatouille.
Incredible.
For the chat, Ratatouille is T-A-T-O-I-N-G.
Rathaton.
It has some interesting
Ratatoing for
reviews.
Unmatched when?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey,
you're right.
you heard it here first. Next IP set.
Yeah.
There's
sorry to
definitely-
ruin that restoration, but the people needed to know.
Some people need it.
There's definitely some interesting reviews of that film on Google if anyone's interested. So maybe for my promo at the end of this stream, I'll read some of them as part of my What Happened promo. But
All right. But on other topics, of course, this game is always growing, and as we mentioned several times, the next set that is coming out is Unmatched Adventures, which, again, as you mentioned, it has a PvE mode, and 4 fighters that are going to be great additions to the competitive roster. They're all very well balanced. They'll have their own place. They're all very unique. So we're all looking forward to playing with those. Some people already saying before like it is even out and played everywhere that it is the best set already. So
I am one of these people as well.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's absolutely great. I think not just 4 great fighters and a completely new way to play the game, especially for people who aren't as interested in the competitive tournaments. Just having a way to play cooperatively this game is really cool, and I was fortunate enough to be able to be part of a lot of the public playtesting that was done in the year or so leading up to the announcement of the set, and seeing the system evolve from where it began and where it ended up. It's gone through a lot of changes, and I think the final product is going to be extremely fun. I know that I was able to see the physical stuff for the first time at Gen Con, which was cool after, just play testing with blank cards without the art. Seeing all the art when they started revealing that was amazing. The minis are great for all the fighters as well as for the 2 villains. All of the components, are the quality you'd expect from Restoration at this point. And yeah, the seeing people who demoed it there, because a lot of members of the Unmatched community like Chad and Freak and Palm, they were all demoing games at Gen Con. I know that Jason and Darren, who are the 2 that were the initial ones that pitched and helped do a lot of the design work for the set, were also doing demos. And just seeing people who didn't really know too much about Unmatched play it and absolutely love the co-op mode was really cool to see. And seeing how people kind of, especially when they weren't as familiar with how the game played, learning the game, and by the end of it, like really going in with different combos and doing that whole teamwork aspect, which is something that you don't really get in 1v1. Of course, you get a bit more of it in 2v2, but that being a less popular game mode for the competitive scene, it's not something we see as frequently. So just finding different ways to combo different cards and abilities together between fighters is really cool, and one of the big draw points of that system. I still can't wait to have Wukong and Squirrel Girl on the team and start hitting things for like 13 value infinite strikes. It's gonna be a great time. That's one of the things I haven't tried out yet.
Speaking of Unmatched Advantage in co-op, and thanks to on streams. I was wondering, are there any plans as an official TO? Can you speak to any plans between this and the next big tournament, the next winter?
Yeah, so there are a few things that we're working on, so I'd definitely keep an eye out in the Discord servers, League, as well as the Restoration server, on things as we announce them. Of course, I've kind of teased it a little bit here and there in the Team League chat that we are trying to do a season of that between the end of this tournament and the start of the next big one, which is Winter of Champions, sometime early next year. So hopefully we can get that going. I think it should be able to work, even if we are going to structure it slightly differently than the previous season we did earlier this spring. But yeah, we've got a couple ideas and adjustments, but for the most part, I think that a lot of stuff we tried this previous season did work out quite well, and people were receptive to it. So I don't think anything too much will change. Definitely interested to see legacy teams come back and have the opportunity for new teams to form as well potentially. But yeah, definitely something that I absolutely loved. Probably one of my favorite events to run and participate in. And so definitely doing our best to make that work. Also, with adventures coming out, Frank and I are going to try and have something for League that allows us to have some sort of like ongoing play, kind of like ladder where it would rotate every once in a while, and have different challenges for people to compete against certain villain and minion combinations, maybe with certain pools of fighters that they can choose from, report their games, have a score on a leaderboard that you can kind of keep track of and have fun. A more direct way to engage with that mode through the site as well. So those are the main things right now. And then there's other stuff in the works that I probably can't talk about too much right now. But again,
Why not?
stay tuned, and
Why
it's
not?
something that once we have more details, we will put them out there for everyone.
I've been trying to get a couple of my friends to get better at Unmatched so we can have an Argentinian team someday.
That would
I
be
know
great.
one of them is watching right now, so I'm calling you out.
Yeah, definitely
We'll see.
love to get people in. The team league is a really good spot to jump in,
Mm-hmm.
especially for people who are less experienced with the game, because especially if you have some friends that you can bring in, like the team league format really lends to itself to being able to practice with your teammates and learn a lot quicker than you would if you were just on your own. Same kind of way that you can, learn by having a solid practice partner. But yeah, having a whole team and just the whole camaraderie that you have. Like I did a lot of hosts during Team League, and seeing people in chat like cheering their teammates on when they're playing their games, like that's just a really cool part of it, and it's a completely different experience overall than the solo tourneys when you're just playing for yourself. So definitely highly recommend it, and love that whole atmosphere that surrounds it for sure.
You hosted the OG Pizza Bowl.
Yes, yes,
Last
that
season.
was great. So yeah, just all sorts of cool stuff to engage with.
Another thing I want to try and get going once Adventures is officially out there is a stream with, or actually two streams with two groups of different unmatched personalities, so to speak. And we'll race to see who can finish first.
Nice, I like that.
Put me on the team without Darkblade, Jason, and John.
Hey, there's one more twist. Viewers can spend channel points theoretically in order to throw a wrench in our plans.
Love it. That would be absolutely
So
great.
we might have to restart more than once. It might take a bit.
You donate 10,000 channel points. We'll pause to watch Ratatouille on stream.
Okay, well,
That's
I don't
a
want to
million.
get my channel copyright struck, so
For
we might
a
have
million
to...
points.
Zach, I don't think the company that owns Ratatouille can afford to copyright you. So I
Well,
think
you
you're
never
good.
know. You never, we'll look into it. Maybe I can get
Yep.
special permission just from the.
For a million points, we'll play Ratatouille on stream.
Incredible. All right, well, it looks like we are ready to get kind of going with this next game. So let's get into deck highlights again, and let's start off with Houdini here. And I will
All
let
right.
the resident Houdini master handle this once more.
I'll run you back through it. Okay. What is important for this matchup in particular? Could we swap out all part of the show for my next track real quick? There's a few things that are really important in this matchup. First, Robin Hood doesn't have the health total to survive anything. If you manage to get a big reveal into anything but a feint, you're gonna get a ton of damage to it. So the game plan is try to set the stage away a feint, and then if you, depending on what you see, maybe form a next trick on Outlaw and then big reveal. The really important thing, as long as you get one big reveal off, then misdirection should be able to get you the rest of the way. Problem is, Archer's going to be blocking you away. How do you deal with them? Misdirections, form a next trick, sleight of hand, flourish, illusion of my own design. Once the archers are gone, there's no chance, but the problem is, it's not going to be that easy, because if there's one thing Robin Hood is good at, is attacking your hand. He's going to continuously throw attacks at you that, you have to block some of them, you will have to take some of them. That's a really important thing in this matchup, is you need to, your hand is the way you win. And if you end up, if Robin Hood has too much hand advantage, Houdini doesn't really have a way to recover. He just has to keep maneuvering away, and then Robin Hood keeps pressuring him. If Houdini Houdini just has to find one or two good opportunities to hit through a feint. Ideally, if he hits one big reveal through a feint, all of a sudden the matchup looks winnable.
he's not really good at dealing with Robin Hood just because it's so hard to get in. But once he does, all of a sudden, it's a big coin flip in that sense. If Houdini just needs to get one interaction and then the game is turned on its head.
Yeah, definitely something where Houdini can get those wins out of nowhere, even in matchups that might not generally be favorable for him. And so Robin has to balance those risks very carefully, since Houdini does have the tools that he needs. And then, yeah, speaking of Robin, let's get into that one here, because this will be a bit different than the Winter Soldier one, and I'll let Connor take this. I think he might be muted.
So Robin Hood is the king of the green beans, and you can see that's reflected in all of his gremlins all look like a green bean. You'll see Robin Hood is a very low health ranged move 2 fighter whose ability is after he pops an attack, him or his gremlins can hop and scuffle around 2 spaces. So we'll see under the key cards we have Hunter's Eye, just a nice blank 5, but a very high 4 boosts. You're never going to boost it though unless you're a bozo. So generally you'll see this is just a nice attack just to clean up opponents and to also clean through any pesky sidekicks. So in this situation, could be used just to clean up best, but it'll probably more likely be used just to try finishing up Houdini. Similarly, the only other beefy attack Robin Hood could possibly use in the Nebula is Ambush, which basically just you rob a card from your opponent's hand and it adds boost value. Now that is very nice against Houdini, because Houdini is all about boosting, and if you are robbing cards from his hand, he's going to be very upset and lose the game. We see Highway Robbery, the green bean attack, below Hunter's Eye. And Highway Robbery is I call it armor piercing rounds. The reason I call it armor piercing rounds is because it cancels effects and value. So it basically just completely goes through any block cards. So you'll often see people try to eat Highway Robberies, but that's the mind game, which doubles up with Wily Fighting, the card to the top middle. Which is just a nice 1 damage resistant fighters, which normally isn't that crazy, but if an opponent eats that thinking it's a Highway Robbery, they're going to take a lot of damage from the green beans. And if your green beans are dying, even though you have 4 of them, see the card below that is Defenders of Sherwood, which gives you a card. Robin has a lot of card draw, and that defense contributes to that, and it also gives you a green bean back. And you get 2 of those, so in total you'll have 6 green beans, which can be spamming your armor piercing rounds. So Robin Hood, all in all, very aggressive, has a lot of green beans, and high card draw, high aggression, and according to Alan, he says by trying to eat Highway Robberies, they're trying to eat green beans. So yeah, the Robin Hood's opponent is trying to eat green beans. Good one, Alan. Good job.
Incredible. So, with all that being said, for the fighters here, we're going to be getting maps in here. So it looks like the bans were Soho and Sanctum, which I believe are the bans we also saw previously when we saw the Winter Soldier versus Robin Hood maps, so taking some of those really strong options away from Robin. Excuse me, and the map pick is actually once again going to be King Solomon's Mine, so we'll be running it back here. And we saw how Robin was not able to control this map as well the first time around, given that he had to really avoid that secret passageway in the blue and green in the bottom right of the map there. But now, with Houdini, that's not going to be as much of a concern, because Houdini's not just going to be able to pull out an 11 just because you're standing on that spot. So Robin will be able to control that area pretty well. He also will be able to surround himself with outlaws at the start if he wants to kind of counteract Houdini's potential of having a really crazy first turn by boosting in with a set the stage and then ditching your best defense and attacking with a big reveal or something of the like. Of course, Houdini can still use a misdirection to clear an outlaw out of the way and then attack, or perhaps boost. I guess your best chance to still get the combo off would be to maneuver, boost with set the stage, ditch a feint or something, then attack an outlaw, go next to an outlaw and attack it with a 4-man X trick, and then go in for the big reveal. But that requires you to have a lot of specific cards in hand, and it might open you up to some counterplay. So For example, if the outlaw can block the from an X trick. So it's more likely that we see Robin be a little bit safer on that first turn. And as long as Houdini can't pull anything out too crazy, Robin's definitely going to have the plan of using that tempo that we saw in the previous game on this map, where he hops back and forth between zones, ideally using outlaws as blockers, forcing Houdini to go through them first, and just keeps pressure up, because if Houdini does not have cards in hand, he's not able to output that crazy damage that we are used to for him. So those are the main things that I would be looking at for each player on this map. Of course, Houdini will have position here, so he at least does get to go first, which he loves in general. So we will see if he can utilize that to get an early lead and perhaps counteract some of Robin's stuff. But unlike Yanenga, Robin has a lot of card draw that he can have while still putting pressure by attacking. So Robin definitely has those tools to make things difficult on Houdini. And I think the players are ready, so let's hop over into Vorpal and get started with Game 5. And the winner of this one will be the overall grand champion of Summer of Legends and get that wonderful trophy. Zeroskatr looking to get his third trophy, and Phantom looking to get his first, as well as be the first European to claim the title. So definitely looking forward to this. And both players keep. All right.
Oh,
The Mulligan man
that is
keeping.
shocking.
Indeed, we see a keep from the Mulligan Man and a keep from Houdini, which is definitely going to start to be concerning for Zero here. But again, Outlaws are going to make it at least a little bit difficult for Houdini to get the crazy combo on the first turn.
And not only is losing player going to be known, or not only is losing player going to have let the championship slip out of their fingers, but they're also going to forever be known as the person that got microwaved. So
I'm surprised this
stakes
map got
pretty high.
let through.
Yeah, the bans were the Soho and Sanctum. So,
Wow.
would you have maybe done this one instead of something like Sanctum, or do you think that just gives again too much pressure?
I think I would have. Problem is, the corner is really good in this
Yeah.
map against Houdini.
Yeah.
I think Salmons and Soho would have probably been my bans.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Houdini really struggles when he is forced to take out. Sometimes you don't have to take out the outlaws to get to Robin, but in this map, if he holds up there, you're gonna have to kill so many outlaws. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we do see a double maneuver first turn here from Houdini, taking those back left spots on the passageways. So currently Robin cannot get in and attack Houdini himself without boosting. He would have to boost. Yeah, he'd have to boost with a 3 value, so one of those steal from the riches, for example, and that would, I believe, let either Robin or an Outlaw get into attack. Yeah, Outlaw could get down to that spot directly to the right of Houdini. Robin could get into the tri-zone that does include the brown. So if there is the 3 value boost, I could see going for it, because you could then hop Robin back into the red passageway and have 2 Outlaws on either side.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Gonna boost with a highway robbery. I mean, this is an interesting decision point, because something that Houdini's likely to do is take the highway robberies, because he's not going to really want to misdirection outlawed attacks, right? And otherwise you're going to want to take them because you waste anything else against highway robbery. That does make the Wily mind game a little bit more dangerous, or even ambush at that point.
Ambush is the most annoying just because Houdini needs his cards. Anything that gets him random discards can be brutal.
Yeah.
If something like set the stage gets discarded, it really hurts.
Yeah. So
misdirection is the worst though.
Yeah,
misdirection gets discarded, it feels super bad.
The 4 boost is pretty bad. Obviously, a big reveal is disastrous, but you're going to try to spend that as soon as you find one.
Something I've seen in this matchup that it is playable and is very interesting is big revealing a outlaw early and using a misdirection as one of the boosts. Because ideally you burn a defense, you misdirect another one of the outlaws and get the misdirection back. Which gets you an extra misdirection essentially.
Something big could happen here.
This
with
is
card.
a ambush into best. What does it hit? Oh my goodness! And there it is.
Oh, that's brutal.
That is huge. That's
That is
gonna
brutal.
put Robin in an amazing spot
Okay,
here, and he can
look.
even jump back into the spot where
Let's look at the bright side. Not a big reveal.
Yeah, no, I mean big reveal would be worse. That's definitely true.
I think both big reveal and misdirection would be worse, but this is probably third from the list.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this also reflects just how good wearing the What Happened merchandise is.
It has a +3 to luck. Okay.
Yep.
I was about to say that it might be a little dangerous for Robin Hood to go like into like a hand count deficit versus Houdini of all people, but that interaction definitely was worth it, I think, and Robin does have enough draw at the end of the day to probably be fine.
Yeah. Again, this is
basically
one of the spots
the
where, like,
opposite amount of card draw as Yanega, from none to all of it.
Yep.
This is one of the spots where the misdirection, where the big reveal misdirection could be good. To just get rid of as many outlaws as possible. Because without the outlaws, Robin loses the matchup. So we'll have to see.
Now, interesting here, if this is something like a PhantomX trick, of course blocking could be quite nice. A Vanishing Act was also one that I was thinking about because it lets Houdini get out of Robin's zone afterwards. And so keeping the Outlaw alive, very valuable. Still gets the 1 damage from Wily because
If Zero
Defender
wants
is
to
also
get funky, you could always Disarming Vest right here.
Yeah, I was
Get
actually
back
kind
there.
of expecting it last time,
Yeah.
but the ambush ended up being great, of course. I do actually think that if he has it, you probably throw it here.
I think that's too many cards, though.
Do you think?
That's a lot of cards.
Maybe a
Going
regroup
4?
instead?
It is a lot. It is a lot of cards. But
Regroup will be fantastic.
Oh!
Disarming shot +4.
wanted it.
Okay. Houdini can now play a lot safer and go for a little bit of a long game. And try to outvalue. Has to focus on killing outlaws with as little investment as possible. Just killing them with a flourish, killing them with just trying to kill them with as little cards as possible.
But now Zero's in a great position to just like maneuver,
Pressure
boost
constantly.
every single turn, and just attack with whatever he can.
Yep.
Really like pressure the amount of blocks Houdini has to spend.
Yeah, and without Bess being able to block a passageway, it's actually going to be pretty difficult to avoid Houdini just being in maneuver range without boosts of Robin and or Outlaws.
Ooh, what's he gonna burn here? Feint is probably, yeah. Ambush was another option, honestly.
Yeah.
Now seeing the ambush and the highway robbery actually sets up a decent mind game for Zero on a future turn with an outlaw attack.
Yep.
Two good defenses for Outlaws, so... You know... Maybe just throw for my... I mean, probably throw Wily here.
I could see the Snark too. But
If he has to... I mean, if Phantom has the side of hand, this is really nice. Just because he can, you know, react. And if there's no block, something like a Foreman Extra could win him the game. If he doesn't block, Foreman Extra could just win him the game. Foreman Extra in the big reveal could just end it. So I think he has to block.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. That it only takes one bad interaction and then Robin's dead.
You see the
Snark.
Snark and indeed
Very smart block.
to form an X prick. Both players will draw a card. Houdini will gain an action.
I like trying to get rid of the Outlaws here just because, you know, Houdini doesn't have. You know, Robin doesn't have good blocks at the moment.
Did Robin ever have good blocks?
He has regroup.
I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
He
Best
does have
blocking game.
regroup,
I think.
but
Robin
he
good
has.
blocks
Yeah,
with green
Feint is a
beans.
good block. That's it.
Yeah, the green beans act as the good blocks.
Has to kill those Outlaws ASAP.
I will say a very funny thing that Phantom could do here is if Robin maneuvers up next to Houdini to attack him, or even just goes up through the red passageway to the left. Something that Houdini could do if Robin goes for, like, let's say the Hunter's Eye, he could block with Grand Escape, boost it as long as he has a 3 boost, and then take that green-blue passageway, so Robin could not hop back there and be surrounded by outlaws, and that could potentially also give Houdini an opportunity to attack into Robin, who we know has pretty shoddy defenses at the moment, and because of that possibility, we're going to see Zero just play it a bit safer, stick in the corner, make it harder for Houdini to reach him, and then go in with an outlaw.
All right, Taylor, 50-50. What is it?
I think it'll be the ambush. I think Zero's gonna press the advantage and make Phantom actually spend a misdirection as a block.
And there's actually 3 rough options. There's 3 things that we know are in hand. It could be the robbery, it could be the Wily, or it could be the ambush.
I think Wily's a bit too risky.
He takes the ambush. Taylor taking chance.
Taylor getting it again. All right, let's see a swap.
Beautiful best.
Okay, feeling Phantom feeling okay. Hey, there we go. Best case scenario. Best case scenario.
3 damage. One of the lower values
no
as
boost.
far as cards to play. It's just a blank 3 at the moment.
All right. Ambush is gone. It makes you feel really good as Houdini.
Yeah, 6. Imagine hitting the scheme and it being a 6 undefended.
No, it just feels so
there.
brutal. Yeah.
I mean, obviously the worst case would be a big reveal because that's 5 damage and you lost a big reveal. But yeah, that's definitely going to keep Houdini in it.
Right. I'd imagine this might just be a flourish.
Do you block to force him to spend another card?
That's interesting.
Decides
yeah,
not to.
Block.
It was indeed a flourish.
I had the Wily fight and could have thrown in front of it, right?
Yeah.
Wishing that was a 4-man extra, maybe.
Yeah. Could go and smack with an outlaw again. That one at the top is within single maneuver range. Gonna go with Robin instead.
If he has a Vanishing Act, could push him into the solo green. Can't help out.
Yeah, Vanishing Act.
Yeah, I think that's what he's reconsidering.
Big concern here.
Yeah.
Not only can he not help out, but he started Jason, so.
Yeah, it'd be a double attack by Houdini, so.
Yeah, and that's.
I think that was very risky play. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I don't think you can let that happen.
I think that was too risky. Good on Zero noticing that. No, that was not the play.
Yep.
Let's see what he goes
Regroup. My call.
Problem with a lot of sidekicks and fighters and players like Zero is time. The more sidekicks there are, the more time he spends thinking of where those sidekicks are gonna go.
I don't want to see him play Squirrel Girl.
Okay.
Oh no, that's a 40-minute match minimum.
It is the highway robbery this time. I would have loved to see the Wily there. Of course, based on the block situation, Robin might still not have a ton of defenses, so might need to keep it. And of course, since Houdini took the last one, maybe he's expecting the Wily again and might decide to defend this one.
I like this, just maneuver and killing outlaws. Might block here. No sleight of hand yet for Houdini. Sleight of handing the outlaws is great. Because you don't want to use the feints on the outlaws pretty much ever, even if you're feigning a sleight of hand, because you need them for the big reveals.
Yeah.
So it's a great card to just test out your options.
So Mateo, I got a question for you. So I know you are the master of sunglasses indoors. So looking at both players' cameras right now, we see John has blinding lights behind him, like a flashbang, and PhantomX, on the other hand, has complete darkness. Do you think these players are trying to intimidate each other using the lighting in the background to give themselves an edge?
It's the eternal battle between light and darkness, No, I'm kidding. I think Phantom's just trying to make his eyes suffer. Actually, I think it's pretty late there. It's probably like 10 or 9. So the fatigue's starting to settle in for Phantom, maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure both players. I know that John mentioned it yesterday, and then I think Phantom was talking about it a little bit, either in the chat or maybe one of the interviews. But both players a little bit under the weather. So when playing a long match like this, going to Game 5, like that does definitely start to factor in. So I haven't really seen that result in any crazy misplays so far, but it's always something you have to keep in mind as that mental fatigue starts to set in, because it is a lot of fun match to play at a very high level, and a lot of tough decisions. So both players manage it very well so far, though.
3 outlaws left for Robin, and again, I would love to see a big reveal into an outlaw. I think a big reveal into an outlaw is exactly what Houdini needs right now.
Really? Interesting.
Just so you get an extra use of the misdirection. If you wipe
guess,
out the
yeah,
outlaws,
that's
all of a
fair.
sudden this map can start being a
Yeah.
little bit tough for Robin. So it is, you know, one of those things that you might not know unless you play the matchup quite a few times. Considering whether to taking 4 is risky though.
Yeah.
You know he has a Wily, and you know he's been holding it for a bit. You've seen 2 ambushes. You've seen 2 highway robberies. What are the odds he has a 3rd highway robbery right now? What are the odds?
Knowing what's in your opponent's hand can actually hurt you.
Yeah, exactly.
I
It's one of
think
those
he wants
double-edged
to block
swords.
here. I think he's
Now
gonna
you're thinking about it more than normal.
I think blocking with a banishing axe is probably solid.
Yeah, you still take 1 from the combat, yet you don't take the 1 from the after combat, and you can position.
And you don't feel
the-
that bad if it's a highway robbery.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
Blocking with a 3.
Yeah, and similarly, this is a blank 3, so not getting an effect that you care about canceled, but of course going down to 6 is getting a little bit dicey. Defenders of Sherwood here does force a boost.
Block with a misdirect, kill both of them.
It could be nice, yeah.
Force more defensive positioning from Robin. With only 1 outlaw, it's very hard to body block.
Yeah, you've basically just got this top spot.
Yeah. And if you're stuck
Normally
there...
you could do it in the bottom right as well, potentially, but of course with Houdini's ability, that's not possible.
But yeah, Robin Hood, while stuck there, can still get pretty much everywhere and back. Boosting with beautiful best, getting in action, yeah.
Yeah, getting in action here.
That's solid. Let's see where this outlaw...
Houdini pretty low in health though. Looking pretty dicey.
Yeah, that's his main concern right now. He went at.
I think he's gonna need to get a revive off at some point. This match looking like maybe getting a call out in one of the 5s into all part of the show could define a match like this.
Yeah, you have to be careful though, because especially if Robin's in a spot to take advantage of something like Wily, that can completely counter that plan depending on where you're at before the attack.
Absolutely. I am a big advocate of taking damage and playing for all part of the show though.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that.
But you have to get into those surefire positions, right? If you're at 1 HP and your opponent only has attacks that deal 3 or more, then you're fine.
Yep.
If your opponent has something that deals 2 and 1 after combat, then you feel really bad.
Your opponent has the regroup!
Have we seen Robin Hood playing regroups yet?
No.
I did not.
It has to get that last highway robbery out of the way before he goes for the revive, though.
Yeah.
So if you're at 2 HP, then he's just gonna kill him. But of course, you can use all part of the show to beat.
It still works, right? Because your value gets ignored, and so you still get the revive.
Your card, it can't be can it be canceled? Or is it
No,
it can't be
yeah,
canceled?
this was something that I didn't actually know when Houdini first came out until I'd played against him more. But yeah, there is the line of text on all part of the show that says it cannot be canceled.
All right, then all part of the show could work here.
Yeah, so if you're at 2 and block a highway robbery with it, you actually
Wily could be an issue
take
there,
2, you go down, and then Wily's the problem, because if you're at 2, and you get hit with a Wily while blocking with it, you go down to 1 from the combat, do not get the revive, and then 1 after combat. Once you've missed the revive window, will kill you.
That has a lot of blocks though. Has the Grand Escapes, has the Vanishing Acts.
Yep.
Doesn't have to worry about it just yet. Also, I don't know. That's a line of text you don't often remember because there's not a lot of.
Yeah.
Most offensive cancels don't deal damage over that.
Exactly.
Is it an offensive? I guess the only matchup that matters, and the only reason, specifically John might know it, it matters for the IM matchup.
Yeah, it matters for IM. It can also matter for fighters like Alice, Moon Knight, She-Hulk, who can get over with their cancels. But yeah, most of the time, I guess a feint like boosted with an item map token could also be where it matters. But
that's funky. I don't think I've seen that. I played a lot of Houdini and I have not seen that before.
Yeah, it was something that I think it might have just been during the most recent season of Team League when we were doing practice stuff that I finally like read that line on the card. I'm like, oh right, that's a thing.
Can't be cancelled. Funky stuff. But yes, choosing to go next to an outlaw, I think is. Wondering if he shouldn't go maybe. Ooh, just choosing to back away. Houdini a bit behind the deck count right now, but Robin still has a ton of card draw left in his deck, so we'll see. A lot of this game left to be played still.
Definitely.
Zero's clock starting to tick down. I mean, that is gonna matter when it comes to those endgame scenarios and positioning of the outlaws and stuff. So.
Well, hopefully when it gets to the end game, he doesn't have outlaws, so it just goes faster.
We'll see. But yeah, Zero's been given a ton of time to find his feint, so he probably has at least one in hand. So we'll have to see how this goes.
Yeah, Zeroskater taking his sweet time, and we can see Phantom, on the other hand, still having 5 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if towards the end of the game, if Zeroskater had to start making really quick decisions, and Phantom can actually take his time and kind of relax and think carefully.
Yeah, and having
but then
that
again,
time in the game is really valuable.
Yeah, I think the strategies are pretty set forward. I think, as Mateo's been saying, PhantomX needs to use some special auto damage recursion to clean up the outlaws, or the green beans, excuse me. And he needs to, and on the other hand, as we've been saying, we need to see Robin kind of balance his card draw and aggression with also not just burning himself out.
Yep. Still, I'm still a big advocate. We're gonna have to see a big reveal into an outlaw. I'm telling you right now. That's the key for winning here.
And as the game progresses, I think you're right about that.
All right, just gonna throw. What is Taylor right now? What is it?
Okay, yep.
Our expert predictor. What is it?
I think it's gonna be the 4.
It's gonna be the 4.
Oh,
Illusion
you're right.
of my
actually.
own design.
Yeah, I was gonna say sleight of hand, but the 4 would be pretty good into a feint as well.
Offensive feint. It's an offensive feint.
An offensive misdirection? That is the one thing I've never seen. I've never seen an offensive misdirection.
It's a trick play.
What about characters with bewilderment?
I've still never seen offensive misdirection. I'm not saying it's not playable. I've never seen it. Also, you're dealing 2 damage. You could have dealt 2 damage by boosting.
Yeah, but you're dealing 2 damage and getting rid of their build.
And making them look silly.
That is true. You make them look very silly.
Misdirecting them.
It would actually be the most like I'm winning this move ever.
Yeah.
So if it is a 4, I almost wonder if Zeroskater would block with a regroup and boost with another regroup. Because that could actually get.
I don't think you can throw a regroup here, because if it's like a sleight of hand or a big reveal, you just lose the game.
Yeah.
You cannot afford to throw a regroup.
And Houdini would still be able to boost as well, so like he's still potentially getting 4 damage out of that interaction, which still hurts a good amount.
All right,
What are the odds Zeroskater takes it?
I think he's fainting. I think he's gonna faint. I think he's throwing it.
I mean, the game still has quite a bit to go, so I don't know what Zeroskater is thinking right now.
If
He
you're
looks really focused.
taking two
Man.
from canceling the 4 is really rough though. That's why he's taking so
That's
much
the
time
worst
with
case
it.
scenario.
He put
Yeah,
his
it feels
jacket
really
back
bad.
on. That's the ultimate misplay.
Oh, yes.
All right,
Are you gonna see it?
Wiley fighting,
Wiley.
sleight of hand, nice, big reveal.
Yep.
Yep.
Wow.
And ideally has
Go
the 4
time.
here. Does he have the 4? Doesn't have the 4. Would have thrown it out by now.
Yeah.
No reason not to. A misdirect would be actually he might be considering a mis. Well, no, actually misdirection would be great.
Yeah, because it's also just basically a 3, and then you can return it and still have the boost trick available.
And you can even kill the outlaw if you prefer.
Yeah, true.
You can kill the outlaw, return the misdirection. That'd be fantastic here. But we'll see what he ends up boosting. Grand
It's
escape.
3.
Just going for max damage. Alright.
It'll be an 8 value attack over the 3 value Wily. Udina takes 1 on the after combat from Wily. Returns the sleight of hand.
Alright, that's a lot of damage. That's the thing Houdini
That is a lot of
needed.
damage.
Though, the double attack now is gonna hurt. Considering what to return, Grand Escape is good just if you don't want to get double attack, right? You Grand Escape away.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
where
sitting at
do you
5
Grand
health,
Escape
you
to
need
actually
to be
go?
a little bit concerned about it.
Wait, what? Can you Grand Escape away from a double attack? No, right?
Oh, you're right, actually, right?
Depends on
'Cause
which
he
character
jumped.
was attacking, I suppose.
Yeah, if Robin is attacking, oh, I guess you go to the red passageway, yeah.
Yeah, that does it.
Yeah, red passageway.
We are going
But-
to see the Grand Escape return instead.
We can see how scary Robin is on passageway maps.
Yeah.
Tick-tock on John's time. He's gonna throw an attack. Question is, how fast is he gonna decide what he's gonna throw?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him go down to the last 3 seconds. He's infamous for taking his sweet
Attack
time.
number 1. I think you just Grand Escape here, right? Probably. But if it's a regroup, he's thinking of taking because he thinks it's a regroup
Bro,
taking.
the regroup, John.
He's thinking it.
If Phantom
thinking
takes a
what he's gonna
regroup,
do.
I'm shipping him free What Happened merch.
If he takes this regroup,
If he eats
we
a
all go
regroup,
wild, okay? Ooh.
okay. So, pretty low invested from both sides.
Vanishing Act does get him out.
Yep.
2 5s still left for. How many 5s are left for Robin? 1 or 2?
I think it's 2. Yeah, it's 2.
2 5s. Oof. It's gonna be tough to take. Still has another Grand Escape though, so.
Would have been potentially a little scary into the 5 there, just because would have put him down to 2, which puts him in that spot where it's not completely safe to use the all part of the show on defense.
Yeah, if he goes down to 1, it's fantastic.
Yeah, because even then Wily won't.
If he goes down to 1, he just throws that in front of anything. Problem is regroup, but
Yeah.
Regroup's always a problem.
regroup would actually be the best card in the game right there.
Yep.
He's gonna double maneuver. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Boosting the piercing shot.
For sure. Boosting the piercing shot, forcing to get a go.
Yeah, there's not really a spot that he can get back to safety behind the outlaw. If he had 2 outlaws, that would change things, but he currently only has
He
the
did
1.
not. This is why I was such a big advocate of getting rid of those outlaws as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
What if they're just like nice people?
I think it's time for him to throw the regroup and for it to get fainted.
This is a regroup. You take this regroup. I believe.
If Phantom, as I said,
Phantom takes this regroup. I believe this is a
I'm
regroup.
shipping him What Happened merch.
Taylor, what is this?
I think Zero's throwing a 5 here. I think he's.
You think he's throwing a 5?
He's saying enough games.
How many 5s does he have
I'm
left?
putting
though?
the hurt on you.
2.
He has 2 5s.
Okay, so yeah, if he's
But
2 5s,
he knows he has a Grand Escape.
That's true.
I think
James
it's a
also
reblock.
knows that Zero knows that he has a great
This is a
skill.
I
regroup.
think.
Hey, there it is.
Oh, and he goes down
Wow.
to 2.
So he just
Yeah,
needs
that's
the armor
big.
piercing round and it's over.
No,
No, the
Oh, is the
revive
self-revive
does.
immediate?
Yeah, no, but it
Wiley
can't be
screws
canceled.
him though.
Oh.
It's a
Yeah,
50-50
Wiley's
Wiley
the
and
problem. Yeah, Wiley's the problem.
he has to
yeah.
50-50 Wiley and highway robbery.
Yep.
Wow.
One more Wiley left, and then he's safe.
So now Rig would be really good.
Yeah, honestly,
Rigger
if you
would
can
be
line that up,
perfect.
if you can line that up into all part of the show, not only does he not get the revive, but he misses the opportunity to boost the heal instead.
But if Phantom can eat a regroup at 2 health and go down to 1, he's perfectly set up for
If he
self-revive.
eats the regroup at 2 health, goes down to 1, I don't
Just
know.
give him the trophy then.
Yeah, no, just give him the trophy. Taking an attack while at 2 HP
Yeah, that
is
would be incredible.
absolutely baller. And that would win the game, by the way.
That would be truly incredible. That'd be the cover of Alan's next promo video.
For sure. All right.
No, I don't think there's a more perfect intro than Hat Chowder being raised into the air by the most handsome cow in the world for winning the conference room clash.
Indeed.
Conference room clash. Alright, we'll see what they decide to go with here.
Yeah, and I think
Phantom
this
is
definitely
now
gonna
going
be
to
the
start
turn.
spending that well saved up time.
Yep, this is going to be the
And
turn
it
where
looks like-
he takes a lot of time to think about this.
Is Phantom X having a snack right now? I see him waving a
No,
spoon
that's a
around.
spoon. He's
playing
around
is he
with a
nibbling
spoon.
on something, or is he just playing with a spoon?
He's just playing with a spoon, I think. He
Oh,
was
he's just sucking on it? Okay. Wait, but look, he's reaching down with it. Is he eating it?
He's eating something, yeah.
He's having a snack in the biggest unmatched game of his whole life. He's having a nice snack.
Gotta stay
Confidence.
You know,
Confidence,
we
man.
talk about the mind games in the game. The
Alright.
50-50s.
fueled. Maybe it's
But-
some green beans.
I mean,
Yeah.
if
Within the
you think Zero maybe doesn't know one blocks with a Wily? Defenders, ooh.
Okay. Catalog will stick around.
I do wonder if Phantom eating that snack is mind gaming Zero Skater. We'll have
This
to
does
ask
let-
him.
This does let Houdini double attack Robin.
Another great joke
Unless
from
Zero
no.
does that. Unless
from
Zero-
Alan. Alan says he's using his psychic Pokemon powers like Alakazam. Good one, Alan.
Yeah, I was
Alright.
saying, you know, he could do a magic trick with the spoon. Be very.
Yeah, that'd be pretty incredible.
Alan, there's like half a game left. Do you wanna hop in here? Give us some insight.
Alright. Let's see what happens here.
Okay, Zero did leave that spot.
Leaves
open,
it open.
and he was definitely.
Alright,
considering it.
double
Oh,
attack,
he-
baby. This is it. This is the turn. Does he just have 2 feints? Does he just have 2 feints?
Very possible.
But are there still 4s?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're fine.
Yeah, yeah. But then double regroup wouldn't kill if he blocks perfectly.
Alright. The game is coming down to the wire.
Phantom X using his Pokemon powers, as called out by Alan.
Focusing
We
on
can
his
see
mental
him-
strength.
We can see him using his.
Trying to
100%
predict. I
brain.
think Zero has at least 1 feint, right?
Yeah.
We will agree. Otherwise, you don't leave this open.
So what are the odds he blocks the regroup right now?
I think none.
All right.
I
I think
agree.
Zero only has 1 feint. Zero has 1 feint. So I think it might just come down. Does he have a 4 in a big reveal, and does he throw in the right order?
Yeah, I think this is the deciding moment of the game. This is the what happened moment.
Zero thinking about it. I think it's a 4.
Are we gonna see Phantom X have another bite of a snack?
I think Phantom threw a 4. Taylor, our official professional predictor here. What is this?
You know, I know, but I would rather not say because I don't want to ruin the surprise for everyone.
You're keeping it tense
Wow.
for everyone. I appreciate it.
Wow.
Everyone's heart rate. John's heart rate is through the roof right now. You can see through the camera. He's stressing.
Yeah,
He
this
knows
is-
if he makes the wrong calls here, it could just be over.
This
'Cause-
is the most important turn of this game, and perhaps of this entire match.
Yeah.
If Robin can win the interactions here, I think
It's
he's
just over,
in a
yeah.
This
great
is the deciding
spot
moment.
for
If he
taking the
fakes
entire
a big
game.
reveal, it's over.
Both players are feeling the pressure of this moment. This is it. If he makes the wrong call, he's toast.
Alright. Oh my
Alan-
god, just say something!
Alan, you can use that quote for your promo
I'm
video.
dying
There's
here.
even more.
Hero, come on.
There's even more suspense around it because Phantom initially put a card in, asked if he could take it back, and then thought about it a little bit more. And so it's like, and that's definitely something that you can do. I know that Bryden was talking about this in the one of the UM League channels at one point as well. But you know, making little decisions like that on what cards you play or how quickly you play stuff can also influence what your opponent might be thinking that you're throwing. So even if it was a thing where Phantom wanted to attack with the card he ends up with here all along, just putting one down and then taking it back can give like a little bit of extra consideration.
Feint.
Okay.
Okay. Does he have another feint?
Still a solid feint. Let's see.
He's throwing. He's.
Ooh. Oh. Oh my. Okay.
Wow.
Oh my.
We're
Is
seeing
there another
this
action game left?
played.
Is there another beautiful best left?
Yes, there is.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
This is the highest risk, highest reward moment.
Uh-oh.
It's the deciding moment
Dun, dun,
for the championship, for the trophy, for all the glory.
This is it
not
right
getting
here.
called microwaved.
And it's all come down to this.
If he
Oh
makes
my
the
god, I
wrong
can't
call,
believe it.
we'll
It's coming
all
down to
feel
whether
it.
Houdini can one-shot someone.
Yep. And like you're saying, if it is a situation where he only had the one feint and has already used it on that floor.
I think that's the situation for sure.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you just double feint and you're fine with anything Houdini does. Double feinting wins you the game for sure, so...
Why did he do this to us? Why did he leave the spot open?
Why? For the content. I respect it. It's for the content.
Giving the viewers a real show.
It looks like
Now is
seriously
not the
accepting
time
his
for
fate.
games, John.
And Phantom looks pretty serious.
It is always the time for games. Oh my god. Yeah, someone in chat saying he can't just have two feints and think 2 minutes. I agree. You don't think this much if you have two feints.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's making this a great moment for Alan's promo video, and he just wants to wait it out as long as possible.
If he has both feints, I'm gonna kill him.
It can be so Alan can clip together all of our quotes, and then it can just be like the big reveal when John just plays second feint.
If he has another feint, he's making me lose years of my life for nothing.
Maybe
I'm
he's
gonna be very
calculating
upset with him.
if he can block with the regroup to have a great final moment for the grand finals.
No, he's not blocking them.
He really wants the glory.
He's not blocking with regroup. He has to have a. He has a. If Phantom, if he doesn't have a beautiful best, does not kill here. By the way, he has to have a beautiful best.
Phantom looks so calm right now, though, and John looks like he's kind of.
Well, Phantom's
visualizing
already
the situation.
played his move. He's done. He's done the thing.
It's out of his hands.
Yeah.
It's out of his hands. Phantom's resigned to John's whims right now.
We've
Yeah,
all
so-
resigned to John's
I think there might be a space where he just has like a Wily on defense, right? And then he might not want to block with it because it activates
All part of the show, yeah.
all part of the show. That could be the case, right? He has Wileys and regroups.
Yeah. I think
Oh.
because that's definitely a difficult decision point, because if you put Houdini down to 1, that just takes away your potential mind game on the, or not even mind game, but the way that you get around the revive on
Right.
offense. And something like Snark, I think, would probably be a pretty easy choice here too,
Yeah.
because it's going to potentially draw you into the feint if you're not looking at it currently.
He's gonna play it. He's covering a card. He has to play something. You can't not block here, by the way. So.
Yeah. Does go for
Wily.
the
Fighting. Is
It's
this
gonna
it?
go down to 1.
It is
Big
the
reveal.
Big reveal.
Wait, hold on. If he has something like a... If he has a 3 boost and the beautiful best, he could still just win it right here.
Yeah, you're right. If he actually has the perfect combination of cards in hand, he could close the game right now. But if he doesn't, then it's gonna be down to the thinnest possible wire.
Why did he leave the spot open if he didn't have 2 feints?
Why did you leave the spot open if you don't have
Yeah.
double feint? I agree. Just make it's for the content. This is content.
You know what it was? It's because his mouse ran out of batteries, and his trackpad glitched out and didn't let him put it in the right thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
actually, if someone kills John after this, I'm gonna. I know I'm in Argentina. I'm still a suspect.
We've just received news from Alan that John, in fact, does have batteries in his mouse. So what I'm suspecting is Phantom actually paid Alan to give him faulty batteries.
collusion.
We're receiving word from Alan. It's 'cause he
Oh
covered
no,
the
he's
half
lost.
tank.
This is why he's taking so lost. He's lost his power.
Mm.
He's not in the tank top anymore.
Oh.
Covering up the tank top, let Phantom's exposed tank top completely give him the power he needs to beat Zero here and
Oh my god.
get these interactions.
Phantom's considering his boost here. We know he has a Grand Escape, so he can at least deal 2 damage with that.
Yes.
Question is, how much more does he want to deal?
The other
Both
question
players
is like what it looks like
fighting.
if you have the revive and how you want to, like, whether you boost with that here and then try to take it back, or if that puts you at a health total you're not comfortable with.
That's a weird health total to be at.
Because what, that would put you back up to 3.
3 is
That's
awkward
why
because you can't block with 2. 3 is an awkward health total. Especially if you're getting rid. If you still have the Grand Escape, I could see it.
Yeah. What a match.
Yeah, but if you boost with it here because it's one of your only
Yeah.
3 boosts left, then
If you had the revive and the Grand Escape, I could see it, but otherwise.
yeah. Yeah, so let's see. This is gonna do whatever.
I think he has a
It's
beautiful
Armada
best and is
tomorrow.
considering.
Yeah, going for the action.
Considering it.
Okay.
Double Grand Escape.
Ooh, wow.
Taking back one of the Grand Escapes, of course.
Blue because nothing else.
Goes that. Zero has to kill him this turn.
Wow.
Yeah.
And now it all comes down to this.
So this is the moment that will make or break the game.
Wait, actually,
he needs
is there a way? Hold on, I'm thinking, is there a way for Zero? I mean, okay, it comes down to a 50-50 regroup. Does it?
Yeah, actually, I think it might.
It comes down to a
the regroup.
50-50
It
regroup.
comes down to the regroup.
Are we doing this?
So Taylor was so far ahead that since the beginning of the stream, he's been
Oh
saying
my
he
God,
gets the
it
best card,
comes
and
down to a 50-50
he knew
regroup.
that the final game, this is really what it would come down to. It would be coming down to the regroup.
It
You
genuinely
should also
comes down to a
subscribe to Baked Goods on
50-50
YouTube.
regroup.
This is why they pay me the big bucks to comment.
It comes down to a 50-50 regroup, and I'm on the edge of my seat here.
Oh, man.
Zero's thinking about it. There's no confirmed lethal here. It's gonna come down to a 50-50.
Yeah.
Does Phantom win if he's holding both all part of the shows? Did he already play one?
Might not draw into the misdirection.
Might not.
Why not?
These 2
but-
misdirections left?
2 misdirections have 5 cards.
What are the chances?
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say
Yeah.
it. Don't say it.
This really does come down to just a bunch of different possibilities.
Wait. Can you show his Discord file again? Sorry.
Yeah.
Could you use Discord file? Both side of hands are gone. Yeah. I just want to check that.
Yep.
No card draw off of boosting. Does have the extraction, which is an effectively an extra card. So.
How many 3 boosts does Houdini have left? Because let's say there's the hypothetical where John just throws the 5 and he blocks for the 2 boost, but he can boost for 3.
All right, and here we go. Okay, Phantom I think
Oh,
also quite
boy.
likely wins if he has 2 Grand Escapes. But how many Grand Escapes are left?
I think just
Good
the
question.
one.
If it's just
Wow.
the one, then
He needs to make a
is
decision.
this a regroup?
Wow.
Okay, that also will do it puts it in the position where he can still, if that was the only all part of the show.
Does he have another all part of the show?
Yeah,
so he had
that's
the feint in his hand the whole time?
Yeah. What the?
Oh
What-
wow!
yeah, so he did choose
Wow!
not to
So he
feint.
actually, wow! He actually trolled the stream.
Oh my
He
god.
just trolled
What are you
120
doing,
people.
John?
He just trolled 120 people.
What the?
Oh.
Wow!
It's not enough.
Wow!
And with that, Zero Skater wins the
No.
grand finals of Summer of Legends 2023 and will get his third Unmatched trophy.
No way.
What
Wow!
an insane match. What an amazing
Why did he not
final.
double fade?
An amazing
Wow!
game.
Why did he not double fade?
Big brain plays.
Wow.
You really
No,
wanted
no,
to, you
why
really
did
wanted to
he
troll
double
the stream.
And I think before Ito has an aneurysm, let's listen in on the players here and
Holy
see what
crap.
they're talking about.
Yeah, so I just needed to cash. So if it was the other way around, I would still be alive. I would actually get 4, and I would get to this thing, and because of that I think you can't kill me, I still win. Yeah, because you can't kill me, I defend with this, and I just next turn I draw field. So it was all up with 50-50 then. GG.
Wow,
Okay.
GG's.
Congrats with third trophy.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Holy crap. You made that so hard.
Yeah, I think you. Wait, but you should have put Outlaw here. That was such a
Immediately,
mistake.
immediately, when you moved over here,
Yeah.
my heart sunk. I was like,
Yeah.
oh no. That was a crucial misplay. Like, I think if I didn't do that, I probably was in a good spot. But once I messed that up, because I didn't even
Yeah.
see that. I don't know why. I never, like, pay attention. Oh, the passage is open.
Yeah,
for
that was
next.
the plan. I was like, okay, I'll go here and just hope that he doesn't see that.
I didn't, because I was worried about. I was like, okay, I don't care. He's gonna like attack the dude again, and then I just wanted to be here because from here I can hit every zone in a single maneuver, right? Because if you you can't move through this portal. If you warp down to the green, I'll come attack you with the dude. If you warp anywhere else, Robin can reach every other zone in a single maneuver. So I was positioning here and here to set up for my next turn going after you. And then as soon as you moved here, I'm like, crap, I just lost myself the game. I thought I did, but it came down to some 50-50s here. I had the feint for the big reveal. I could have double feinted, but I was like, man, if I
It's a
feint...
point, then I can dig big reveal into the guy, the Outlaw.
Yep, yep.
Kill you with 3 kills.
Exactly. Then I have no feints, so you misdirection the outlaw, and then you come kill me with big reveal. So, man, that misplay, like the misplay, put us in a really, really interesting spot.
Yeah,
But-
it was. If only I got it the other way around. Funny though. So you played Fiend into me, hoping that I'll play this one, so that I won't warp away. But
Yeah.
if I did play that, then I would win because I couldn't kill me after the second one.
Right.
But if it was like you thought.
Yeah. So I also had the regroup. I thought about throwing the regroup first, but I was like, okay, I can cover every zone in a single
Yeah,
maneuver.
actually,
But
so I was thinking.
I can't jump into my own guy. So because I can't move my guy with Robin ability, you could
I
warp
was
here.
I'll go here. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I didn't throw the regroup. That's why I threw the feint.
Yeah, but I was thinking that you would think that I have.
All right, welcome back. And yeah, hearing some of the players talking at the end there, it really coming down to the 50-50. And I do understand the reasoning from Zero's perspective on going for taking a long time to decide on that feint instead of just going for the automatic double feint. It would have ended up working out as we see it, but if a 4 would have come through and Houdini had a way to survive Robin's next turn, then I do think that a misdirection, killing an outlaw, so Robin can't block it off into a big reveal might have gotten there by that point, because Robin would be at, what, 5 health? And his best block would be a 3 against a big reveal. So it would have been very close. Robin would have basically needed to kill Houdini, which is the circumstance we ended up in anyway. Of course, if he had made the call on the feint on that second attack, he would have feinted the big reveal, and honestly, I'm glad he didn't, because we got such a crazy last turn because of that.
There at the end, there was another interesting thing where I think if Phantom blocked with a Grand Escape first, he won unless Zero had the 5. He won over everything. He had blocked with the Grand Escape first because he boosted and healed up. So unless he had the 5,
I guess that is one of the reasons that the feint could have stopped that, but then you can just block with the all part of the show on the second attack
Yeah.
and get there. And then you have
Yeah, I
two
think
draws
that's-
to find one of the misdirections. So
I
yeah.
think fatigue got to both of the players there at the end. John missing that positioning that let Houdini have that opening, and then Phantom there at the end maybe not seeing the blocking with the Grand Escape and healing up.
Yeah, and we did see when John was deciding where to bring back the archer, he did hover over that passageway for a moment, and so I was thinking, oh well, he's probably keeping in mind the movement from my next trick. But as we hear at the end there, he was considering reviving the archer there, but not to block off Houdini. So that was something where once he saw it, he's like, oh no, because if he had put the archer or the outlaw there, then he would have not run into that spot. Maybe the outlaw that Houdini was already next to gets attacked, or maybe Houdini
very different game from there,
maneuvers and attacks once, but he can only do it that once. I guess he could have boosted with Bess and then been in a situation, but then a double feint gets like I think
it's a very different game for sure.
Yeah, so
I still think
crazy
the double, I can't believe he didn't double feint. I can't believe it.
Yeah, you'll have an opportunity to ask him about it here shortly.
Yeah, him not double fainting.
I'm gonna ask for financial compensation for emotional damage. I'm gonna sue him. He's getting sued. I don't care. Justin, please, a little help here.
Yeah, help with the litigation.
He's
not walking out of this one for free. But
yeah,
either way.
Any other thoughts here while we're waiting for the players to get ready for interviews, guys? Like, I mean, I just gotta say, from my perspective, this was one of the best finals that I've had the pleasure of being a part of, as far as commentating and watching. I mean, the other one was another one. My other favorite finals was the one that I played in against Chad last year. We also went to 5 games, and it was obviously in that seat a bit more stressful than just commentating, but still super entertaining and one of my favorite ones that I've ever played. And then this one, you know, I'd say going to game 5, having some of those crazy interactions, really close games, really great fighters. It definitely gets close as far as how much I enjoyed that one.
Yeah, I think this is just an awesome grand finals. I think everything really was perfect. I think we got a nice 3-2. Every game was pretty close. We were kind of on the edge of our seat every game. Alan has always did great. I think we had a pretty nice commentary group for this one.
I
thought,
everyone showed up on time.
Yeah. Well, all the good commentators showed up on time.
Oh, wow! I can just leave. I can just leave now.
See, all the good commentators showed up on time. The great commentator was a little late.
Fashionably late, as they say.
Exactly.
But yeah, I just think this is an awesome grand finals. Definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah,
I think.
Not good for my heart though.
And Alan was the star of the show. He made a lot of really good jokes.
It feels like the semifinal. If you don't remember, the semifinals of the Spanish tournament had a similar situation with Genie and Robin, where I was losing my mind.
Yes, it is. It is. I've seen Ito unravel multiple times on.
It's not my fault that he doesn't double.
It's understandable.
It's not my fault.
It's
We're alive here. We're alive. We're fine.
Yes.
But yes, as Poindexter pointed out in chat, if you or a loved one have been emotionally traumatized by zeroskatr12, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Contact me as soon as possible. We're preparing a big class action. How many people were watching? Like 113 people? I'm sure at least 50 of those will join the lawsuit. Oh my god. We're fine.
The other thing, which I'll talk about briefly here, because it was a fun little extra thing we did in addition to the tournament itself, is we did a bracket prediction thing where basically people could predict from the top 32 onward for bracket who they thought would advance in each position, and then you got points for each correct prediction, with later rounds being worth more points. And I recently went through and checked all of the point totals for that, so we kind of knew going in, depending on what outcome was here, who would get it. So I believe, since Zero took the win here, that it will actually be him and Zagrezio who end up getting the prizes for that, generously provided by Lucio. And those are going to be some art prints from the Unmatched Storage Solution campaign. Another thing that we did for this was we're going to do a little awards show. Ito and I, in fact, are going to be hosting it probably a couple weekends from now. I think we're going to cut off submissions within like the next week or so. I already have a few that people have contacted me about. I do have a form as well that people can use to submit clips. I'll be talking with a few more players that both I have hosted as well as some of the moments from these final weekends here, because I think we've had some really great moments. And we're essentially going to it's the Kill of the Tourney awards show, and we've got 5 different categories of awards that we're going to give out for clips of
This
really
one's up
cool
there.
lethals and stuff. And yeah, honestly, this
one's up there.
this game in particular is going to be quite high. I think there were a
I
couple
don't want to
other
relive
ones
this,
today.
though. I don't want to watch this again.
Maybe
I'm gonna
maybe
get
you can take a
PTSD every
quick
time I watch
break.
this.
You can step away when I announce this one as one of
I'll
the
step
nominees.
away. I don't.
And so yeah, we're gonna give out some more alt art cards from the storage campaign as well for that. So definitely, if you had any games that were streamed during bracket, feel free to reach out to announcement on the League server. But yeah, so definitely looking forward to both of those as kind of a nice little sending off to the tourney. Of course, we also did Summer of Stragglers, which was the side event officially sponsored by Restoration, where we had a 32% elimination bracket. Priority registration was given to those who were on the wait list for Summer of Legends still, because we had a lot of signups for that and a lot of people that were not able to get in, but about half of the people on the wait list were able to make it into that side event. And then we had other people sign up as well, including people who did not make it out of pools for the main tournament. And then that one ended up coming down to Professor 13 and Joel, who ended up taking the whole thing, got second place in the Spanish tournament, which Ito took, and then made it all the way to the finals and won for the Summer of Stragglers. So that one, the top 4 are getting a Genie foil from Restoration. The first place player is getting a Wukong foil, and then I'll also be sending out a couple of alt art cards to the 2 grand finalists. So lots of really cool side stuff this tourney. I'm hoping to be able to support more of that in the future, because I think it was a nice little extra way for people to engage, especially people who either weren't participating or didn't make it to bracket. And so yeah, love to see all of that stuff as we go. But yeah, it looks like we are going to be ready for interviews here, so we'll start out by getting Phantom in here.
Hello.
Hello. And yes, congrats making it this far and putting on a heck of a show. I gotta say, this was an absolutely amazing grand finals to watch.
Yeah.
And what are your thoughts here as we were wrapping up?
Yeah, beautiful finale. I liked all matches. Well, maybe except for the Winter Soldier Robin Hood one, but still, I think it was really interesting to watch for you guys. And the final finale, where like Robin Hood versus Houdini, I was thinking that I would probably lose, but a mistake from Zero allowed me for a really cool 50-50 in the end, and it's a really beautiful 50-50 because, as we calculated, the deck order didn't even matter. So no matter where were my misdirections, I would win. If I just survive this. But yes, lost the 50-50. As my friend told me now, probably I should have defended with the Grand Escape, because only 5 would stop me there. And if not 5, I would just escape and be alive. But if he had 5, I thought he would attack me with it probably first section, so it was still 50-50.
Yeah,
But
gotta make those tough calls at the end.
yeah.
Incredible
So,
game. Not good for my heart. Let me be honest. I can't imagine what you were going through. I mean, exhausting 5 games. I mean, sure, you at the end, you defending with Grand Escape was probably for the best. It turned out that way in the end. But I mean, you're at the end of a 5-game series. You've spent many hours playing a match. I mean, I'm exhausted and I'm commentating. I can't imagine, what it's like to be in your shoes. But you also saw John Zero make that small misplay at the end as well. It's those things happen at the end, and you're an amazing player. You had an amazing run, incredibly close 3-2 finals, and I mean, I can't wait for one to see you in the next tournament. I expect you to make it kind of just as far. Not if you find me in bracket though. Other than that.
Of course.
All right, and Connor, I'm sure you've got
Actually,
a question here for.
I have 2
Phantom.
questions. So I'll ask my
No one.
not.
Here we
Huh?
go.
Well, I have two questions. I have the question and then a normal question. Which one do you want first?
D1, of course.
Okay, well, my question is, what happened?
Well, no defense on putting in the fourth game versus CN happened. Yeah, I would say that was for me. I'll not regret that because it's not like my mistake, but I'll remember that. I'll still rewatch games, maybe find some more mistakes, but yeah.
And my other question was, what was going through your mind when I texted in the stream match chat that we were going over Daredevil?
I was like, what? Did you think that Winter Soldier, you mistook Mr. Soldier for Daredevil or what?
I have one more question before Taylor, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I mean, on one hand, on the commentator side, we were all flipping out when he didn't send that second feint out. Were you thinking like, were you expecting a feint on offense there?
No, I didn't, and that was a really good play. Maybe if I thought about it, maybe then I would play the other way around. But I just didn't think about it. But afterwards, of course, I was like, oh, of course he has feint because he was thinking so much, and of course if he has it, he can attack it, hoping that I wouldn't be able to do anything. But yeah. Yeah. Also, by the way, I wanted to say, Edo, I had in my prediction, I think I lost to you in this tournament. My prediction. So we'll see how it goes next tournament.
Look, Justin screwed up my deck order. I don't know who slid him a 20 under the table. It's all Justin's fault, okay? Don't tell me about it.
Okay.
Alright, and Taylor, I'm sure you've
Caleb,
got
I
something
just want to
for Phantom.
say, congratulations on making this far. You are clearly a very good player, and it's great that you get recognition being on stream and everything. So this tournament used a new format called Ban Quest, and obviously since you made it this far, you have shown a mastery over the new format. What do you think is like the most important key to success with this format?
Well, as any other format, just play a lot of it. Just like play day and night, and that will really help you. Yeah, practice. What else? Well, it's not like I like Arsenal actually more, but Ban Quest is pretty good format, and I'm happy that you guys decided to try it out this season and this summer. And yeah, it was a hell of a tournament, and I really liked it.
Awesome.
Follow-up question real quick. What do you think's more important? Hydrating or wearing a tank top?
Tank top, of course. As soon as I started wearing it, I won like 2 games in a row. Yeah, 2 games in a row. But it has its limits, you know. It has its limits. Like after a few hours, it goes away.
Can I tell you where you actually lost? You were missing the sunglasses.
Ah, got it.
So
You gotta do tank top and sunglasses. That's my strategy for the next tournament at least. Tank top,
next tournament, I'll get your sunglasses, I'll get tank top, and I'll get some huge bottle of water to say hydrate for me.
and you know what else? I have a what happened pin. I'm gonna put that on the tank top, and I think
yeah.
that's Cody, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You can't lose. That's just
So
a Cody.
Phantom.
Collecting the infinity gems of
Yeah.
just give you
Phantom,
all the power.
I am wondering, when you saw John reveal his what happened tank top, how intimidated were you?
Oh, I was like, oh, he also was prepared for his first win. Oh no.
Incredible. Well, like always, it's great to have you. Congrats again on making it this far and taking it down to that 50-50 in the last game of the set. Absolutely incredible play and very entertaining all around. Is there anything you want to plug or mention before we let you go here?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to Bjorn for letting me pass to the finals. Thank you for every European and not only player who supported me, who watched the stream. And thank you for our Russian-speaking community. We had like about 50 or even 60 people on the Russian-speaking stream, which is like really close to the English one. And thank you all, guys. Спасибо. Yeah, really glad. Thank you to for my dear friends who helped me training yesterday and just in general. Za, Mamart, Ninja Shogun, and all the others. Thank you very much, guys. Sad that I didn't bring a trophy, but maybe next time. Still, it was really cool finale.
Yeah, definitely, and extremely well played. And I know a lot of those people that you mentioned are on the Team League team that you played with as
Yep.
well. So I'm sure we'll be seeing you guys again when that comes back around. So
Yeah.
looking forward to it. And again, congrats, and we'll see you soon, I'm sure. Have a good
Yeah,
rest
as we
of your day.
joked that it was a little bit of rematch for the team league because
yes.
Zero team won, and we were like second place, and now
Yep.
again we lost. But next time.
Yep, love it. Awesome. Well, again, hope to see you back soon. I'm sure we will, and have a good rest of your night until then, and uh, best of luck
Yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
later. All right, and let's get the champion here, 3-time unmatched tournament champion, zeroskatr12. John, how are you doing, man? How are you feeling?
Man, my voice is out. I can barely talk right now. I probably sound horrible, but I'm feeling amazing. That was like such a marathon of a set, and dude, it was as intense as it could get. Like, it honestly, it feels like that set was scripted.
Yeah, honestly, like with how all of the games played out and how close they were and how it came down to basically a 50-50 at the end. We were even talking about a potential like regroup attack to bait out the revive and then hit with something that could kill over the boostable, and so
I
yeah,
had
just
I had the
just
regroup. Yeah, I
yeah,
had the regroup too,
wild stuff, and it was so much fun to watch. An amazing set.
I just want to say,
John?
Ito, you know, you always talk about the script, man, and we played it out perfectly. You know, game
John,
one.
no, I have an important question here.
Okay.
What's your full name and address? I need it for the lawsuit I'm about to file against you. We're filing a class action.
Nah,
This
yeah.
is not fair. You can't do that. You cannot double fade that.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Why did you double fade? That's what I want to hear first and foremost.
So I didn't double faint because if he threw a 4, then I take 2 damage and I'm down to 5, right? And that means I have no more feints, and he knows that, so he just misdirections, kills off my archer, and then he smacks me with the big reveal for the 8, and I die. So I gave him.
He didn't have 2 3 boosts left.
He had the 2 blues.
Did he have 2? I thought
He
he
had
had
2
1
because
left.
when he did big reveal, he
Okay.
used 2 blues, the Grand Escape, the 3 boost. So I didn't want to
that's
give
true.
him a confirmed lethal. And I really thought it was going to be a 4 because he had 2 4s and he only had 1 big reveal. So I played the odds, right? What are the chances he's got the last big reveal he's throwing here? He's probably trying to bait out the feint, get the damage over it, and make his big reveal confirmed. So, you know, I played the odds, got punished for it, but I will say, man, the script, it played out perfect, right? Game 1, I won pretty convincingly. Game 2, he busts out the tank top. He gets the win against my favorite and best fighter, right? He's one of 3 people who have ever beaten my Yen now, along with you, Zach, and Feeble Blobber is actually the other one. So he got that huge win. He turned it around. He crushes my soul with Winter Soldier into Robin Hood that I thought was a good matchup, and that's why I picked Robin Hood. And turns out I just got blown out of the water, so my morals are just, you know, my morale anyways is down the drain. And then I make a just really ridiculous comeback, right, with 1 health with Yen, and then into game 5, and I like got the whole game under control. I make a crucial misplay, and then I give him an opportunity to win. I survive, and we go to a 50-50 finale finisher. Like, what more can you ask for?
Honestly. Connor, you got anything for? Oh yeah, sorry, Ito, if you got more, feel free.
Yeah, I just want to say about that Winter Soldier game. Do you think maybe your map pick came back to bite you?
Oh, big time. Yeah, because the passages, made it so he could just kind of get away always. And I thought 1 attack a turn would be enough to take it, but I didn't take into account the fact that he can reprogram on defense. So if I'm not throwing big values, it doesn't matter, right? So I risk hitting into a reprogram, and I risk hitting into the barracks. So there's 2 cards that are threatening to attack into if I'm not throwing big, and I only have a limited amount of big attacks. So the 1 attack return didn't cut it, and I didn't think about that ahead of time. I thought it would, and I was wrong. So I wish I would have picked a map where I could really just pin him down, you know, like maybe Sherwood or something, and just clump up a million outlaws, say, okay, you might have some 6s to clear a couple of them, but you're going to get blasted in the process, and, you know, seeing how it went.
Yeah, and the other thing, of course, on Solomon's is you can't really ever end in blue. because that gives him
the marksman.
Marksman, and so you couldn't even
Terrifying.
control that bottom right passageway, which is usually a really good one to keep away from him, especially because otherwise he kept running back there. So yeah, definitely interesting to see how that map choice. Because normally I do really like that one for Robin, and especially if you go first. I think honestly, if you did go first on that one, like if you had the full advantage, then
And corral him
him
like
in
turn
the,
one, yeah.
in the first turn. Yeah, but without that, it's a
Yeah.
lot harder.
Yeah.
Connor, you got something for John?
So first of all, I really appreciate you representing the what happened. Yup, representing what happened on stream. Obviously, your victory was thanks to that. Phantom was talking about how intimidated he was. So
Oh yeah.
good for you. So I've got 2 questions for you. So first, I'm gonna ask you the same thing I asked Phantom. When you saw in the stream match that we were going over Daredevil, what were you thinking?
I was thinking this meme lord.
We really did. When you roll the stream back, you'll see Alan actually pulled up the Daredevil assessment.
Oh my gosh.
My other question for you is, did you know how funny Alan is?
Oh yeah.
Because the
He's
whole
been-
every game, when we were trying to commentate, Alan kept making these really funny jokes that were so funny that I couldn't ignore them. Most notably, he said he thought microwave mesh was microwave mesh. So then we kept referring to the losing player as the person that would get microwaved, and I'm pretty sure Poindexter made an image of Yanenga in a microwave.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
And if he hasn't shared that with the general Discord yet, I would recommend doing so because it is.
And when Phantom was having like a snack with that spoon, he said he was like Alakazam, the Pokemon, using his psychic powers with bending the spoon. And I think he said something about, I was calling the Outlaws green beans, and he said if people ate the highway robberies, it's like they need to eat their greens.
Oh my gosh.
So that we cannot ask for any better development person. Alan
yeah.
is,
Alan's
as
the
always,
best.
hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Alan was the true star of the show today.
For sure.
It's true. All right,
Well,
and
that's it.
Taylor.
Go ahead, Taylor.
So I have one question for Alan first, and that is to quote the great Blink 182 and ask, "Where are you?" I want you to show your face. Also, Zero, how does it feel to be back on top of the Unmatched?
Nice.
How does it feel to once again be a champion? This is your 3rd time winning a major tournament. Just what are your thoughts?
Dude, it feels amazing. Honestly, this, like I told you, man, you were supposed to meet me in Grands. That's the only thing that can make this better. But yeah, it's been a while, since I've been at the top. Feels great to be back after, hitting top 16. I broke my streak because back in the day, I never missed top 8. And then when you knocked me out, I was out at top 16. And then I was like, man, that feels bad. I got to get back up into the top 8 at least. And then I got knocked out at top 16 again. I'm like, oh no, maybe I'm going downhill. Maybe I'm not even going to, make top 16. I'll get knocked out at top 32 or not make it out of pools. And I mean, the scene in general is just getting a lot more, powerful. They're getting a lot better at the game. So the competition is leveling up, so it's a lot harder. So to make it back at the top is just awesome. And to get revenge against both Bryden and Jason in the process, back to back, for top 8 and top 4. For that first Premier tourney that they beat me in, feels great. So the only people left on the list I got to get are you and HS Destroyer. So I need my revenge on them too. But yeah, it feels really good to be back on the top.
Well, congratulations for winning again. What do you say to the people who say it's rigged and that you only host these tournaments so that you can beat everyone?
Maybe they're right.
Yeah, how exactly do you go around setting up the Vorpal deck order? Because we all know you're doing it. We're just wondering how.
Yeah, it's like a secret. I just have the programmers. They watch the streams, and we're all in on it. Alan too, and so Alan broadcasts
So that's why you had me
them.
eliminated, huh?
Yeah. And then so the Vorpal guys, they watch the streams, and then they just program like the right cards. I tell them what to. Yeah, how do we have deck counts on here, right? They just put like the card at the deck count number, and there it is.
This explains why the Houdini draw order I had against Anima in our pools game was so hilarious. It was an intentional prank, just to
exactly.
just to have streams see that absolute silliness.
I want to get Vorpal James on the phone. He owes us an explanation.
He needs to answer for his crimes.
It's all
not on the phone, in front of a trial.
He's a good guy. I owe him a lot.
Awesome.
Oh.
Well, yeah, absolutely awesome to see your tourney run and obviously making it back to the finals weekend. Had a really close set with Jason yesterday, which was an absolute treat to watch. And then I didn't think that you were gonna be able to like top that because those games were ridiculous. But I think you guys did it here, going to Game 5 yet again, and yeah, I don't think it could be any better as you highlighted earlier. Just the absolute perfect order of stuff happening and so entertaining and engaging to watch. And yeah, congrats on getting that third trophy. And now you got to go for number 4, of course.
Man, I don't know. It might be time to retire.
Don't you dare! I gotta beat you in the next finals first.
We'll see.
Not until you beat you in finals. Come on.
Hey, man, my track record in the finals is pretty good.
It is true.
We'll see. We'll see about that. Look, all
Hey,
I'm saying is
you gotta
my,
make it there
my-
first, all right? You gotta make it there first.
My golden bat is unmatched. That's all I'm saying.
That'll be fun.
Definitely. Yeah, anything else you want to highlight or shout out before we get going here?
Yeah, definitely. Like shout outs to Phantom. He's an amazing player. He's a good guy. He puts in more work probably than anybody that I know for this game. He plays like nonstop. He's always grinding matchups and doing, putting in the work and the effort required to make it this far. So he's an amazing player. Shout outs to him. And we had one of my favorite sets ever. I mean, this match was just, it couldn't be any more intense. And he also was gracious enough to not ban out like my favorites. So I actually got to play Widow and Yen, and I almost had Genie too. I self-banned him,
Yeah.
but that was because I thought that Robin Hood had the better matchup into Winter Soldier. And also, in case he kept Alice, I didn't want Genie into Alice. I'd rather have Robin into Alice. So because of those two reasons, I decided to self-ban my Genie, and that left me with Robin Hood. And after that Winter Soldier game, I was absolutely regretting it. I was like, man, I could have had literally like my top 3 favorites, other than Bigfoot and Invisible Man. I could have had my top 3 favorites and just ran the whole set with them. And instead, I'm stuck here with Robin Hood, which was a mistake. It's going to cost me the tournament. So big regrets at first, but he came through in the end. I picked him because Chad had always talked about how Robin was good against Houdini, and I took his word for it, and it paid off in the end. So the match was just incredible. So much fun getting to play characters that I really liked, and such close games. So I think we put on a great show. So yeah, shout outs to you,
100%.
Phantom, for all that. Thank you to all you commentators, especially you, Zach, being a host in my place. Saving my voice, because I could not have made it through commentating Grands today. So, everything worked out as it should. And big thanks to all the viewers, because I heard that we had like a really high viewership. That's awesome. 120 or over 120. That's like probably the biggest
123, yeah.
yet. Slowly and slowly, we're just growing more and more. So I hope that trend continues, and maybe we can reach, 150, 200 next time, and just keep on going up.
1,000.
Yeah, 1,000. Let's get to 1,000, right? That's the long-term goal. But yeah, so thanks to all the viewers for supporting the scene and all the players, and especially thanks to you, Zach, for like all the extra side event stuff that you had running, like you talked about. You and Ito doing the award show, and Lucio putting up prizes for the bracket predictions is all just a lot of fun, and Summer of Stragglers too. It's all been amazing. So thanks to everybody who participated in all that stuff, because it's a lot of work to commit to a big tournament like this, especially because they drag on for so long sometimes. And I know like motivation is hard to keep, at least like from my perspective, it's hard to stay motivated like when your friends aren't motivated with you, right? Like you need other people into it with you, and you kind of motivate each other. And so without people participating, the whole thing kind of falls apart. So shout outs to all of you Unmatched players out there for keeping the scene strong, and let's keep it growing and keep it up, because it's just an amazing thing to be a part of. Other than that, standard thanks to the guys at Vorpal, James for, rigging my deck order so well. Shout outs to Alan, 645 Development, for everything he does with the stream. If you guys want to check me out on YouTube and Twitch, I make some YouTube videos and stream Unmatched stuff. zeroskatr12, just look it up on YouTube or Twitch, you'll find me. I have like Twitter as well and Instagram. Don't use them too much, but Patreon as well. You can subscribe to me on Patreon if you want to give me some support and help me make more content, especially since I have Zach here as my editor. So I got to pay him somehow. So please support me on Patreon so I can pass it off to Zach and make more content. But yeah, thanks to everybody involved. This whole event has just been amazing.
Awesome. Well, once again, congrats. Definitely well deserved, and I'm glad you're able to make it back here and secure that win. I'm sure we'll see you more in the future, even if you do maybe take a break at some point from the tourneys. You'll be around, so I'm not worried about that. So, absolute pleasure to be able to host in your stead and kind of carry that on, and I'm looking forward to what the future holds. So. I'll let you get some rest and get
Couple more
that voice
things.
back
Couple
feeling
more
better.
things
Oh yeah,
before I go.
yeah, of course.
Again, you know, the what happened, it's dedicated to Bryden and Jason and Phantom. Everybody else I beat along the way. That's for you, Connor. Keep up the good work. And huge shout outs just to everybody who supported me, you know, with the bracket predictions and all that, and all my friends who practiced with me, whether it be practice drafts. I know Mitosis and Freak were big helping me with practice drafts. Chad, as always, just for practicing matchups and Unmatched. And you too, Zach, with the, you know, the draft practice. Everybody who helped me out throughout, you know, the whole tourney, because you only really get this far by having people to practice with and prep with. You can't do it alone. I mean, maybe you can, but it's so unlikely. So thank you to all you guys who supported me, especially my girlfriend Harley and our cats Taz and Mist at home, who I'm sure are watching the stream right now. So yeah, shout outs to everyone who supported me. It's a big thanks.
Awesome. Well, yeah, like I said, we'll let you get some rest, and we'll maybe see you back for some team league action if the Chadettes decide to reprise their role as defenders of the championship there.
Just another thing for me to hold the throne on, man. When can I relax? All right, man. Thanks
no
for
resting
everything.
on your laurels.
Yep. All right. And yeah, this is going to kind of wrap us up here for the grand finals. It's been a heck of a ride, and I'm really glad that I was here. Of course, thank you to the awesome commentators that I had with me today, starting with Ito, Mateo. What are your plans moving forward? Where can people look to find you in the future here?
I'm trying to get set up for my stream. I'm gonna start streaming some ladder. Not this season, but season 21 of ladder. My plan is to win or at least reach legend or top 2 in every ladder until the next big tournament. So you can go look for me streaming that climb, and I'm gonna be trying to set up an Unmatched adventure streaming event, more focused with chat interactions. So also be looking forward to that.
Awesome. Looking forward to it, and I'm sure that having that early, like I plan to do a lot of Unmatched Adventure stuff as well, early on to really kind of get it out there and have people able to interact with the system and get exposed to it more and see just why I like it so much and why it's definitely worth picking up if you're even a little bit interested in Unmatched. Even if this tournament stuff is something you just kind of enjoy watching, you don't really want to participate, I think Adventures has something for everyone, whether you like the 1v1s, the 2v2s, or the new co-op system and trying that out. It's kind of the ultimate package, so definitely looking forward to that. And of course we had Connor Hat Chowder with us here today. Always a pleasure to commentate with you, adding some unpredictability and zaniness to the whole affair, which I always personally appreciate. What have you got that people can check out?
Well, before I promote myself, I just want to thank my fellow commentators, all the players in the tournament, Restoration Games, and of course, a huge thank you to Alan. Not only does he always put in an incredible amount of work to all of this, but he also is very funny today, especially making all these jokes every game, which I really enjoyed. So just thank you to everyone in the community. It's always just an absolute delight. This community really is like a second family, so it's always just great. So now for my special promo, I'm gonna need some help from Mr. 645 Development. So if Alan, you wanna put your voice on the stream, or get yourself on the stream. I'm gonna need your help for my promo.
What is going on? I am going to the stream right now. What's
Right,
up?
Looks like we have.
Can the stream hear your voice?
Yeah, the stream can hear me right now.
Okay, so I'm gonna have you read something in a moment. Okay, it's related to Team League. So,
Okay.
my past promos, I've talked about the dangers of not asking what happened, and I've also talked about how it's important to make the loser feel even worse. But what happened can apply to something more than just Unmatched, more than just games. It can apply to everything in the world. So we were talking earlier about The Happening, the Unmatched Team League team, and the film Ratatouille. So, Alan, I'm gonna send you a review for the film Ratatouille in Discord DMs, and I'm gonna need you to don't worry, it's appropriate for the stream. I'm gonna need you to please read it, and then I'm gonna explain how it relates to what happened.
Are you saying this applies to the stream?
So
Bad movie,
yeah.
irrelevant scenes, annoying characters, agonizingly long montages of rats dancing in a cult-like manner, as well as them putting on spy gear like an episode of Power Rangers. The plot is all over the place, and the rat models look awful. Also, unrealistic. Rats cannot talk. Rats cannot cook. Where did they get their spy gear? The loser cat walks on 2 legs and looks like an ogre. This movie is disappointing and made me feel empty. Why? I tried to hold it together. When I am on my deathbed and wish to see my grandchildren one last time, I won't be able to because I spent 44 minutes of my life watching Ratatouille. So upset. Ruined my night.
So let's say one of your associates said that to you. Your first response would be, "What happened?" So if you go to TeePublic and look up Hat Shatter, you can get your very own What Happened merch. And not only can you evade crisis and make losers feel even worse, but if one of your buddies watches Ratatouille or anything else of a similar quality, without lifting a finger, you can question what happened. Thank you so much, Alan.
Link is in the
thank you
chat.
for all the hard work, and thank you for the promo.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Well, you got some big shoes to fill, Taylor. Of course, baked goods here. Where can people check you out? What are you doing nowadays?
Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that up. Like I'm speechless right now. Well, the first thing I want to say is happy birthday, Connor.
Oh yeah,
if
happy
you didn't
birthday.
know, it's Connor's birthday today, and I'm so glad we could spend it with him here today. I'm sure he's gonna go get some cake after this and eat it in like 3 ungodly bites. And then look around to make sure anyone else has leftover desserts he can pilfer. But my name is Baked Goods. You can find me on YouTube, Instagram, Threads, Patreon, the normal social places, also Twitch, I guess.
Yeah, I've been doing some of the Jackbox streams recently.
Yes.
Those have been a lot of fun. I was part of that first one. I want to try to get back in on that at some point. They are incredible.
Yes. On October 19th, I think Party Pack 10 comes out, so I'll be doing a big stream then.
Awesome.
But enough Jackbox. I guess I want to thank everyone that everyone else has already thanked, especially the people at Restoration. After working with them at conventions and stuff, it's just, they are such wonderful people, and I'm so glad that they have continued to support the game and the community around it, because it really just shows how amazing they are. So if you ever have the chance to come to like PAX Unplugged, Origins, or Gen Con, I highly recommend it, because there's a bunch of cool Unmatched people there, and just meeting all the Restoration people as well is awesome. So yeah, thanks, sir. Thanks for watching. Make sure you yeet after the stream ends.
And of course, don't forget to hydrate as well.
And make
Awesome.
a turkey sandwich with.
Don't forget to go to TeePublic, look up Hat Shatter, and buy What Happened merch.
Damn it, Connor.
Yeah, and then I am Zach, Darkblade113 online, and I also do a decent amount of stuff with streaming. I haven't done a ton with YouTube. I've got a couple things up there, and I plan to do more with that, especially once Adventures comes through. I've got a few different series planned for that, both for streaming and for separate video content, and I'm hoping to do a little bit more with the YouTube as time goes on. It's just been a bit busy as of late. But try to post there at least occasionally, and if I can get on a better schedule, that would be great. So it's just going to be twitch.tv or youtube.com slash for YouTube it's at darkblade1_113, and then for Twitch it's just twitch.tv/darkblade113. I also do a lot of hosting when these tournaments are running. If we do Team League, I'll also try to do more there. I just love doing commentary and doing that with other people. I've got a wide variety of awesome folks from the community in throughout the duration I've been doing it, and I hope to continue doing that for as long as I can, because it's just a really fun way to get more games out there, get people interested. I know there's more people that are also starting to stream their own stuff, so I always encourage people to look into that. Poindexter has a really good video on his YouTube channel, To the Tabletop, that goes over kind of how to set up OBS and do some very basic overlays and stuff if you're looking to stream for Unmatched or even other games. And it is intimidating at first, but once I got into the flow of it, it's pretty straightforward, and you can kind of keep improving as you go and figuring stuff out. And a lot of people in the community that would be willing to help with that stuff as well, including myself. So just reach out to people if you need some help with ideas or getting set up, and I'm sure that you'll be able to find those resources. Of course, I'd also like to give a huge shout out to some of the folks that have already been mentioned, but I think it's worth mentioning again. Of course, first and foremost, the awesome people at Restoration Games. Not only do they support these tournaments, but they are very active within the community, answering questions, talking about releases, giving kind of behind-the-scenes sneak peeks of upcoming sets. Supporting the in-person events at conventions like Taylor is talking about. Gen Con was awesome. I'm also going to PAX Unplugged at the end of the year, so really looking forward to that. I also think that there's more stuff that they're looking to test out for their in-person events, so that's always kind of growing and evolving as more people become interested. And I know they've also talked about eventually putting organized play stuff out there to let people get stuff that they can host their own events at their local game stores and whatnot, and make it grow the community even more. And so yeah, it's awesome to see the support they give for the online assets, and all of the other stuff that they do. So huge thanks, because without them we would not be here in the first place. Always always awesome to see how much they put in, and it really does foster as the awesome community that we have now. And there's so many different things within it, whether you like the competitive tournaments, or a lot of people do custom decks. Some people really like doing 2v2, and we've seen a little bit more in terms of events for that, and hopefully more in the future. With Unmatched Adventures coming out, that's something that I definitely want to shout out. It's going to be delivering soon for backers. I think mine's actually already shipped out and will be here on Tuesday, so I'm really looking forward to that. And then the pre-order is up now on Restoration's web store. I'll go ahead and drop that link in the chat. But I would definitely recommend checking it out. This set is going to be, I think, the best one that we've ever gotten. All the fighters are great, and so no matter how you engage with the game, I think you'll find something there for everyone. And the new co-op system is a ton of fun and has so much variety, even if you only have a couple of other Unmatched sets, because you can, just like in the 1v1s and 2v2s and stuff, you can mix and match all of your different characters and lead to vastly different experiences and whatnot, depending on what player count you're at, what minions you use, and all of that awesome stuff. So definitely check that out, and be on the lookout for that set releasing, I think, next month, so November for US, and then perhaps a couple months following for the international stuff. I know they have been trying to keep updated on the Restoration Discord server with kind of timelines on that when they get them figured out. Of course, a huge thanks to the disembodied voice that we heard just a little bit ago, giving that awesome review, Alan of 645 Development. He's the whole reason that these streams are able to operate like they do with all of the fancy overlays and the transitions, and making it so all we have to do is talk about the game and he does the rest. That's a very nice change for me, who I'm used to having to do commentary and also all of the tech stuff, which I am nowhere near as proficient in. And so even when we had technical difficulties yesterday and had basically a computer crash on him, he was able to get stuff back up and running, and it's been smooth sailing ever since. So I cannot understate the work that he puts into these and making them the really special events that they feel like when they happen a couple times a year. And then, of course, I also have to thank the players for playing, because without players in the tournament, we would not be able to be here. So, of course, to Zero and Phantom, who made it here, but everyone else, both the players who were in the semifinals, M Plaza and Jason, and of course the other 100, 8 people that were part of this tourney and make the community what it is. Because as the community continues to grow, I still see that helpfulness, the ability to get new players up and running, the discussions on fighters, the help with practice, the different events like Team League that really help people come together and get to know people. Because I saw multiple teams in the last one that, like, a couple of teams had people that wanted to be placed together, but other ones were just kind of brought together with people that signed up. And by the end of it, people had made new connections, new relationships, new friends. And that's really what matters at the end of the day, is that we're here to enjoy this awesome game, but also the people that make it what it is. And I have never personally been part of a community that is at that level. Like, I've been part of some good communities in the past, but I don't think I've ever seen one as welcoming and helpful and awesome as the game around Unmatched. And I do just want to echo what Connor said. At times it does feel like a second family, because, for example, the Jadettes, who I was on a Team League team for, they are some of the people that I have been able to get to know better over the last year and a half, and are like some of my very close friends now. And just being able to meet up with people and or even just play online, like it's great. So I would definitely recommend anyone who even has a passing interest in the game to check it out, because again, super welcoming community, and one that I think is definitely worth investing your time into, because I've gotten a lot back out of it for doing so myself. And of course, I cannot talk about the online stuff without mentioning Frank. He is the one who does all of the stuff for the website umleague.net, and that is what we run our tournaments through. Ever since its introduction, it has made running these things a lot simpler. We no longer have to rely on like these giant ugly spreadsheets that is really hard to keep updated with all the accurate information. Match logging is super simple. The ladder is a great way to jump in. It rotates every season, and there's a ranking system based on getting wins and leveling up. And so it's a great place to jump in for people just looking to dip their toes in competitive. And of course, when we run big events like this, everything's nice and organized into groups and later brackets. You can check to see not only the current standings on individual events, but your overall stat page and other players' stat pages. And so much cool data to look through. There's an overall ELO ranking system that he's introduced recently that is a fun way to, as you keep playing in tournaments and going up and doing better, kind of seeing a tangible result of improvements and whatnot. And so yeah, there's just so many awesome resources that that allows us to utilize. And he does a lot of great work with it. Of course, he also hops into streams and drops gift subs all over the place all the time. So he's just a really awesome guy. I've had the pleasure of working him closer over the last several months. And yeah, just a pillar of the community. And things would not be the same without him. So always appreciate him and everything he does. And with that, I think we're gonna get going. It's been a long day. It's been an amazing day, but I am also exhausted, like Ito alluded to earlier. And so I hope everyone has had an awesome time watching. If you missed any of these games, I would definitely recommend going back and watching them on the VOD later, whether it's on Twitch here or waiting for them to be posted on YouTube. Both this one and the matches from yesterday are well worth the watch. So thanks everyone for tuning in. Looking forward to the next event, whatever it may be. And until then, see you next time, and have a good night. Later.
Can't believe he's done it. The conference room Clash champion, Pat Chowder, being lifted into the air by a cow with human teeth.
Oh my gosh, that's the game.
What a game.
And Zero Skater is our new champ.
Oh my goodness. He was not expecting to survive that attack.
And that is it. Chad is the winner of Summer of Legends.